just literally been enough flashing of the lights to get by. I mean, that's a few people complained about that today as well.
Yeah, and understandably so. That's not what we want to see, but we shall continue. Sorry, I'm just trying to sort out, because at the top of the hour we shall be moving across to our recently made broadcasting friends, to Ravens TV. They will be streaming on YouTube and on Twitch, and will be carrying the broadcast at least through the European night hours, as they are west coast of America, and potentially to the end of the day. No, we're excited to have you on board.
Yeah, it's nice to be here, taking the race to the dawn hours.
Yeah, so what time is it in wherever you are in the States at the moment?
6 p.m. where I am, so almost 6 p.m.
That sounds incredibly leisurely. Yeah, we just had Vincent leave. He's in the Netherlands, so he's an hour ahead of us. So it's about 1 a.m.
for him. Yeah. I'll be on with you guys until about 3 a.m. In the morning. So anyway, nice to meet you guys, and happy to be working with you as well as we go into the early hours of the morning. Yeah. I'll be your eyes and ears, obviously, as I've been watching the race pretty much from the start. And helping you guys understand where the cars are at on the grid as we go into the early hours of the morning in France. Unfortunately for me, I'm going to miss the amazing sunrise that happens at the Le Mans 24 hours. It's second rival to the Daytona 24 hours. Sunset and sunrise there is just absolutely stunning.
Yeah, it's stunning, especially when you're driving right into the sun there, you know? That's the best part about it.
Definitely. Matthias Verster running in 4th in class at the moment in the amateur. He's 3 wide as there a car threading it through the middle there.
That was, threading the needle. Okay.
That was a fantastic move from that Dallara in the inside. I think that was a Dallara, or if it was an Audi, I can't tell. I think that was actually an Audi R18 that went through the middle there. I saw the rear strakes.
Yeah, the Fuji car. So that's 3rd place. Rick Verbiesen's recently got into that car. Marius Danhausen got out, allowed Verbiesen back in. So see what damage Verbiesen can do to the Aralara Brucey cars sitting ahead of him. The Lewis Woods in the East-West Black car has not made his 14th stop as yet. Doing much better on fuel than
So yeah, I'm going to want to just shed a quick light on now, because we are running into the early hours of the morning as of now. If we are comfortable to switch over to the 2 Ravens broadcast, we'll get the links thrown up in the chat and we can get ready to go, I'm assuming.
Yep, I am just happy and paste that into the chat. You guys are already live, I believe.
We are, so yes, just tune over to 2ravens.tv. We have www.2ravens.tv.com, and Twitch as well, 2Ravens TV. So,
excellent.
Fantastic. I realise I just spelled 2 Ravens incorrectly, so I'm going to do that again.
Everybody loves it when you accidentally spell something wrong, and then when you realise later on that you could have done it a lot sooner. I've done that so many times in a stream where you've spelt like the word "to" wrong, and then everyone calls you out in chat, and it's just like, oh, for God's sake, thank you very much, guys, for letting me stream for 2 hours with that on.
It is inevitable.
Yeah, it's one of those things. There's the FDR Esports car. There is moving about nicely. They've had a reasonably decent run haven't they, Martin? Through the day session, they got involved in a little bit of some tussling, as most cars do, as the driving takes place.
Yeah, FTR Esports have had an interesting season. Where are they overall? FTR Esports. Sorry, they're sitting third at the moment in the LP2 Championship, 14 points behind Stadium Racing Junior 72. So that is a battle that they can certainly win if they do a decent job in the next 15 hours, because they're currently 4 spots ahead of them. Actually, they're effectively running nose to tail in the terms of championship points, so they'll need to probably get another car or two between them and Stadium Racing Junior to overhaul them for second place.
Yeah, definitely. So actually, just 5 minutes before the end, car number 244 has actually retired from the race. I got that straight directly from one of our race directors today, and that was just 5 minutes, nearly 7 minutes from now actually. Fantastic work from him to get that directly to me, so we can carry on.
Yeah, you know, a little earlier I saw an Audi just pull off to the side and park it. I wasn't really sure what happened there, but terrible to see that they had to park it for the rest of the race.
Yeah, I think they will have just towed. I think unfortunately that was my own teammate, and I think he went an extra lap too long. So he'll have just towed, got the car filled back up, and it'll be headed back out, no problems. Yeah, the Sapphire Sport Alpha car had a lot of trouble earlier on, I'm afraid. In the first 3 hours, we tried to go around the outside of a GT Porsche, and it went very, very badly.
In actually saying that there, sorry guys for cutting in, the 244 car was one of the Corvettes that was favourite to be pushing in there were, I do believe, a one-off entry. It was the Team PCS Racing Corvette with Kevin Simon and Momoladinos, or whatever you want to call that. I can't type and I can't say that. Momon Didilis and Tom Billabas as well. Those 3 drivers unfortunately having to retire from the race. They were doing a very, very good run with Leonis in the car earlier. As I said, a fantastic Ionian name to have racing. And you don't see many Ionians in the cars, especially when it comes to a Turkish or a Greek/Cypriot guy. I'm assuming that's where he's from anyway. Right, otherwise I've completely got that wrong. But yeah, so they've had to unfortunately park their Corvette up for the night, and yeah, Rick Verbeisen now, he is pushing positions. Fuga Simsport now running down in third. Both RLR guys are up at the top in the esports, and I do believe one of them just went into the pits. Is that car?
Yeah, there's a lead change there, it looks like.
Yeah. RLR Abruzzi, esports black and silver.
Black,
so I think one's in the pits.
Silver, yes. Silver just came out of the pits.
So I'm assuming that's just you know, the fact that they had a pit stop in hand in that situation. So it's fair enough.
Black made their 14th stop as yet. You're expecting it very soon, however, as...
It actually appears that they're both on the same pit strategy, both on lap 153.
Yeah, agreed, but they're on different number of pit stops, so that's... I'm afraid, you guys don't know, I know where I've been in the car and out the car and here, there and everywhere, so...
I think they were involved, one of the RLR cars was involved in some fighting earlier on. If I go and jump up into the stewards announcements, I might be able to find out what actually happened to the RLR car. Yeah, so RLR Abruzzi Silver was given a warning for cutting in front of Core Motorsports Ferrari. So that's one of the incidents. I think they were involved in another one. So that was the number 17 car. I don't know if that's the one that we're talking about. That was the one that was actually in the lead. So I'm not too sure if we've had anything else. The number 17 was involved in another incident further up, and yeah, I haven't seen anything else that's led to incidents involving them. Again, number 17 actually got a drive-through for early on in the race for causing a collision, hour 124 during the race. So again, I'm not too sure how that actually happened. But, again, it could just be safe to assume that they could have just had a longer pit stop just to damage, and it just never really got noted. Quentin Fior saying, appreciate the stream of you guys, to the Twin Ravens group. Obviously they're taking over, helping out the stream for us overnight, while a few of the guys that we have running the stream can get some sleep before the end of the race. Our car is still really pushing hard. 1 minute 7 down, I'm assuming, if that's if I can read that correctly.
I mean, that's some time you can make up in the middle of the night if you're determined here in Le Mans.
That's very true, and I think these guys are really going to be pushing to get that positions, especially when you've got the two RLR guys in the car at the moment. They've really settled into this night driving, and the Fuga Sim Sport is kind of nowhere to be seen. They're a good 43 seconds down on the guy in second. It's the eSports Silver team.
The Valhalla Sim Sport Royale team is diving into the pits. Maybe Alex can tell us a little bit about that. Maybe their strategy was
Their strategy? Well, yeah, I was doing a little bit of spotting for them earlier. But I think they're just trying to have a solid race and just, a pretty good pace. I was watching them have some really nice laps earlier on in the day, and just like have as few incidents as possible. But we did see a spin earlier, but that coming out of Arnage there is it can be tricky with these cars when the tires are just a little worn, and it's really easy to spin.
Yeah, and I think as well, watching them earlier on in the race, I think also just the start of the way that it was all working out for them, it just didn't, the first stint, I don't think it worked out the way you guys were wanting, did it?
Yeah, I wasn't there I missed the beginning of the race, but yeah, it seemed a little contentious from what I heard.
Yeah, but the fact that you guys have managed to pull yourself back up and you're now running in 5th, again, a few cars unfortunately having damage and stuff like that, and having to unfortunately leave us, but they hopefully will return again for the next season and maybe commit some of these guys. Obviously back marker were part of the full season this year for this first season of the ISREC. Hopefully everybody is happy and will join us again for the next season as we return to some of our famed, more popular tracks, and I do believe we're coming back here on the 4th of December, which is going to be a good one.
I know Le Mans is certainly everyone's big favorite for everyone. It's a big reason for Valhalla Sim Sport guys to get out there and make a good showing for it. So I know Le Mans brings out special drivers. So it's fantastic to see this move forward, especially without an official iRacing 24 hours.
Yeah, announced as yet. Hopefully, well, pretty much everybody on the service is hoping that will be announced at some point. But yeah, it's been really nice to see the uptake in this event. I mean, we always generally welcome one-off entries, but we've really pushed this to try and make this as big and bad as we can make. Well, good actually, but you know what I mean. As good as we can make it. And yeah, being the finale, we want to also entice as many drivers and teams as we can into season 2.
Definitely. definitely. And touching on that point there, we had 52 drivers, I'm assuming, at the start of the race, if Molly can maybe correct me on that or not, but 52 drivers starting the race. Was it 55?
52 cars or 52 drivers?
52 cars. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it was a very good start to, what could be something massive for the ISRC guys here. Really tight around the outside there. I wasn't sure.
That made me make a noise there, didn't it?
Yeah,
Oof.
and that was even, is that the Fuga car that we were watching on board there, or was that the Valhalla?
I'll move the car there for a second as the RLR of the Z Esports Black car exits the pits. Be interested to see if the silver car dives in now.
Definitely some good driving we're seeing here at the night time. I was speaking to a couple of the guys earlier, and they were dreading the night time, just thinking of the damage that could be caused by the colder tracks, the darker, or how do we describe it, deathly feeling of Le Mans at night nowadays.
Bleak.
Yeah, bleak. And I mean,
it just
takes one thing.
You're just in the zone and you're headed down these straightaways, and sometimes you forget which part of the Mulsanne you're on.
Yeah.
It's easy to zone out here in the middle of the night. There's some guys that really love it. I'm not particularly fond of Le Mans at night, but maybe that's something I need to grow into as a pilot. So
Yeah. I'm a bit more of a Daytona guy myself. I love watching the Daytona 24. It's always
totally.
been
Just under the lights, just the cars,
Yeah.
how they look under the lights on the banking is pretty epic.
And
But I
it's,
have to say, of the races to go to, this Le Mans at night is some of the best time you can ever have in your life as a motorsport fan. Just, I was there like maybe, what year was that? I was there 20 years ago, really. But, just wandering in the pits at night, especially when it starts raining and the variable weather, and, just people are, mechanics are sleeping, against the
Lying
wall.
in the
The car
pits,
comes
yeah.
in and wings off the car. It's just, it feels like real drama is
Yeah.
playing out. It's
and
just,
it's excellent, isn't it?
it is excellent. And just the vibe of the place, it's like a big party. It's just, that's the best part about it.
How much of
Yeah.
that feeling, Alex, do you kind of get through the simulator? Do you feel
Oh,
kind
that's
of
a good
that
point.
game day atmosphere a little bit?
I wish there was like a little bit. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's some. It's mostly as a spectator, you just hear that noise of the cars going down the straightaway, just walking through. Just the way it sounds through the trees is specific. I feel like, but I think that this simulator does a damn good job. I mean, the replays look as good as anything.
Yeah.
Just the camera moves and stuff. But it's obviously different there, and just the smell and the time of year it is, and summer in France is very specific too. So
But it still brings
Yeah,
out
but
that spirit of racing, that drive to compete, it's that spirit's in the air, the conversations you're having with the team are just that much more tense, and everyone's on their A game.
yeah,
Definitely.
it's true.
I know for a fact I'm taking part in a 24-hour race for charity in August, and it's around Spa in Assetto Corsa Competizione, and I just know for a fact that the atmosphere, even though we're only going to have 20-30 cars in the grid, it's going to be just magnificent. Speaking to people around the places, actually that's the the Verve Racing Team black car coming out of the pits now after having their pit stop.
Yeah, going
Very
back to
excited.
the guys' points earlier about being at Le Mans, I've been fortunate to go twice. Not quite as much of a pilgrimage from the UK as it is from the United States, but I remember it must have been about 9 o'clock on Saturday evening. I was a young and impressionable 11-year-old at the time, standing on the inside of Tete Rouge, and it was just the sense, the feeling of warmth that was in the air,
Yeah.
and the glowing brake discs. I
Totally.
remember it was purely, absolutely a magical experience, and one I will absolutely never forget. The heyday of the Audi R8, the original Audi R8.
For sure.
Yeah.
And those, the Porsche GT1, and the Bentley that they did as well. Just that whole era was pretty special, and the Toyota GT1, and just the way that you can look over the barrier and they're blasting by at 200 miles an hour at night is just. I mean, there's nothing like it in the world. I mean, when you're a kid, you're right. I was a kid too when I went, and it's just like it'll make you a motorsports addict for the rest of your life.
It's gonna make me cry. I've never been, and I've always wanted to go. We've just never had the money. And
I mean, just get a caravan,
Yeah.
And camp out. It's just such a big camping event.
Hitchhike, yeah. I'll just hitchhike and get there on a budget of £300. Why not? I'll do a
Probably do
Ted
it.
Kravitz.
Genuinely.
I'll do a Ted Kravitz at Monaco. Why not? I think you guys that are obviously the Americans in the party, and you guys follow the IMSA series. I'm gonna turn my camera on for you guys to have a look. You can actually see behind my head the number 1 car, Chip Ganassi.
Oh yeah, Chip Ganassi.
Yeah, I got that car. I got a poster made of that car because I just thought it was such a beautiful car. I don't know what it was with the gunmetal-y grey, the matte kind of finish to the gloss. It made it just stand out to me, and the fact as well that it had, I mean, you could probably say K-Mag, but for me, Kevin van der Zande in it, who is by far one of my favourite drivers of all time. And it's just one of those things that I had to get it. And you've got some of the best drivers, and I think that's Martin had to jump off the night. He's probably going to just quickly go and speak to his drivers before he goes to bed. He had an absolutely fantastic blistering stint earlier in the Sapphire SimSport Alpha car, which just had a really cursed start to the race. Just an incident that led into another incident, which unfortunately just put them out of contention. They're still running about 3-4 laps down at the moment, but they're hoping that they can just keep the car on the track and finish the race, just to say that they finished. Sorry, I was reading the instance. We've now got the stewards' announcements up. As Cairo's Competition Apollo, the number 63 car, and the Maniti Racing ISRC GTE car, the number 278. There's to be no further action deemed for anything that was happening. So that was a GT, an LMP2 car versus a GTE car there. So it was actually a GT Am in that field.
Diving across the traffic.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was a last-minute decision for them to dive into the pits, I'm assuming, from their pit chief or their crew chief to just get in. And maybe they could be thinking about a driver swap just because of fatigue now setting in. As some of these guys, they're all more Middle European guys. Marcus Soholm, he is Scandinavian. So, all these guys running about an hour or 2 hours ahead of myself. It's late. So.
And that's where it will feel like Le Mans the most, is the fatigue. It's just what the human body does when your brain is kind of making those decisions all, in the wee hours of the night. That's where it starts to feel like Le Mans, where the sim does.
Definitely. As that's still now Fuga SimSport GT, still leading their class and overall at the moment. Lithium Motorsports running second as well in the GT class. These two cars have been glued to the hip the whole race. It's been back and forth between Lithium and they've been trying different strategies to try and get in front of Fuga, but as it stands right now, Fuga are just pushing even more.
They sure are. I mean, you can just see it. there's only a few minutes between the first top three, and that's we're not even halfway through this race. There's still a lot to play here, I feel.
Yeah, Fuga last coming in on lap 159. Cruzy Esports Silver team coming in lap 165 just lately. So really interesting to see, how teams choose to play the strategy game here, even early on. As it cascades down, in these hours, decisions that are made now will set up things to be decided later on in this race.
Yeah, absolutely. I think with strategy, you're playing the fuel game, you're playing the tire game, many hours ahead of your competitor. Like that's the idea, at least. To keep them guessing and looking over their shoulder, seeing when you're pitting and what your pace is at. And I think, big incident going off. Number 72 looks like it's spun.
Yeah, tough one to lose some positions there in a tight GT battle. See if we can get that.
Yeah, it looked like he just lost it under braking. The rotation of the car just over-rotated right into the outside barrier there.
Well, here it is.
Oof.
Just cooked it. Luckily, he
Doesn't
kept
look
it out
like
of the wall, it looks like.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah. Oh.
I just a little disconnect there, but looks like they were both
Okay, good. Well,
prices
prices averted it.
But no damage.
And just one spin loses you a few positions. That just goes to show how tight this thing is. So, everyone's running pretty flat out, I would say, especially in this LMP2 field.
Yeah, very competitive, very tight LMP field. Multiple leaders. The Quiver Motorsports team is obviously, a lap ahead of everyone else behind them. Just super tight. And again, that lap ahead just might be some pit lap, shenanigans. You don't really know where you sit.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so much here to play. So many miles left to do and breaking points to hit. It's just such a long game. More than any other race, it just feels like things are thrown out the window so fast here. More than any long race.
Just going to have a look at the YouTube chat just now. We've got a couple of guys jumping in. Ryan Harding say, can't wait for the real repairs in iRacing. I'm sure a lot of guys are as well. It's going to be great. And
yeah, right.
Trig Munder saying, who's running the Spa 24 charity race? Sounds like something I'd be interested in doing. I'm not really sure if I can mention names, but if you're in the Discord, you can drop me a message and we can discuss it. But it is going to be run on the Xbox for some of the Xbox guys. So if you're on Xbox for ACC, that would be fun. And Nunu Marcus just saying hello, and that's actually Marcus Soholm, so I'm assuming that's him now out of the car from his stint in the head of Quiver Motorsports car. So hello to you, Marcus, and well done for your stint.
Yeah, nice, attaboy. You're leading at night. That's a good compliment. So
he's just saying yes. He's replied with yes. Typical Marcus, jumping in and saying stuff like that. Well amused and thanked. Yeah, good. So, for your guys' information, I'll stay with you guys till the hour, and then I'll pop off because I'm needed at 9 to 9/10 tomorrow morning to help out with comms, if that's okay with you guys.
Absolutely.
Because I know you guys obviously living over in the North American area, you've got a little bit more of a time advantage on yourself, and sleep is something that the human body likes. So I might need to go and give into that soon.
And just let your mind go to sleep. Don't worry about what you're missing out on the race, because there'll be plenty of replay for you to watch later.
I'm sure I'll be kept up to date. throughout the night. I'll be waking up usually probably every hour to notifications.
You'll hear the notification on your phone
Yeah, I'll
or
be
in your
sitting
dreams.
there. Oh yeah.
Discord. Bloop.
Yeah, like that. That's just what happens. I think I just have to mute everything tonight. Just put it all on streamer mode.
Just put an onboard on and just listen to the track at night. Like the ocean.
Oh, good lad. I think right now I'm running a lofi hip hop. The lofi hip hop radio just sitting in the background. Nice and chill watching these cars drive, honestly. Yeah, let's get back to the racing. I think a Quiver their AA car is pushing a little bit more. I think they're actually starting to catch on FDR Esports, which is just in front of them now. So that's a 40-second gap that they have taken down. Marcus is actually saying my arse is hurting loads after that quad stint he did. So I'm assuming he won't be in the car tomorrow after that.
I'm not sure my ladder will be able to handle a quad stint. That's Iron Man right there.
Definitely is.
Tightest battles throughout the LMP2 class. Some tight ones in the GTE Pros. Trading positions back and forth on track here. Coming up on the best track time, or best lap times over the next few hours as the track goes down to its lowest temperature before the sun starts to rise. So Derek Ekmanis goes off. Not sure if there was a little contact there, but a safe rejoin. Nothing there. You just went right off.
I don't know if that's the right replay.
That's what was listed.
Strange.
But again, a safe rejoin. No harm, no foul. It's all about keeping the car clean at this stage of the race, I assume.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's the key to get through the night, not touching anything. I just feel like this is the most dangerous part of the drive, right when the sun's about to come up in a few hours, but, everyone's just pushing so hard. It's so easy to make errors here. But, yeah, keeping it off the wall is the priority.
Sorry guys, just to cut in again. Marcus is saying he'll be back in the car in 5 hours time, so he's definitely really bringing that car home for the guys at the Equiver, the top Equiver team, the Hulk Impact team. So yeah, they're pushing it.
We're bringing the big guns for the end of the race, so you should get some rest. You don't call it beauty sleep, do you call it speed sleep, or what do you call it?
I think speed sleep's something else.
Yeah, it's true.
But yeah, I think he's probably gonna head to bed, get a quick power nap, and then be up in the morning and ready to go again. So that's what I would assume.
I feel like if I was doing this race, I would have a hard time sleeping right now. Especially if I was leading.
This is some of the tightest racing on the service I've definitely seen in an endurance aspect.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, this is very clean. Everyone's giving everyone proper room.
Competitive times throughout the field.
Totally. Yeah. It's very strong.
looking here at top speeds. The FTR Esports team in the LMP2 has about 6 kilometers an hour top speed over any other LMP2 car. I'm not sure if that's just keeping the car clean over that time, and they just have the extra pace because of that, or what? But they've got a significant pace advantage. They're running a different setup.
I mean, that could be it, but that does seem quite unusual. But yeah, maybe they have no aero damage and they've just been keeping it off those curbs, and that's sometimes a huge factor. Yeah, let's see that speed there.
They've been topping out at 337 kilometers an hour. I'm assuming that's a little bit more towards Mulsanne, but yeah, just incredible to have that much more pace over the competitors. Sapphire Sim Sport Bravo gets pace-wise as they approach first straight here.
Yeah, it looks like they're running about the same lap times. 3:33s. The top 3 guys are running very similar times, so I don't know if that speed has been translated in lap time, but it is definitely could be a factor.
You're absolutely right. That very well could be a setup thing. Maybe they're losing out a little bit in the first curves and gaining that back up in these straights. Maybe they're playing a little bit there with fuel. Who knows? But something to keep an eye on as we move this race forward. Sapphire Sim Sport Bravo and
Yeah, it's very tight. I mean, these guys are running nose to tail after what, 9 hours of racing?
Yeah, it looks like FTR here has been closing that gap up to first place for slowly but surely in these last 5 laps or so.
It's a great graphic you got there, Spencer.
Thank you.
Maybe Amazon should call you for the F1 races during their graphics.
I love those AWS insights. I definitely need me some of those in my creative process. We had a little wreck here in the junction pit. Oh,
Is that the pit lane? Where is that?
a little slide and push curbs maybe? Interesting. Not really sure there. But some awesome power features.
Yeah, got that. I mean, yeah, you got to have that traction, disable button to spin these cars around sometimes, and if you forget that, you can certainly get into yourself into Austin's power situation, which can cost so much time. I've done that a fair amount of times.
Yeah, really helpful to have that button there, just to click that traction control off and whip it right around. But yeah, not everyone has it, so.
These iRacing is such a learning experience. You learn so much about racing and competing and lapping cars correctly, and it's there's a lot going on into it. It's really fun to communicate that with everybody and get everyone on the same page. And this series seems to be one of the better that I've seen. The racing I watched in the last few hours prior to this, so it's hard to do. So kudos to all the drivers doing such a great job out there today.
You're always invited back next season. I have to say that. I'm contractually obligated to say that. I'm only joking. You're always invited back The ISRC always love to have guys with your mentality, and you know, obviously your team in there, Valhalla Simsport, although they didn't get the best start to the race, if you guys have a team in the ISREC next season, I'm sure you guys will do great things. So definitely.
Yeah, we're excited about the next season. This is it's exciting for me. I just joined Valhalla. It was my first team that I joined in iRacing. I was racing by myself for a long time before Spencer. We were racing so many times together in the M8. We drove that a lot, probably at Le Mans.
Yeah, we were racing back and forth in the IMSA League all the time. We would run into each other back and forth.
Literally, probably we ran into each other a lot too.
Yeah, oh yeah.
That's the way to do it. I wish I had got iRacing earlier. I'm actually quite new to iRacing myself, but I have a lot of kind of racing knowledge from both Assetto Corsa and F1, and I've done a lot of stuff like that over the years. But I've been a very big fan of motorsport most of my life, and I'm commentator by half trade. So, and I used to do it in swimming, so it was a perfect step for me.
Well, you're pretty good at it. It's big shoes to fill tonight with wee hours. You're gonna wake up tomorrow morning and we're gonna be playing. Oh yeah, go for it.
I will be.
Just take a look. The Quiver Motorsports team stage one junior team. Island back and forth.
Yeah, no, they've been at it all race. Both Quiver cars actually within the first hour were nearly 10-20 seconds up on the rest of the pack, both of them. Marcus obviously was farther ahead, but the other car, the other junior team, we would call it the AA, they were only, I would say, 10 seconds, 20 seconds behind after the first hour.
Oh, and a pass. Look at that.
Trading
going through the
back
Porsche
and
curves.
forth, yeah.
Just getting the draft, and maybe they're helping each other out get some speed, but you know, it seems to be pretty clean racing. They're not looking like they're losing a lot of time. They probably are going faster when they get a little bit of a draft in the LMP2 there.
Is it almost worth just, sitting behind them and learning for a little while, or maybe fuel saving for a little while, and kind of seeing how things develop down the road? I mean, it is still 14 hours to go in this race, over halfway to go. There's still plenty of time to be making moves.
Oh, absolutely. I think, again, in the wee hours of the night, having a car's headlights in you for 4 or 5 laps, it's a hard thing to dial out of your head. So, I think there's definitely some psychology and also some strategy going on here, of who's leading who and how that affects the race going on. It's always interesting, especially when you find these close races and so long into the race. It could tip either way. It's great.
I gotta imagine it's hard to tame that racer's mentality to, pull back and just say, you know what, we got 14 hours, let's, calm down and ride this one out, see how it plays out. So, all the racers want to do is pass, make the moves they can make.
Sorry guys, I just need to cut in here, but you might not like what's just come into the commentator's contact. Number 49 car, your Valhalla Simsport Royale car, Oliver Kemp has just jumped in the chat saying your engine has just blown up.
Oh, that is brutal.
Oh no.
I was wondering what had happened there.
Well, I do know what happened because we, maybe about an hour ago, hit the curbs, exiting Ford curbs, and I don't know if you remember a few practices ago. Oh yeah, look, that's terminal. That's terminal. That's some Porsche parts all coalescing into that engine right now. Look at that. Well, that's very disappointing.
Yeah, that's they certainly won't fix that within the 3 laps that Sapphire might get them back, but we'll see if they can bounce back quick enough to keep their.
I'm pretty sure that was damage sustained from the Porsche curbs, because I think last time I heard, he was saying to Michael to to relax on the revs of the engine just to see if the engine was going to last or had damage or floor damage. Because I did do a practice session where I hit the curbs there at the Ford chicane pretty badly, and then my engine blew up only a half lap later. So
I remember that. I
yeah, you remember that? Yeah.
Yeah. But you know, I do gotta throw some shade here because I just gotta argue. I do think the Audi would be a little bit of a safer option when it comes to the engine damage. You know, just those slightly
Yeah.
lower revs on the diesel. You gotta think that that engine's gonna last just a hair longer, even at the just a hair.
Oh, absolutely. You know, diesels, their reputations precede them. You know,
Tanks.
they may. Yeah, they're tanks. Yeah.
That's exactly what it is. And we've actually had David Penna just join us in the comm box. How are you doing, David?
What's up? Doing very well. Glad to join you guys. How you guys doing?
Hey, David.
Doing great.
What's up, Alex?
So
Oh, we're just watching our team blow an engine. That was a great thing.
Yeah, I just saw that. I just saw that through the thing. Oh, that's terrible.
Again, hopefully they can make it back out there just to kind of keep in contention should something happen to that Sapphire team or really any of those LMP1 teams. Use this 14-hole race continues. Plenty of time.
I've just got a quick thing to say. There's Anthony Pisano has jumped into the waiting room for the stewards, so I'm assuming there's something that they need to appeal, even though there's nothing being put on the chat just yet. So they might actually be jumping in to speak to at least one of them about a previous incident. I'm going to go and find out which team he is actually part of.
He's on the FTR Esports LMP2 team, and again, they're in that tight battle in LMP2, trading back and forth. You know, all throughout FTR Esports, Sapphire Central, Bravo, Stage 1 Racing Junior, and Quiver Motorsport AA, Fugason Sport LMP2. They're all kind of trading positions there. And working through traffic all at the same time. So you got to think something might have happened.
Yeah, I think they're all looking at replays and they're probably watching whatever the guys are doing. You know, I mean, this is where the gloves come off. It feels like where it's so tight like that. You know, I think there's
anything they can get them for.
Right, exactly. You know, and I think that's part of the strategy. That's part of, you know, watching your competitors and watching your own race as well.
Definitely. I was saying this earlier, and I wonder if you guys agree with me, but the inside of these cars, they just look like spaceships, don't you think?
100%.
Oh,
And
prototypes?
Yeah, and we actually had a view, we had a camera angle earlier in one of the Porsches that just looks out the window where the tow hook is, and you look right through it, and I made the comment that it looks like just like a gun sight on like a World War II fighter plane. And I said, like, you could pretend when you're going around in the night and you can just line up your enemy and just shoot past them if you wanted to.
Yeah, of course, yeah. No, it's the funny. Just the funny thing is, it's just how small these things are compared to real life. I'm like 6'3" in real life. I'm pretty sure they go up to my waist on the roof height because how small the prototypes are.
Oh yeah, they're very low.
They're insanely low. And seeing how they pass like a BMW, they're just like minute.
I'm 5'6", unfortunately, so I don't I don't cut that one. But yeah, just a little bit more information from Oliver Kemp. 30 minutes of repairs on your car for the Valhalla.
Valhalla, yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah,
that's a fast engine replacement. Wow.
I was gonna say, because I remember last year we did or earlier this year, I don't remember. We did the 24 Hours Another League, and one of our team's LMP2 engines blew up as well, but it took them an hour. So 30 minutes for just an LMP1 engine, that's pretty quick.
It might have been just the camshaft blowing up. Easy to pull that out and replace.
I guess, I don't know. I don't know how in-depth iRacing is.
Count the ERS system as half and call it good, huh?
Yeah, that's fine. Get it back out on track, you lose easy 100 Ks, but you know something, you still finish.
Yeah, just gotta really hope that the damage is something that can be fixed and they don't end up blowing another engine later on. I know that is something that ended up happening to the team earlier in previous races for a different type of car. But again, that is a possibility. You know, mechanics can't fix everything, so you know, tackle what you can and see if they can get back out there.
Just wondering what happened to Tronza, as they are now in the pits for quite a considerable amount of time now. The GT cars are now lapping them. So I'm gonna see if I can find out if there's anything in the general chat that links to Tronzo, because they had a few kind of battles and lunges earlier, but I'm not assuming that they had much wrong.
Yeah, so far they've been in pits for about 9 minutes now, so don't really know what happened there. Yeah, it's a shame for the Valhalla Sport team. Looks like they're probably gonna lose the position 6 to the Sapphire Sport as well. So fortunate for them. Maybe it was them hitting curbs a little too hard. That blew their engine possibly, but not really sure about that. Hopefully they can don't have that aerodynamic damage as well, so they can keep the same speed, keep the same pace that they have had. Maybe even have a little more pace because of the new engine.
Definitely, yeah. Just a little bit more in-depth stuff there from the Tronzo team. Silas Nicholson is part of the Equiver League. He races in that on a Monday night, and he's the kind of team leader. So I'm going to see if I can maybe contact him and find out what's going down with that car, and get a little bit more information for us.
Yeah, hopefully it's not too detrimental to the race. That'd be in the pits for an hour or so, but so far they're still in the pits. So we'll see how that turns out. And we've got the number 1 leader, RLR, Bruzy Esports, in the pits right now, and now they're coming out.
Looks, I would expect their teammate, sister team, RLR Abruzzi Esports Silver team, to dive into the pits soon as well, considering a similar strategy. Silver team running just about a lap later.
I see. It's yeah, Bruzy 1-2 actually. So that's pretty nice. Hopefully they be able to maybe hold those positions until the end, and that'd be really awesome. Feat done by that team.
Yeah, that would be an excellent show of force for the RLR team. That Fugasim Sport LMP1 though has been trading back and forth with the silver team throughout the race, so it might come down to strategy at the end if they can time it right.
Oh, most definitely. Yeah. Look at the best laps for the number 1 car. I mean, the number 18 car, 309.8. That is insane.
Track's looking pretty good.
Yeah, I guess so. Nighttime is where all the grip is. So temperatures are down. That's where the tires like to show what they really can do. So I guess that's really how it is.
You gotta think it's only gonna go quicker. You know, as we get into 1 a.m. here soon time, 20 degrees Celsius and 22 degrees Celsius track temp. So you gotta think this track's gonna cool down maybe a little bit more before the sun starts to rise. So we could see some more pace out of this track.
Yeah, I think so. I think I've seen it go down to 18 degrees, so definitely about 4 degrees difference there. So we can still see some time be able to really get through to those tires. So it'll be interesting, really, how it goes with that 18 degrees, if it does get down there.
Certainly, and it just goes to show how crucial it is to kind of protect your aero over the entire race, because you know when this cool temp comes around and you can suck up these awesome lap times, you know, in the 309s and the 310s, you know, you got to be able to take advantage of it with clean aero.
Most definitely, yeah. Especially going into the night, just how dangerous it can be as well. But it really is. If you survive the night, then you've gone through the hardest bit of Le Mans. That's really how it is. What they say. Also, looks like Tronzo Racing is actually back out, so that's good for them.
Yeah, I was still trying to get a little bit of information from Silas, just a little bit of an insight into what they were in the pits for. Was Frederick Nilleman is in the cars right now. I also contacted one of the race directors to find out if they knew what was going on, but I've had no reply just yet. So hopefully by the time that I go off, we've had an answer.
Yeah, I'm curious on what happened to them as well. So, not really sure, but we'll get some answers hopefully.
back here to the GTE Pro battle that we have not taken too much of a look at. Lucas Simsport GT team making a strong showing here. Team DRC Blue in second, Lithium Motorsports in third, and then 4th through 12th on laps.
Yeah, it looks like there's about possibly around about 4 cars in the GTE class still on the same lap as the leader for the GTE Pro class. So that's nice for them. So still 4 cars to be able to fight through it, so that's good.
Yeah, very nice. Leaders diving a bit to the Simsport GT. See if they take some tires here, or if they're just gonna gas it up and go.
Looking at actually the Lithium Motorsports car, Kevin Vu. He's is that the same Kevin Vu from the Sim Racing Experience League?
I wouldn't know actually, but I'm sure that if you ask Martin at some point, if you guys get a chance to speak to Martin, I know he's off to bed just now, but one of the guys might be able to tell you that could be Kevin Vu, the guy you're talking about.
If it's Kevin Vu too, because I know it's the second one. I know that's him, so I know our graphics take the 2 off, so it's hard to tell. But in sim, you might be the same man. So he's done a fantastic showing in our SRE league, running the GT3 cars. So I gotta think that the GT is gonna be a fairly good fit.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, like that small little sim racing world, you can say.
Definitely is. I think
Yeah.
Jimmy Broadbent played that out pretty well actually the last time out when he done his from rookie to pro driver in this league in the iRacing world. He says like the amount of drivers that actually do that in Smurf accounts, and you actually recognize their names. You're like, oh my god, he races in touring cars and stuff like that. Or I raced him yesterday. You know, you just know everybody after a while. It's such a nice little niche community. You make so many friends.
Certainly, like Alex and I were kind of talking before. That's how we met, and kind of how the large majority of our team started. We just kind of were racing the same people all the time, and just said, "Hey, you're cool. I like hanging out with you," and that's kind of what it's all about. It's just almost a fraternity of sim racers entirely. We'll kind of have not only a similar interest in sim racing, but a broader set of similar interests.
Yeah. I think that works out for you guys very well as a team. At least in some ways as well. I know that from experience. I still haven't had a reply from any of the race directors yet, so they might not actually know themselves. But Silas I think he's busy speaking with somebody else at the moment, so I haven't had a reply. So we might not know, but if somebody else wants to message him or finds a little bit more out by putting it in one of the chats, I'm sure you can. I'm going to start doing my little bits of admin work, and I'll leave you guys to it.
Awesome.
Certainly. Thank you very much.
Well, thanks for your expertise. You know all about the battles over the season as well. So we're just trying to ramp up to speed as well, because this is the end of the championship, so there's a lot of things to be settled.
If you've ever got any questions, definitely Martin's the man. But from my point of view, it's been a joy hanging out with you guys for the past hour and a bit, and hopefully we get to meet again someday. And to the stream, thank you guys for joining myself tonight, and I'm going to hand it over to these guys. Obviously, they've been here for the past hour. Go and make sure that you follow their YouTube channel, and also if you're watching on their Twitch channels, make sure you hit that follow button on them as well. It would really mean a lot to them, I'm sure, to get some support from you guys, because I know that they're trying to get into a lot of coverage. So make sure that you're giving these guys just as much support as you always show us. But that's all from me tonight. I've been Andrew Gatton, and I'll see you guys tomorrow morning at 9/10 o'clock, depending on when I can be bothered rolling out of my bed. So anyway, thank you guys,
Get some
and
rest.
have a good night.
Cheers. Thanks, Andrew.
Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate it. You have a lovely nap. And there we go. Now it's All-American booth now, which is the ultimate plan. We're aiming here.
This is like speed TV commentary in the early 90s. Oh, well, there was David Hobbs. He was not American.
Yeah, no, but cheers to ISRC TV. Big, brilliant job covering the first about 10 hours, basically.
Yeah, it was
so-
excellent coverage. They were.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, they did great. I tuning into their stream most of the time, most of the day as well. So brilliant job by them. Hopefully we'll see if we can definitely do another partnership or whatever. So yeah, but now it's up to the Two Raven TV to see what we can do throughout the night.
But yeah, this P2 battle is quite something. They're going for it.
Just taking a look at the positions gained here, the Quicker Motorsports LMP2 team gained 17
between the,
positions off the start.
That 10 through 14 there.
Yeah, I mean, just there's a lap between FTR and Sapphire. Second through fifth. It's quite a battle.
Yeah, I'd say like that as well. That's pretty good. Good stuff there. Just everyone's gotta keep on pushing to it. Yeah.
And the lap times are looking, pretty comparable. 3:33s is kind of where everyone's going in the middle of the night. We'll probably see the times drop down. Oh yeah, I see some 3:31s. So yeah, I think we could see some speed here when the track really starts to drop here.
Yeah, so far from the quickest out of the LMP2 class was from Quiver Motorsports. Which team was that one? Because the live time is not showing it.
Number 86.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just did a 3:30.2. That's 5 seconds faster than Brian Chevalier right behind him. So it's quite a race.
Yeah, Jesse Cameron really moving that car with purpose. So good stuff from them.
He's got it hooked up, we would say.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
Yeah, I thought I would, the personal best was, I don't know if it was set at night, but, I would expect them to be going quicker if the LMP1s are also going quicker, but you never know. Well, it's got a little strobing there, but.
Yeah, but just going off the tires, nighttime, people are going to be quad stitching those tires. So
Right. Some old rubber, but once they put some new boots on here in a little bit, yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's the race they want to run, but so certainly the race we would like to see, just some speed. So it's fun watching this thing unfold and the little battles going on all over the track. Because there's championship and there's also kind of bragging rights of getting through the 24 hours of Le Mans, which with this grid, it's a everyone's driving really exceptionally, cleanly, and it's some textbook driving of how to move through traffic. So I'm really impressed with watching everyone right now. Not a lot of errors and just some good racing.
yeah, it really has been so far. Yeah, just completing the 24-hour of Le Mans is just something that huge dream of so many people, especially even to win it. It's just something that is extraordinary. The best 24-hour endurance race the best endurance race period about the whole planet. That it just feels like a privilege being able to participate in this type of event, honestly. So it really just shows how the whole community comes together and starts to be competitive with each other, but of course still wants to respect each other. But aspect.
Right. I think everybody wants to be top level racers in a race this long, to be able to do laps at a certain, pace, consistently in traffic is just kind of an expectation. So, I think there's some really great showings of that tenacity, that skill, that patience, but also kind of deliberate, racecraft. So and then just keeping your mind engaged in that mode takes something, because this place at night is the void. It's just you're driving the darkness. So and you don't know, and there's not a lot of spins, and there's not a lot of people crashing cars and are having cars off the pace or anything. So it's pretty clean. It's pretty flat out as well. So no, the conditions are ideal. There's no weather component, so we are all in for a good matchup. So it's excellent.
Yeah, it really is. Quickly, just no sidetrack there. Anthony Pisano was just a black flag, so I'm trying to figure out what happened there. See what team that's affected. I'm not really sure which card that is, but hopefully we'll try to get some info on that. But yeah.
Yeah, with a black flag. I didn't recognize the driver's name, so I'm not sure what car it came from. Did you see it in race control? I believe so.
Oh yeah, it looks like Anthony Pisano are the FTRE folks there. Actually, P2 car, second place car in the LP2 race there. So that's unfortunate for them. That's gonna be I don't know how long that's really gonna affect them for, but
And that
being fortunate.
it is unfortunate, but it blows race wide open for these other guys, kind of in that pack chasing. So it's we're not even halfway there. So there's a lot of road left to travel. But yeah, that is unfortunate.
Yeah,
I wonder, do we know what it was for?
Not entirely sure, honestly.
So we got a crash here. Why? From 241. This looks like Tetra Rouge. Ooh, right into the barrier. Okay. You got to turn around, but I didn't see any cars coming, but I'm not sure if that was unsafe entry or not. But looks like, we'll see about the damage there for Raul.
Interesting place to go off there. Tetra Rouge is not really the biggest place that you think would be really dangerous.
It's supposed to be on the outside there. I wonder if he, somehow got the tire on the outside there and it spun to the outside. I'm not sure.
Yeah, not really sure. Maybe could be some type of oversteer possibly, but might have just lost the rear end of that car and just sent it a little shunt to the front. So don't know if that's to be a meatball or not, but that's definitely going to affect his aerodynamics going down the straights.
Again, just more attrition, and it's just what we were talking about earlier. This race is just so tough, and it's something about this track. It's just the straightaways. It's the closing speed of your, getting these cars. It's the way your kind of mind kind of warps into these long turns, these long straightaways, and it's just it's a hypnotizing place. So it's just, you know, sometimes you can just make those little mistakes, and you know that threw the race right open for those guys. So hopefully they can take it back to the pit lane and get some repair done. Hopefully not too much damage, but he did have quite a bit hit, I would say. So that's quite a big impact, I would say.
Yeah, definitely so we can get that out. Also looks like the number 49 of the Valhalla Sim Sports Royal team is actually starting to get out of the pit. So it looks like their interchange is finished.
We love to see it. A race car back in the race. A new engine. Let's hope they've got some pace and they can finish this race. They were running up in 5th, I believe, and now they just lost 1 position. They're in 6th, but they're a few laps down from. Looks like they're 4 laps down from Sapphire Sim Sport Alpha in 5th.
Yeah, hopefully they can pull it back together and see if they can make a position or 2 throughout the night, maybe get lucky. But as of now, they are the in last place for the LMP1 car class, because we had the Backmarker Racing Blue park their car earlier in the race today. So fortunate for them, but so far we only have about 6 cars in the LMP1 category to keep going.
I just hope that the engine or the floor is not damaged from, you know, that contact with the curb. That's a concern, that the radiator, you know. But we'll just cross our fingers and hope the mechanics did their job to get this car to the end. But it's nice to see them back. So it looks like.
Wow, look at that! 3 wide passing. All 3 classes
pretty
in
wild.
that shot. Yeah,
That was pretty cool.
3 different classes in that little shot right there, going down the start straight right there. That was amazing. Coming to the.
And that's just some great racecraft and great awareness from all those guys, you know. And these guys aren't lifting, you know. They're just all kind of like, you know. It's quite the special skill to be able to read the racetrack like that, you know. So hats off to this race so far.
Yeah, no, definitely.
It's probably better driving than a lot of the stuff in the real Le Mans. Not to discourage the real one, but you know, sometimes there's just some question mark accidents. And this. All right, looks like we're just about to cross 14 hours left into less than 14 hours left.
So yeah, there you go. 10 hours down, about 14 to go. We'll just quickly go over the leaderboard here.
There's a crash. Come up here on replay.
Oh wow, we got
a slow car. Number 63, Kevin Finn. Oh no. Oh, I'm glad that did not happen.
Yeah, they had something on the wall, but yeah, they had to stop the car. Looks like the Mustang straight for the first chain to park it up and get that towed. Not really sure what happened there. That's unfortunate.
That is unfortunate. I was concerned that car was going to come hit it. It looked like it was on that direction, but it looks like he towed back to the pits. Which car was that? Kevin Finn?
Yes, the Kairos competition team. Going to be about P16 overall in the LP2 class. So he still was a good contender there. So unfortunate for them. He's going to lose out some laps to repairs, but hopefully we'll see him back out of the race. Maybe possibly an engine explosion.
Yeah, that could have been another engine, you know. And I think that's sometimes a little mistake, you know, can be a delayed effect here, where, you know, a little mistake over a curb, you know, that damages the car. And you know, the cooling systems of these cars are very sensitive, and you know, the game models that and will punish you for said driving. So it's and your teammate might be in the car, you know. So it's anything can happen at this point. So let's just see how it goes. I mean, you know, a lot of stuff has happened in crossing over in the 13 hours and 58 minutes left. So you know, we've got a lot of race, and it seems like there's a few people's races shifting here.
Oh, looking at the looking at the information here. Apparently the Kyrus car ran out of fuel, so must have forgot that at a bit. So that's unfortunate. So he's got to wait for that tow and get refueled back out. But that's fortunate. Then probably gonna lose a couple of laps with that pit, maybe possibly. But that's unfortunate. Well, that's good. That wasn't any type of contact that making that repairs, but only ran out of fuel. It's a little.
Looks like there was a car off there on
right.
outside of the Ford chicane there. I couldn't see who that was though. Wow, 3 abreast everywhere. I mean, these guys are driving flat out right now, and that's just the nature of this place. And there's plenty of straight ways to do it, but you know, everyone's not lifting, and just all 3 classes are overtaking at the same time, and it's pretty phenomenal.
It's just seeing how fast the LMP1 cars approach the GTE cars. Just the speed difference is just terrifying, especially at night. Like, it feels like something coming at you with those headlights coming at you so quick. I would just get terrified. I saw that in my rear view mirror. I was like, oh god, is he coming to hit me or anything like that? But,
you know, because an LMP2 car is quite a quick race car, and the way that the Audi and the Porsche accelerate, you know, from 2nd, 3rd, 4th gear is just, it's otherworldly. You know, when you get that boost button, and there's certain places you boost here in the Porsche versus the Audi, just because they're different engines and specs and battery boost. But I think the Audi does have a little bit of a OP advantage here at this circuit, just, you know, by longevity of the tank as well, because it's a diesel. But the Porsche is no slouch. It's just it's quite interesting to find the strategies of fuel consumption and energy use of their battery systems, and their hybrid drivetrain that just makes these things faster. You know, it's like a fuel save technology that actually makes this thing quite the weapon around this circuit. It's pretty wild. You're right. The closing speeds are. I mean, like, look at this.
yeah, definitely. But yeah, having the racecraft between everyone around, everyone, especially with the lap cars, the biggest thing you want to be while being lapped, you want to be predictable. If you're a car that keeps on going all over the place, trying to take a different line to let a car pass, then you're the most dangerous car out there.
Right,
so it's basically,
absolutely.
it's more of your responsibility if you gain pass to keep it safe, and that the passing car can make a safe pass against you. So you can be really careful on that part. But yeah, going back to the specs, honestly, they have the LMP1 cars have the same LMP2 engine, basically, about 500 horsepower. But you have, on the press of a button, you can have instant 500 horsepower.
Right.
And just, it feels like a rocket ship going on. And it's just insane just seeing how the numbers on the dash just go up. And it doesn't seem like they'll stop.
It's quite phenomenal, because, you know, when you're going fast and the car that goes by you is just going faster, you're just like, how is something that fast when this thing is, you know, a bespoke race car with wings and a cockpit and, you know, a lot of horsepower, 600, but 1,000, you know, that's especially instant torque. And yeah, so it does, you know, it takes a lot of trust in the drivers and with each other to commit to the line. And yeah, exactly, that sort of, that the most dangerous driver on the track is the one that's kind of moving around on the line and, you know, trying to apex everything when you don't really have to around Le Mans in everything. You know, just like watching these guys race and just giving a little bit more room, even though this might be for position, but
yeah, especially when coming from out of Arnage, when you hit that boost button on the LMP1 cars, you blink and you're already 150 miles per hour at least, or even like 100 miles per hour. It's crazy how fast acceleration is, really. So it's just impressive on this type of technology.
It's impressive that this technology is incredible, and also this technology is also limited by the rules, and you know, the 919 tribute car that they made, the Evo or whatever, the unbridled, unruled, you know, beast that broke all these lap records. It's as fast as a Formula One car, you know, and so you're talking about levels of performance of these cars that go for 24 hours. You know, it's phenomenal. It is like a spacecraft, you know, but it's not built by NASA. It's built by, you know, some German guys that love to play with electric motors and petrol. You know, they're just gearheads making these things as, you know, into incredible race cars, and just the way that the car decelerates as well. You know, the braking system is just, you know, to really get the most out of the Audi and the Porsche is just getting that braking zone perfect and getting the car turned in, because the way that the four-wheel drive systems turn these cars in, it's just it's the whole ball game for finding that last 2%. Oh, looks like there was a crash going out of. Oh, who was that? That's SRA. Wow. Okay, that's 4th place. Has just had a crash out of. We'll have a replay up at that in a second here. Looks like we saw a car. We got to spin across the Porsche curbs. That's the Ford chicane. Sorry,
Porsche chicane, yeah.
Yeah, Ford chicane.
It's just got a little too late on the brakes there, and then probably clipped the curbs. But those curbs are massive too, so we're gonna hope that it doesn't have damage, but just spun it on himself.
I believe there was another crash too of number 4, coming out of Mulsanne. I saw it go into the wall.
Yeah, I saw some smoke there coming out of the first chicane. It does look like the car is very unstable, so he might have did receive some type of damage.
Yeah, that could be some time in the pit lane.
Oh yeah, looking at the rear chase, he's definitely got a really damaged wing, and LMP1 traffic is lapping him as well. Only his top speed about 257, so he's got major aerodynamic damage to him. So he's definitely have to go back to pits and get that fixed. But yeah, looks like he hit the rear coming out of the first Mulsanne chicane.
You know, we had another car go over the Ford chicane, so you know we could see more engine issues if they hit it in that right spot. But it looked like he rolled over backwards over it, so it didn't seem like it bounced over those nasty curbs, those sausage curbs. I don't know what they're called.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, but very fortunate for the SRA guys. Hopefully that won't be too much of a repair. But yeah, looking at them going through the Porsche curve, you can see how unstable that car is, and it really just tells you how much these prototypes just rely off the downforce that those wings that they have produced. So it's just hopefully just gonna be able to get back out in the race and still contest in some places. All right. So we got Patrick Pelchat. Hey, Patrick.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going? How's the food car going along?
It's we're trying to carry our race. Just it's pretty tough to fight against those Abruzzi cars, but we're trying our best here.
Oh yeah, they're lightning speed out there, really. No, but yeah, you guys are now sitting in P3, so that's still really good on the podium still there. But of course, you guys want to try to get the P1, of course.
Yeah, obviously we're aiming for we're seeing more of the bigger picture here. I think it's mostly just the championship we're trying to seal here. That's what we have in mind. I mean, I know my backmarker, I don't think they're racing anymore, but we were fighting them mostly.
Yeah, it's fortunate for them how they went, but yeah. How's the strategy going for you guys? Still gonna be going on the same strategy, or any type of changes?
Yeah, I think that's where we're struggling. So we had the pace to match Abruzzi at the beginning, which surprised I think all the team. We were not expecting to be as quick. I know we had some development on the setup in the last few days, but Yeah, so we went in the race. We were able to keep up with them, but they had the engine strategy. They were managing 12 laps while we didn't see that coming. So we got taken by surprise, and now that explains the gap that they have ahead of us. But we're keeping up, and we're trying to do our best to maybe take advantage of an event or a crash or something. So just
Yeah,
trying
you guys.
to.
Yeah, you guys still on the lead lap, so that's still really good for you guys. But
Yeah.
being able to get those maybe those top 2 spots, what would that mean for you in the championship?
Well, I mean, in the championship, it would be just mostly, trying to fight with these guys. These guys are EILMS champion, European Series iRacing, whatever. They changed the name, so they're champion of that series. So yeah, we know they're pretty quick. So just trying to, fight with them is just an achievement in itself. So we're pretty proud of that. So we're using this as a learning experience more than anything.
Yeah, most definitely. No, you guys are doing great performance, showing on the track. So P3 still good overall. Yeah, that's really awesome for you guys.
We also have our Fuga LMP2 car. It's a new division for Fuga, and I think they're doing pretty well right now, sitting in P6 in class. Just a shout out to them; they're doing great. And we have also our GT car leading the class, which is amazing considering the competition is so high in the GT. So shout out to them also. So, overall, we're doing great as a team. So I'm pretty happy.
Yeah, no, awesome. Yeah, great racing all around. What's your thoughts on Rick? So far, he's been doing really good in the car so far, but is he your fast driver or anyone else that's really be able to perform as well as he can?
I think Rick is just showing like all his potential right now. He's going pretty quick, and he's able to keep up with the Abruzzi Silver team. So that's pretty great. I think the Abruzzi Black, the Audi, is just a bit too quick for us right now. So we're trying our best to catch P2, but so far it's going great. I think it's still a lot of time left, and we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, most definitely. You guys just really more all out at this point, or just more of the try to save fuel and just to stay consistent and see if they make a mistake?
Well, I think right now we're just seeing if they're making any mistakes. We're just keeping the pressure on because the thing is in the P1s, as soon as you start fuel saving before someone else, well, that gap, that advantage is pretty hard to gain back. So they already have a couple laps ahead of us, like six or seven laps ahead of strategy in pit stop cycles. So it's impossible for us to get that back. So we're just trying to, match what they're doing. If they're fuel saving, well, we start fuel saving to just keep up with them. If they're not fuel saving, well, we're just pushing all out. So right now, as I said, we got taken by surprise. So our goal is just going all out and try to lose as little ground as possible right now.
Yeah, most definitely you guys still contesting there. But thank you very much for joining us in the booth today. I wish the best of luck to your team. Hopefully we can speak to you later.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Well, that was interesting strategy. That was a glimpse into the long haul here at Le Mans.
Yeah, it's great hearing from the driver themselves how they're trying to drive their cars. So
especially
good.
the differences,
like
yeah, between the Porsche and the Audi. We're kind of hearing it now about the sort of strategy. You have to pit a little bit earlier in the Porsche, and the Audi can go a little longer, and that adds up. And so they're driving as flat out as they can, trying to see if they're making mistakes, and it's a good position, third place behind the championship leaders there.
most definitely, yeah. No, they're doing great job, honestly. Also, looks like Adrian Tommy from the SRA Swiss Union team is back out, so they didn't really lose too much time there. So that's still in P4, so that's good for them. Now, yeah, I'm running back with Lewis now. Just been really just training this race really well. So really good for him. Oh, wow! Yeah, just looking at the looking at this again, looks like the Valhalla Simsport Royale guys are back in the pits, and actually looks like they have damage in their car, so they got it wrong somewhere. That's
Oh,
so
no.
unfortunate. Oh, that's terrible.
When it rains, it pours.
Yep.
That's unfortunate indeed. Looks like they might have just. Oh, I see them still on the roster there, but it's moving around. Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
hearing that we definitely replay it, so let's take a look at that. What happened?
yeah, let's take a look at that replay. Oof, looks like it's crawling. Okay, so maybe that's out of Indianapolis. It looks like.
That was there,
right?
yeah. So maybe got too late on the brakes there, or something happened. Just got loose and
Okay.
that rear.
Yeah. It looked like it was
That's
kind of
unfortunate.
crabbing. So.
Yeah.
So that's unfortunate. We'll see how that repairs come before the sunset or before the sunrise.
Yeah, most definitely. Very unfortunate for them. After a 30-minute engine change, it's terrible. They must be just defeated at their way back in the pits that quick. After about a couple laps on the car with a new engine, and already into the wall with a aerodynamic and look like suspension issues as well. So hopefully they won't call it yet, and they'll just keep on pushing. See if they can do anything really. So hopefully they can.
I hope so too.
I'm running along with says everyone Nicholson in the 95 car. Looks like just spun around coming into where is that at? Oh, into the Forge Canes. Yeah, Forge Canes. So a little too fast. Looked like just spun around myself. Nothing too big. Maybe a tiny bit of flat spot possibly, but that's really it. So keep a head down and just keep going at it. Now looking onto this battle here, actually for the 13th spot between Kevin Finn and 7 Merchants. So it looks like actually made up some time up to him. That's really good. And there we go. See the Alex Jabber from the Valhalla Sport Royal team. Sadly, the pits. And it looks like Kevin was actually able to get past Simon there, and actually gaining a good amount of gap between those two. So the Kevin Finn of the Carriers competition team, which actually ran out of fuel earlier, back into 13th place now. So it's good they're still in the fight there. Really good performance around them. But going back to the LMP1 discussion I had earlier, fortunately, the LMP1 class has actually been phased out in real life, so we won't be able to see those ever again. Now replaced with the hypercars, the the road car with the type of same ERS system, similar to the LMP ones. But
Yeah,
unfortunately, we won't see the rocket ships anymore.
I
so
know. It's a real,
We'll see how.
real bummer.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe. Do you think they'll ever be added to iRacing possibly? Or do you think it just be LMP1
The hypercars?
class? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You think so?
Oh
Really?
yeah. Oh yeah. I think so. I mean, why wouldn't they? I mean, it's a racing series that will be competing. You know, I think if somebody's racing it and it's contemporary, I
Yeah.
feel like they have to design it. But you know, the rules. I mean, the hypercar rules are just so confusing. You know that Aston Martin basically, you know, had the rules changed and then decided they didn't want to compete. And so, you know, now we have all these different rules for different hybrid cars and non-hybrid cars. And it's, I mean, I hope it all works out. I mean, I think everyone's kind of waiting and seeing what is going to happen. Whoa, there we go.
There we go.
More,
Little scrap here.
yeah, a little
Between
scrap
Kevin
here.
and Simon. Yeah, looks like Simon's coming back at Kevin here, trying to get his position back. But Kevin is just not making it really easy for him. So we'll see what happens when they come into the first chicane here. And it looks like Simon was able to get ahead of him. But Kevin looking for a look. Nope, he's going to stay behind. But yeah, I do hope the maybe the hypercars will be added. But just seeing how new they are to the sport, it's going to be difficult to see if manufacturer actually let iRacing be able to copy their car and put it into the online service like that. But I think
Yeah,
it'd be
absolutely.
great to have it. Because
Well,
iRacing,
I mean,
of course, goes off accuracy in real life, how they do it.
totally. You know, they want an accurate model, and you know, nobody wants to give away their secrets and their performance advantage. And but ultimately, the car performs on track, and it performs lap times in an ideal state with, you know, racing drivers. And so, you know, I don't know if you can work backwards from there, but and design something from that, and then hopefully the licensing comes along too. But you know, iRacing has relationships with most of these manufacturers, you know, Audi, BMW, Porsche, and it increases these, you know, the brand's recognition when people can race their cars. So, and I think the whole COVID situation has increased iRacing exposure, and people know about it more, and people are certainly using the service a lot more. So, you know, I think it it makes sense for them. Um, and esports in general is such a huge thing, and you know, it gets more people watching races too. So if they can drive the cars too, so I do think that like there is a chance for it to happen fairly soon, but you know, I don't know. I don't know at all.
Yeah, no, it's just great. We've seen Formula One, and Formula E, even the WEC race series, going to online with actually having competitiveness as well with the real pro drivers that they actually have on the cars themselves in real life. But yeah, no, WEC actually had their own little official Le Mans last year. So that was really awesome to see that seeing such a professional and profound category in sport of endurance racing coming onto online service.
Ooh, wow, that was uh,
Wow.
quite the pass by Rick. Rick is on the
Yeah.
move through the Porsche curves.
I know, I was just looking at that as well. Just tiny bit clip that Rick was able to just clip that tire tiny bit on the grass, just got a little bit loose, but he was able to save it, which was really awesome. I thought he was
I
going
mean,
to just
maybe,
lose it there.
and what's nice about these Audis and that Porsche is, you know, when you start to go sideways in them, it is like a four-wheel drive drift car sometimes, and you can get it on its edge. I mean, it's not fast, but it doesn't spin like, you know, other cars because they're just rear-wheel drive. So it's a pretty insane racing machine that they made, these all-wheel drive hybrid. You know, so, you know, I think, you know, the hypercars, will they be faster than this? I don't know if that's gonna happen. You know, but we'll see.
Back to the
Think so.
hypercars and iRacing conversation, I gotta think the Dallara IRL1, kind of being the Formula One, 2022 reg car, in iRacing, but it's not necessarily, a Formula One car. Kind of sets a precedent here for something that iRacing could do possibly in the future with hypercars or just about any other series.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, I think the theoretical of, race car, and I think, the IRO one, whatever you want to think about it, there was some good elements of it, of them saying like, we want the V10, we want, ground effect, we want certain parameters for performance, and they kind of, maybe it was a little rocky at the start, but it's a pretty good. I was driving it the other night, and it's actually still it's pretty great.
It's a
They made it a lot better.
fantastic drive. The series might not be the
Yeah,
best, but the car is just a dream.
just the way the ground effects work
Yeah.
is just like, just like, okay, you have to tell your mind, you like, take more speed in this corner because you can, and that's just such a interesting element to bring into a racing series of how technologies change the driving experience, and of the hybrid systems in these as well. And so, it's definitely going to be interesting what iRacing does for the future, just because all these racing series are changing, and just with the electrification, not total, not even Formula E, but the hybrid performance systems, it adds such a level of speed to an already fast experience that, yeah, there's definitely an opportunity there. I don't know what iRacing is going to do, but maybe it's a lead and follow situation with what goes on in IMSA and the racing series in America, or in Europe as well, just to see what cars are entered in certain events. What are people racing?
Gentlemen, I have some more bad news about our 49 Valhalla Sim Sport Royal car.
No.
Let's take a look.
No.
Oh boy, we got another. Wait. Oh, this is okay. So this was the coming out of.
Coming out of Indianapolis. It's our Naj. Wow,
Ooh.
just all the way to the left-hand side over there.
Looks like the brakes just didn't work, but.
Well, what's the reason for the rear wing damage, though? That's the thing I'm really wondering about.
Interesting. Okay. Well, we just saw them. So they're out back. They're back on the track.
Does seem that way, yeah. Yeah, they're still chugging along. Got Alex.
Okay, so I think that was just them. Yeah, I think that was just them on their outlap, possibly cold brakes or tires, something like that.
Certainly, and possibly still some damage there. Who knows? But
yeah, I mean, you're driving a rebuilt race car. Especially because Alex Traber's just getting in the car for the first time of the race. I would imagine the car is quite a bit different than what he practiced in and qualified in. Just
I gotta imagine it's tough to get comfortable and build trust with a car that just gotten wrecked or just coming out of the pits. So
yeah, especially when he's murdering cones out there too.
We should ask Jim Clark and Colin Chapman about trusting making a race car work. Wow, what those guys achieved in a car that was literally like, a nice little piece of jewelry that they somehow got to go 180. A car that we all would have been killed in, trying to drive fast, given our iRacing, our racing tenacity.
yeah, man, you ever given the Lotus 49 a go on here, huh?
Oh yeah, that's
Terrifying.
cojones. You need balls to drive that thing.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know how the car is still able to move on its own weight with having 3-ton iron balls like Jim Clark did.
Yeah,
honestly,
or any of them,
that's crazy. Oh, that too. Yeah, definitely.
And I do think iRacing is pretty great, and those cars are really fun to drive. I wish there were a bit more manufacturers, but that's okay. I mean, it's great that this sim, you can drive NASCARs, you can drive midgets, you can drive everything. These cars are insanely, phenomenally intricate, and they're in the granular level that they've designed, and even the way that the tires degrade, and just all the things that they've made to make it so accurate are pretty, it's pretty phenomenal to me.
I think you're absolutely right. I think deep down we're all race fans. It doesn't matter the type of race, and I think we're all just in it to race. And getting back into the race at hand here, the ISRC 24 Hour of Le Mans, RLR Abruzzi Esports Black in the lead here. I find it amazing how aggressive they are being on these overtakes through lap traffic.
Yeah, it's pretty. I mean, we were watching that earlier too. I mean, it's just they were 3 abreast, and it's just boom, boom, boom. No, all commitment. You know, and that takes a real kind of gelling of all these guys, kind of done enough laps to know where everyone's going, and so it's phenomenal.
But to be leading the Le Mans 24-hour here, you really do have to push that hard and make that level of risk,
That's the
just
difference.
kind of
That's the
increase
difference.
it a little bit. I think you're spot on. It is.
It's just it's that little edge of just needing to get by just a little faster, and it does feel like a risk, but it's just that commitment. And it's also being able to somehow innately just anticipate, when getting on these lap traffic just exactly where you want them, and making sure that they see where you're going. And we are seeing less flashing lights going on now, which is, I think, a little bit better for settling the race in as well.
No, you're right. You're very right. And just how distracting that can be late at night here, with those lights flashing around Le Mans. That is the only light you have in most parts of the track. That early stadium section, sector 1, you have some lights, but out towards the back in the countryside,
Yeah,
you
coming
really
out
don't
of
have any
Arnage, it's
lights.
just so dark
As
out
someone
there.
flashes you're really kind of just stuck and you can't see much. So being able to communicate, without needing those lights and just kind of moving your car the way you want to go is a huge thing.
It's a real skill. It's a patience, and it's also just knowing that you can be a little offline on some of those turns outside of Arnott, or yeah, just like out in the back where you don't have to be quite on the apex. Just like be off a little bit, and you can let that car go through, and and not diving for it when you need to. And I think that's a real kind of there's a real meditative point you get at. I'm sure these guys are having. It seems like they're all having a good time at this point in the race. Everyone's going pretty quickly. Everyone seems like there's no frustration behind anybody. There's no blocking. It's real good.
You're
Smooth
right,
driving.
but what we do have is, a few mistakes here and there late at night in the wee hours. Let's take a look here at this replay. Fabio Soares, RNE Team Red, 79 LMP2. Oh,
Ooh,
he
Wow.
that is
spins
a
it.
big impact. Yeah.
Massive just snap oversteer.
Yeah, it looks like he turned in and he just overcorrected, huh?
Yeah, that's a shame.
Curious
Yeah,
to see
that,
how
that
much
car
damage
can
and
be
top
snappy.
speed that's going to cost them.
Yeah, and again, everyone's kind of pushing right now, and sometimes you can let it get away from you.
Tough to see
I
that
don't know.
RNE Team Red trying to battle back here, 14th place in the LMP2 field, but battling back through the GTE slowly but surely. But that's gonna hurt their progress.
Yeah, we'll have to see if it has damage as well. He went pretty hard facing into the barriers there, so at least a nose cone change might be in order for his next pit. We'll see if it puts him out of sequence, maybe.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
talk
don't
about
know.
that. A track like Le Mans, where aerodynamics are so key and crucial, with these long straights and high top speeds. At what point does it kind of become worth it to pit early and get that damage repaired rather than just kind of carry on till your next pit stop?
Yeah, I mean it's just kind of an assessment because a damaged car sometimes doesn't have the most confidence going into turns, so you might be losing some time just being able to not be able to push the car like you want. So you kind of have to. I would always err on the side of caution and pit, but we'll see. It's a strategy.
Yeah, I've seen multiple cars actually park it up because they've had too much like damage and just lose too much speed on the straights. They just said like, hey, we don't have to pace anymore. There's no really for a reason for us to be here. So I've seen a couple people just park it up and just call it a day. Honestly, it's unfortunate, but it really is just kind of asking yourself like, hey, is this really worth it? Just seeing cars pass it all the time. Maybe like am I even being a hazard to others because of how slow the pace is you're doing? So it really is just going off the aerodynamics here is just really important, especially for the prototype cars. The go over a such curb at the wrong angle, a little too fast, you can damage the floor and lose about at least 10 Ks, which can be really vital towards like maybe towards the end of the race where people are starting to catch up to you, and just hard to see if you try to pull away from them. But yeah, it's just crazy also seeing the LP2 cars basically almost at the same speed, top speed as the LP1 cars, which is just so fast in a straight line. But seeing most of these cars just run with zero wing, really, like no wing at all. It's just saying that they're really trying to get the most amount of speed that they can get through the
Yeah, I mean,
Mulsanne
Le
straights.
Mans is straightaways with a few corners that are pretty gnarly. So it's just the wing is probably the biggest factor of being fast here.
I want to go back to our top speed assessment that we've kind of been going over here. Lewis Woods here at Bruzy Esports Black. Highest top speed so far in the LMP1 class with 353 kilometers an hour. Again, faster and faster.
353.
They are getting faster.
Wow.
They are getting faster.
Is that with the type of with a toe possibly?
They must be getting some
It
sort
has
of
to
toe, but certainly keeping the car clean aerodynamically and
It was
taking
almost
advantage of it.
250 there. He did 249 right, or 349 right there.
Incredible.
Wow.
Absolutely incredible. Just, you know, at least 8 kilometers over any other car in the field.
Yeah, these are like the type of speeds you see in IndyCar, really.
Truly.
Just how fast they are going. Honestly,
that is beyond quick.
And going this quick in a track where you cannot see maybe like 200 meters in front of you, just going as far as headlights can see. It just feels like it's scary, just not really knowing what's there. Like you could have a car that's just spin, not have the lights on, possibly something like that.
Well, just imagine it
It's just crazy.
with less lights and with no chicanes. And then you'll remember it in the I think they put the chicanes in '89. What's even crazier is they put the chicanes in '89 and they somehow went faster. They still broke the record, even with the chicanes. That's where the level of the cars, and that was that Nissan GTP car, Nissan. But yeah, without the chicane, that's that. At least you have those to kind of break up the long haul to. Can you imagine these cars on that? I mean, it's the gearing and stuff. It's wild to even imagine it.
Yeah, it's crazy how seeing Lewis Woods just able to crank out each lap, breaking the real life record, which is about 3:14, which was set on on a qualifying setup. But
I mean,
doing this type of
exactly.
underneath the 310s is just on a race setup is just crazy.
It's wild. It's truly
Yeah.
wild. And and these, I don't think it's a video game or quote unquote video game issue either. I think in ideal conditions, you could probably get these cars cranking out that speed, but maybe in the real life Le Mans, it's busier traffic, or there's more cars, or I'm not sure how anything compares to the pace and of the real life cars, but it does feel this is up there with professional level speeds.
Almost definitely. It's just mind-boggling to me on how fast Lewis can really go. Really fast driver.
Looks like that's Jesse Kramer behind the wheel, in the lead of LMP2.
I'm probably not saying that right, but I'll give it the American shot, huh?
I love
remember,
the effort. I love the effort.
I remember the team manager actually came in earlier today and told the ISRC guys how to say it.
Yeah, but we never got that talk. The Americans never did.
I know.
And you
Yeah,
gotta
come
think
on.
the Americans are the ones that probably need that talk the most, don't you
We
think?
definitely need to
Oh,
talk.
sure,
They're
yeah.
not gonna give it to us. They're just gonna like watch us mess it
Let
up.
the
I mean,
let
it's
the
just like,
Americans butcher the names, huh?
have you ever like, yeah, have you ever like talking to a French person and trying to speak French? They're just like, no, just don't try. You know, there's like, don't even try that. Like, you're gonna butcher it. They just know we're
You
never
can't win.
we're never gonna
You
get it right.
can't win.
They can't win. You just can't.
Yeah, most definitely.
So
It's
just
just funny how
make
it is.
it's just how it is. Looks like that's check. Harry Harvey in number 5 are in 5th place there in the Sapphire SimSport Alpha. Their pace has dropped off a little bit, but I'm not sure if they had a pit stop that last lap, maybe. Yeah, I mean, Rick is doing 3:14s, you know, and that's up there with that lap of the Toyota. That's not, you know, that's the lap record. I mean, it's pretty impressive stuff.
Oh yeah, that Toyota, the TSO 50, whatever, that dominated Le Mans for about 3 years, I think it was, or 2.
It would be cool
Yeah,
if they added
that car was fast.
the Toyota Le Mans car. That would be cool if they did that.
That'd
I
be
would
nice.
like.
I like that car a lot.
Yeah, I
Saying that I
think it would be
don't
nice.
like Toyota really and how
Yeah,
they are, but yeah, I think so.
I do wish they like would add like the old Le Mans cars, like the you know, the '98 Porsche GT1 and like the, you know, the old Audi. I guess they have the diesel Audi here, but I mean, maybe they're not fun to drive, but they could be. But yeah, the sort of level of performance, you know, it's so night and day with the hybrid systems because it's so much quicker.
Yeah,
You know,
maybe even give us the naturally aspirated LMP ones as well
yeah,
without
like,
the hybrid system.
oh, you know, the car that I love is that BMW V12, the one that won in 2000, I guess. It was an open cockpit car that it's the same engine of the
Oh yeah, yeah,
McLaren
yeah.
F1. You know, it just was a
Wow.
screaming V12, and that would be super cool to have
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Especially
a lap.
the Rebellion cars that we had actually retired last year from the sport.
Yeah, yeah,
That'd be
exactly.
nice to have in the service. Have the naturally aspirated just LMP1 cars. Just
Yeah,
a lot of
that'd be,
horses.
and you know, it'd be cool to implement it even to the Le Mans racing. You know, and just like put these cars in there and have them at another class, and it's just like, you know, I mean, there's ways to make iRacing fun by their, you know, because they can easily change styles of, you know, the length and time and of races, and they can, you know, just because it's a digital platform, you can easily change stuff and test stuff out, you know. And I think that's hopefully maybe the direction the platform is going, especially with that, you know, new car that they, you know, the IRO one, and maybe hopefully they'll do something on the sports car level of that if, you know, if the hypercar thing doesn't work out, or they can get that. But it would be cool to see where they could explore with designers and manufacturers to find a cool style of racing for everyone, you know, to enjoy.
Yeah, we've actually seen a couple instances with the IR 01 and the BMW M4 G3 car. 2 futuristic cars that actually still have not seen the racetrack really, especially the GT3 car
Oh,
BMW.
you're right. Yeah,
Seeing the
exactly.
future cars being put into iRacing, it's cool. Seeing that type of thing. So maybe we have hope possibly with that hypercar. But you know what I'm excited for?
What's that?
Seeing the WEC and IMSA coming together to have
Oh,
races
right.
together,
Yeah.
having their both cars from both championships race in one race, and be able to battle each other in those type of championships. So
That'll
I'm
be
really
cool.
excited for that.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, I'm all for, you know, everyone trying to find new ways of finding motorsport to be fun and exciting and, you know, competitive. You know, I think that's the out of box thinking that you can do with these digital platforms as well. So, and hopefully we'll get some weather and some, you know, maybe a random caution here or there in a long distance race might like this, might change the strategy too. And, you know, that's another element that I would love to see, but it's hard. It's hard to do that.
Oh, definitely. No, but I think it's kind of cool seeing. Of course, we love to get rain added, possibly, but who knows how far along that is, or even that will be implemented or not
Yeah, I mean,
eventually.
just like a weather element would just really. I
Yeah.
mean, the weather does, and yeah, there'll be lots of crashes. I get it, but
Hmm.
maybe if you can make it really good and make it accurate, um, you can make something really exciting. And I think it's the one of the big things that the service is missing is that huge element, because that's so much of racing and strategy, and flat out race is fun, but having half the track wet is also pretty cool too, because that requires a different skill set to and I think the simulator racing is great because it's idealized conditions, and you can set a barometer of like what it should be, of what and it's consistent throughout all the racing. And if you try to bring a weather or a random weather generation element into it, it could possibly go wrong. And I get that part too, but it would be really cool because that's how it is in real life.
Yeah.
Just want
Definitely.
to point
I
out,
think.
speaking of weather, the track temps are dropping and now 21 degrees Celsius. Times are also dropping.
Oh yeah,
RLR
look
of
at
Rookie
that.
Esports Silver taking out the fastest lap so far. I'm assuming this temperature is going to keep dropping though, so that will
So
be
are
a.
those recent temperatures there? Are recent times there 309.731?
Those are all the fastest laps, but yeah, all those laps are coming fairly recently.
Yeah, I haven't seen that. Oh, we have Mater lock up into Arnosh. Let's see who'll get the smoke there in front of Lewis. Wow, Lewis just taking the really inside the inside line, trying to pass those two fighting GTE cars. That was really cool to see.
Yeah, there's no quarter given right now.
No, not at all. That'd be a nice thing to also be added to the service with
Some
the
Led
full.
Zeppelin. No, I'm just kidding.
So is that no the full course yellows or the section yellows?
Yeah, just like a local yellow,
Yeah, the
the
yeah.
one that should be observed, just because, showing a yellow flag, then some guys drive flat out through it and collect you doesn't really feel really, and then real damage to that doesn't feel quite right. But yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. I hope there will be some sort of way or system, but it's just software. Just design it. I mean, I know that sounds like I'm somebody that's never designed a damn thing in his life, but I mean, I think if you want to make a race sim better, you can.
I do think
Yeah,
that
most
is one of
definitely.
the beautiful things about leagues, especially a league run like
Totally.
ISRC here with live
Yeah,
stewards,
exactly.
especially over a 24-hour period. That's hard to do, but to have live stewards that say, don't pass under yellow, don't do put yourself in risky situations, don't put others in risky situations. It just makes it a more fun, more trustworthy, more capable environment.
Right. And those stewards, that's actual manpower, not a computer that does that. And so there's real people making the decisions about racing, which is actually, you're right, that is great, and that is what we should be thankful for these leagues like ISRC here. You nailed it right on the head. And maybe it's just something that you can't quite program yet. It's so contentious to make these calls about driving, because a real human element is required.
I think that's totally right. I mean, it's for the Americans, robo umps in baseball. So, it's one of those sacred things that you just can't really touch. But it kind of is getting there. It's getting there.
Yeah, as I seen, online really is sim racing is really just both leagues definitely. There's nothing really on the line. It's just the point standings, of course, throughout the whole championship. This is the eighth round, the final round for the ISRC championship, which has been going on for quite some time now. So
And
it's impressive.
and it's really
Being
interesting
able
to
to have
see
all
how people play the championship point game. They're saying, okay, I kind of only need to get third here. Fugus and Sports kind of comfortable where they're at. They're just kind of covering Abruzzi Esports Black and, you know, just kind of following along with what they do, because they know in the end they've, you know, kind of got the championship points to do what they need to do.
Definitely, yeah. But seeing how the our Abruzzi guys, it's actually the one-time competitors that actually come to Le Mans. They actually have not been competing in the championship, but seeing them just be able just to control the reins over Le Mans so far this whole time is just insanely impressive. But when we talked to the Patrick Pelchak earlier with the Fuga guys, the LMP1 team, they're actually the league contenders actually for the LMP1 standings for the championship. So hopefully they'll be able to really secure that championship win possibly. So
Exactly. So even not being in the lead of this race, they really are kind of still in control of the championship. You know, they have the upper hand here. They really only have to, you know, not let up too many people. You know, the nearest guy behind them is 4 laps, you know, off the lead. They kind of have it in the bag almost, you can say. It's still 13 hours to go, but relative to the championship, that's, you know, minuscule.
So, how long have the races typically go in this series?
I am looking at that information.
Because that's a great, you know, way to end on a 24-hour race.
It's fantastic, isn't it? It just brings the absolute edge to the end of it. Okay, so
you know what if the Indianapolis 500 was at the end of the season? You know,
this is ultimately this is a fantastic schedule. I gotta say, I can't believe we didn't participate in this. I'm quite jealous. Spa,
yeah, I'm mad that you didn't notice that.
To start this off, an 8-hour race. Okay. Then to Nürburgring, your favorite, Alex, for 6 hours.
BLN or no? Or just...
I'm not sure of the layout, but I gotta assume either VLN or possibly 24-hour layout.
Okay.
Then Monza for 6 hours. That's gotta be a blast. Tight racing at Monza.
Oh yeah, Monza's great.
1,500 miles of Sebring for 12 hours. Road
Okay.
America for 6 hours.
Love that.
Interlagos for 6 hours. Twin Ring
Okay.
Motegi for 6 hours. And then they cap
That's
it
a big
off
one.
here at Le Mans for 24.
Oh wow, what a series!
That is awesome.
That is also a fantastic lineup.
I got a good treat for you guys. We got Oliver Kemp from the Valhalla Simsport team ready for an interview to come join us.
Oh, that is beautiful.
Hey Oliver,
Welcome,
what's
Oliver.
going on, dude?
Hello friends.
Hello. How did you started the race, right? In Valhalla?
Yeah, I did. Well, yeah, I did. We had a terrible getaway pretty much, and we had a terrible qualifying, so it wasn't going very well off the bat pretty much. But yeah.
Well, you're really talking yourself up. So, when did it start to turn around for you? You got up to 5th place? Yeah, okay. It got better then.
No, you pretty much on the end of lap 1, about 2 seconds after the camera cut away from us, I dropped the car pretty much and just about saved it from the wall. So then we were like 20 seconds back already at the end of lap 1.
Wow. Did you touch the grass? Did you touch the grass this time? Because I know your lap 1 shenanigans aren't that great.
Alright, look here, buddy. That's a different topic.
Now, me and Ollie, yeah, me and Ollie have we've been racing with each other for a while now. I was talking about a year ago with Nürburgring. Lap 1, he had an incident. So yeah, Ollie's a good friend of mine. So definitely, great guy. But unfortunately, it's not really going that well for you guys.
You had some good laps early on. You were cranking out some fast laps. You were moving through traffic.
Yeah, we were. But then we were doing okay initially, but then it kind of turned, and the car said no.
Is that the incident in Arnage when you spun there? Is that what you're referring to?
Which time?
Recent time you're in the pits, actually. What happened there?
Oh, okay.
When I was in the pits, or when the car was in the pits.
No, Alex was in the pits.
Oh, I wasn't actually watching. I only saw it on the replay. Basically, he out of Indy, he hit the gravel and spun onto the opposite wall and screwed the suspension. So yeah, I left them about half an hour ago, so I don't know exactly how they're doing now. But yeah, when I
The
left,
car's moving.
okay.
It's we're
That's
still
the
in
start.
Yeah.
They are back on track. They are keeping it in a straight line.
Yeah,
Things are looking
yeah. They're doing good.
Well, if they're driving straight, then that's about as much as I could ask for.
Yeah. Hey, I'm glad you guys haven't given up yet. So I'm glad still going. Of course, hasn't gone the way that you guys, of course, want. But hey, never know.
It's all
You're
fun
out
and
there.
games.
You're doing stuff.
You're
We
on
are
the
doing
leaderboard.
stuff. We
Well, you did a good job. Well done. Hopefully you had fun at least, right?
Yeah, I had fun. Well, my stints are over, so I've had fun. It's not my problem if anything happens now. That's what I'm saying to myself.
Yeah, I was gonna say you drove all day, so great. Yeah, great time for you.
Yeah, it was okay. Overall, I'm happy with my stints.
That's good. Glad to hear that.
Well, you should be. It was a good effort.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot for joining us.
No problem. Have fun.
Yeah. Good old Ollie.
He's a funny guy.
Oh yeah,
we were
he
chatting.
is.
We were chatting earlier, and I was giving him some grief about a bunch of stuff. He's really quick though. He was driving some really fast laps.
Oh yeah. I like to be competitive with him a couple times. Somehow he's faster than me all the time, but I always say
he's
he has
got
a
that
direct
youth
drive
on his
wheel.
side. You know what I mean? He's got that youth on his side.
Oh yeah,
So-
we always yeah. Me and the group chat, we always make fun of him. In the group chat we're in, we always make fun of him how young he is. So
He's like
Right,
a
he's gonna be
TikToker, dude.
I know, right? Yeah, no, he's gonna be turning 18 soon. Actually, I think.
Yeah, that's what he was telling me.
Next
And we were
week's like
talking
that,
about
I don't
all
know.
the stupid stuff that you can do here at 18 and 16, and he's like, you drive at 16, but we can't buy cigarettes, so we're 21. And, it's like we could go to war, but we can't do that. There's a lot of things that are funny about our countries. But yeah, he's having
I
his
know.
birthday.
Yeah,
So
great.
he's a quick guy though.
Yeah, quick guy, great chap. Sometimes like to bust his balls about things, but overall, not too bad.
But that's the best friendships. And we were talking about earlier about the community. I should have chimed in, but I was like, and it's the community. When you meet these guys, you race with them. You guys bust each other's chops and stuff, but you become better driver by your kind of tit for tat kind of rivalries that you kind of develop, and it there's Spencer and I were joking that we probably hit each other so many times in races. I was like, it's like, oh, there's that Spencer Vick guy that did this to me, but you forget about it or whatever, and he's always there and you're always racing with him. And I was never a great qualifier, and I would always be on his gearbox a few laps in, and then I got better at qualifying, and then I become better at setting up, and it's just something that it's cool to see it kind of develop in those friendships, especially during these times where we're like not seeing a lot of people, or at least I wasn't. So it was it's a fun community that just like everyone wants to feel quick and feel like they had a fun time racing, and it's great that way.
Yeah, most definitely. No, yeah, I missed racing with the guys. It's been a while. I need to get back into the service.
Yeah, I mean, I go in fits and I don't know what that expression is, but fits and stops, I guess. Yeah, but I've only had it for about a year, and I've done a lot of racing, and I feel like I'm a little I need to like pump the brakes and do something else for a little bit, and just kind of do select races instead of all these sprint races and IMSA every week, and it's just like
Yeah,
but it's
I
fun.
know what you mean.
Because you just get to a level, and you go, oh, I got to put in a lot of practice in to get quicker, and you're like, okay, do I want to make that time? And to get to the level of the guys at the front here, that's a significant amount of seat time just to find where those, and also just, oh, is there a car up there? Did you see a car up there in the Arnage? No.
Oh no, actually, I missed that.
I don't see anything on the the event tracker, so we'll go with no.
All right. Well, maybe I just saw something in the corner of my eye there.
Yeah, but speaking of time, that obviously we're talking about,
We're under
we just passed the 11th hour of the race, so our top
the
five.
11th hour.
Yep, 11 hour, almost halfway, everyone, almost halfway. But right now we got RL Bruzy Esports Black in first place, RL Bruzy Esports Silver in second, Lucas Sport in LMP1, in P3, SRA IES Swiss Union P4, Sapphire Sport Alpha in P5 for the LMP1 class there. Then we've got Quiver Motorsports Hoofpout, whatever it was. We'll go with that. For the P1, yeah.
Please tell us how
Hoofpout. Yeah, please tell us eventually. Yep, P1 there. FTR Esports in the second place there in the LP2 class. Fugason Sport in the LP2 class in third place there. Stage 1 Racing Junior and number 72 car for fourth place. Quiver Motorsports Relisant or something like that. And P5 for the top 5 for the LP2 class. Now let's go to the GT Pros. Now looking at the first place, Fugason Sport GT, P1, Lithium Motorsports for P2, Team DRC Blue for position 3, and Team DRC Orange P4, and Hashtag Racing for P5. Finish off the pro class there. Now for the AM class, we have JD Sim Racing for the top spot, RSR Esport AM for second place there, Kaus Latin Gamers for third, Quiver Motorsports GT in fourth place there, and PPR Esports B finishing off the top 5 for the AM class, and that's the the hourly report for
in the pit lane.
There you go.
Gives us a good opportunity to look into the battles kind of here developing in the
Exactly.
GT class. Yeah, pretty tight. Still through the top 5. Only 2 laps separate them. That's certainly gettable with damage. You never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, there's just so much race left to do, and it seems like everyone's found their groove. So this is the fastest time of the racetrack. So they're gonna be pounding out till dawn.
And these GT cars are just so hard to manage aerodynamically. You know, we talk about these LMP 1 and 2, you know, changing the nose, changing the rear. You know, they can change, you know, a lot more than GT cars, which, you know, it's kind of taking a hammer to it and bending it back into shape. That's kind of about all you get. So managing aerodynamics in a GT car is probably a bit more important than with a prototype.
Oh, exactly. I mean, these cars are they're all just so different. I mean, between the two classes, just the way you drive them and how you manage them. It's many different races going on all at once, and sometimes they're going all 3 abreast, and you know, you don't know what everyone's particular strategy is at that point. So it's all about reading that racetrack.
RSR Esports amateurs pitting out here. Hard to tell if they're just kind of covering JD Sim Racing here, or if they're kind of just running their own strategy. But pitting on just 1 lap later, but managing their gap still here. Looks like that was a driver swap as well. I can't tell who was in before.
Not really sure. But always good racing out of the GT cars. I think they're my favorite class to watch in the real life Le Mans class. I'm in Le Mans race, I think, because they're always really tight racing. And towards the whole race, they're on each other the whole time, and I love it.
And I gotta say, they're probably one of my favorites. My favorite to race in this when it comes to multi-class races. I will say I am an open wheeler. Don't hate me, but these GTE cars are just an absolute breeze to drive around. The way they feel like a real car, but still, have just immense power.
Yeah, most definitely. But the biggest issue you have while driving GTE, especially with the prototypes, is looking in the mirrors to not get dive bombed by a prototype, which is just terrifying to have happen to you.
Yeah, that is a pretty bad feeling. Feeling like the kind of the small dog on the track, with everyone diving around you. You kind of gotta keep your awareness.
Yeah, most definitely. But yeah, GTA cars are definitely a good blast to try, especially with the tire puddle updates that we've been having each season. Feels like they just get more fun to race around with. Especially
Close
with the
battle here between Lithium Motorsports and Team DRC Blue. Just 10 seconds separates them both. Team DRC pitted just about 5 laps ago, and Lithium Motorsports about 10 laps ago. So are going to be out there for not too much longer for Lithium Motorsports.
yeah, I think that'll be a good fight to the end, honestly. Seeing that be on the same possibly kid strategy, so
Certainly.
I think that'll be a lot of fun to watch those two fight it out to the end. God, that Corvette just looks really excellent.
It does. I love the lights on the front.
Yeah, definitely. The jelly sticker as well. I wish we had the C7 added, because I would love to hear that rumbling V8 throughout Le Mans iRacing.
Oh yeah, I mean that car. The French they love the Viper because of Le Mans, and they also love the Vet because of Le Mans.
Oh yeah, definitely.
The Viper would be a cool thing to add to iRacing as well.
Got a quick replay here. RLR Abruzzi Esports Silver in second
Oh, that's Silver
place.
going around, yeah.
Loses
Wow.
it.
Wow.
That's a little moment. No damage, but definitely a spin. Lost probably 5 seconds.
Quite a moment.
Yeah, but that's yeah, good there.
Oof.
But that's gonna give some time to the Fuga guys to hopefully gain a bit more time towards the silver team, catch up to them.
Indeed. Speaking of the Fuga guys, they're exiting the pits now. Burnout leaving the pits to get everything they can. A little extra heat in the tires as well. Getting up to speed here behind. See how the gap is. Only about 40 seconds.
Yeah, with the pit stop, 22 seconds, so only fuel at that point. So doing another stint on those tires, really good. Rick's still in the car, so good driver that's still in there.
Rick, quick Rick, we call him.
I like
Interesting. The Fuga Sim Sport guys, when we interviewed Patrick in here earlier, said that they were just going to be covering the Abruzzi Esports Black team in strategy, but they went 4 laps longer, pitting on lap 202, and again, Abruzzi Esports Black on lap 198. So interesting to see. Are they trying to make a little something happen here, especially with that slip up from Silver? They might be looking for an extra position or two.
Hopefully.
That's one of my favorite shots of Le Mans, just the cars stinking down the straightaway there. I love that shot.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? Especially at night with the headlights. Look at that. Oh, soak it in.
It's cool.
Oh, yep, there's some headlights. More headlights in the background. Wow, a lot of headlights. Wow, amazing. Some red there? Oh, just headlights.
Just headlights.
Just headlights, yeah.
Just headlights. But the sun's going to come up in a few hours, right when we're probably ending. So, that's when it really gets nice.
Yeah, definitely. About 2:30 in the morning, sim time at this time. So track's still about 21 degrees. So still haven't seen the full potential come out really, but it is only they are actually using it is April 4th. Sorry, April 11th actually in the sim. So it'd be quite awesome to see how this goes. Yeah, a couple of little bit of wins, but really nothing. I don't think that's gonna really affect the cars that much. It's only about like 4 or 5 kilometers per hour, but we'll see if that really does anything. But I don't think so.
Been fairly steady and predictable throughout the race, so you gotta think by now the drivers have it figured out.
It's really good. It's really awesome watching these guys lap around the whole racetrack. As Lewis actually is on lap 204, so he broke the 200 mark about 20 minutes ago, I'd say. So that's really awesome.
That's a lot of laps around here, but we're probably going to be doing almost over 400, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's funny because we're not even halfway, so still a lot of action to come. It's funny how seeing some of these drivers are treating this sometimes as a sprint race, even though they have so much time left. Especially the daunting moves of going 3 wide or taking the off-road.
I think that's a style that had to be sort of attributed down to Audi, I would say, back in the day, is like when Audi had their, I guess I think it was Audi who would be able to change a whole front end. You know, they would wheel the car in and like pull off the whole front end of a car and put on the whole, you know, they would just had these huge undertakings of, you know, replacing half the car, you know, in a 24-hour race to win the race, you know. And then because the pace was so flat out, you know, I think it's just long distance races have taken a stylistic change, you know, from being, yeah, still fast, but you know, you're easier on the brakes and you're not using tires, and you know, there's a lot of like different stylistic driving you would do in a long distance race. But I think that's all changed, you know, in the last, you know, mostly like 15 years. It's just like the pace has just gotten, it balls out. All, you know, there's no, because the parts can just be, you know, moved. You know, they can just change parts so quickly now these days.
Yeah, certainly, like we said, a 30-minute engine swap for the LMP1 of Valhalla Sim Sport.
And yeah, I mean, that sounds, you know, like, oh yeah, it's a simulator, but really in real life, like I remember a Le Mans, I can't remember which one, but you know, one of the Audis had a problem, and I mean, they just replaced half the freaking car, pulled it in the garage. I think it was in, you know, 35 minutes or something. You know, they can replace a whole rear suspension or whatever it was, or the front. I can't remember what, you know, I'm sure they did that many times. I'm sure, you know, Bentley did it too. And all the guys who've won, you know, because that's just what it takes sometimes. Just, yeah, it's pretty wild that can kind of be translated to this race too, because there is no quarter.
Yeah, let's take a look at the number 85 car. Really dialing it in on the 88 car of Sapphire Sport. They've been battling for a while now, but
Love to see it.
Motorsports, yeah, Willis Santi is getting right on that gearbox of the LMP2.
This is for position, huh? For third place.
Of the LMP2 class?
Is that what
yeah.
Yeah.
No, fourth place.
Okay, fourth place
Battle
for
fourth, yeah. Yeah, but really good, really close. So we'll see if when Theo's going to go for the move, but going into the Porsche curve, staying behind him, doesn't want to lose too much time to him because, of course, dealing with that dirty air, you don't get as much aerodynamic grip as well. But then we get an LMP1 coming to the mix, going on the outside of Theo there.
I mean, that's a visual indicator of how the performance level of that car versus, you know, it's just like, wow.
Yeah, there goes good old Lewis there, just driving away, saying, "See ya, I got a much faster car, and I bet you're jealous."
Yeah, it's like, you know, you said Lewis is driving away there, and it made me think of a different Lewis, but yeah.
Yeah, well, it does ring a bell. Don't know who.
Yeah, I don't know if I've heard that somewhere. I can't.
Don't
know. TV commentation. I don't know. Get in there, Lewis. I'm having a bad dream.
Get in there. Yeah, get in there. I don't know.
Get in. Like I don't know what I want
I don't know.
You mean the guy like you too? I don't know.
Something about tires. Not sure.
Valtteri, it's James. Lewis, bye.
Copy.
Ooh,
Flashy flash. coming
Ooh, we
out
got
of
some
the
signaling, guys. We got some signaling.
yeah portion. Oh no, that was
Those,
not
yeah,
Porsche,
those
that
are
was Indy.
that BMW is a wide girl.
Must
It
not have been
just
too
looks.
happy by that pass or something with that flashing.
Yeah, maybe he just wasn't.
Understandably so in Indy. That's a interesting spot to take the inside, but again, these LMP2s being aggressive, taking what they can get.
Here's
Yeah.
this battle for fourth again. Looks like they're holding position, about a second apart there.
But you can just see Theo with just gaining that much time because of that draft, getting up to 320 kilometers per hour, coming up onto the bumper of Thomas. We'll see if he might pull a move into the kink, but I doubt it. You have to be brave coming to the brakes, coming to these really hard braking corners, but Theo looks like he's just going to hold
he's
back
close.
just a little more. Yeah, he's getting extremely close. Oh, a little bit of a tiny bit of an oversteer there, getting that rear tiny bit loose from Thomas. Because I think he's just feeling the pressure.
You know, and these guys have been driving for for a long time, and so it's easy to have that happen after this long.
Little slip ups, you know. They've been racing for almost an entire 12 hours now. You've been doing this so many times that it's hard not to zone out. You know, you're stopping yourself from slipping up
Since
and
8
missing
a.m.
one.
this morning for
Yeah,
us, or for
missing
me,
one
6
braking
a.m.
point.
for you.
Truly is a battle of attrition here. So you can come out on top by keeping their car out of any type of contact. So keep them clean and fast. That's really what the race is. We got a little bit of traffic impeding the battle here, but might have slowed down Theo just a little bit and just allowed Thomas just to get a little more time to hopefully get Theo out of his slipstream. But coming to the four chicanes now. Good little battle going on here. But so far, Theo is just keeping it really relaxed and has not passed me yet, even though he's probably had multiple of opportunities, but he's playing the safe game, which is really what you need, especially not even halfway in this race. So it's good stuff seen from both of them.
Moving aggressively through traffic.
It's just risk versus reward at this point. You know, sometimes you gotta take the risk because that you're gonna gain, you know, half a second in reward with these huge, massive straights. It's sometimes worth it to go for it.
A little bit late move with Harry just coming into line, coming into the kink there, but I like that. Last second type of move, trying to get past that traffic.
Yeah, just tucked it in nicely and made it clear his intention. Even though he was still being aggressive. It was nice.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. I'm back on board with this battle here. Seeing good stuff. I've seen Theo just going back and forth with Thomas, so I think Theo is just really trying to just save fuel, honestly. I don't think he really wants to try to get past him, but He might have the opportunity here, but I think he's just keeping off that throttle just a little bit, just to save that fuel. So he's playing the long game here, which is pretty smart to do.
Yeah, over 12 hours, you gotta think the long game can certainly play out. Let's take a quick look here at a replay. Jonas Beckman of Equivalent Motorsports GT with a big off from 4th place in class. Saves it out of the wall though.
Yeah, that's some good driving up, making sure you didn't hit the wall there. That's
Yeah, coming to the second chicane, yeah, it's getting pretty daunting. Especially when you hit that curve just a little bit too hard on the left-hand side there. Could upset the car. It looks like that's just what it did, but good save from the car. I mean, from the driver there, which is awesome.
No position loss, so just dust your shoulders off and get on with it, huh?
Yeah, definitely. Might be a little bit of a confidence hit, but hey, just keep that head up and go fast. What we can do. Gosh, it's really cool being able to hear the hybrid sounds coming out of those LP1s. Just a little whine of the electric power just getting powered into that drivetrain.
Very right. Just a beautiful sound. Harvesting that energy that normally would just be lost in the form of heat or kinetic energy and the wheel spin.
Definitely. It's interesting between the comparison of the Audi and Porsche. The Porsche can, of course, harvest energy while in a straight line without using any type of braking action to recharge it. So it's able to get a type of energy gain just driving. So that's really cool there. But then the Audi itself has to regen power from braking itself. So brakes are very important for the LP1 cars. But and then also with just seeing how just tremendously awesome they can be on the brakes. It's just mind-boggles me in how fast they're going to stopping within just short distance. It's just quite a sight to see. So yeah, we've got about 3 Audis and 3 Porsches that are in the LP1 class that are still back. But right now we've got Audi leading. So
Great
so far,
representation from both manufacturers here at the top of the field. Roughly even here, but yeah, good show.
Yep, German dominance, really.
Pretty interesting here on the left. You can see just kind of how little pit stops the GT cars are making compared to the prototypes. 8 stops compared to as much as 16 there on some of the LMP2s. So
Yeah, I think the thing I know about the LMP2 is they do have a very small tank actually. So I think every about 40-ish minutes they have to pit and go for the refuel. GT cars do have the bigger tanks, so and obviously don't do that much fuel consumption from the prototypes as well. So it's really impressive just seeing how far they can go. Yeah, just 8, 9, yeah, about 8 or 9 pit stops for the GT cars compared to the prototypes. So that's pretty impressive. I
Yeah,
think
I
the
mean,
GTA cars
over
can go
just
around an hour.
at just over 11 hours now into the race, only making 8 stops, 9 stops for some of them. That's impressive now. Let's take a look in the AMs as well, see what they're doing. Some of them are getting a little more stops, 10, 11. Possibly running a little more downforce on those setups, using a bit more gas to get around.
Yeah, maybe it was like that, but it's always seeing how impressive the pro drivers can be compared to the AM drivers. It is really cool. I also did see this week, I think, earlier this week, that there was a new class for the LMP2 category for the WC, which is the Pro and AM class, which is kind of cool to see. So more competitive competition there. So see how really how that will work out.
Lewis Woods following behind. Is that no?
Yeah, so looking at the team info here, it does look like the Lux M24 guys are actually in the this championship, but unfortunately, it looks like they're not at Le Mans right now, so that's unfortunate for them. But it's good to see them. That, as said before, it's such a small community that like you see, feels like you always see people that you watch race, whatever. Just see them all over the place in different type of leagues, something like that. So that's cool.
Definitely Kevin Blue from that same league that we saw earlier. That was him, so good to see him as well in here driving a GT car. Here's Rick Verbeisen trying to protect himself from being lapped by the RLR Abruzzi Esports Black LMP1. Being aggressive with traffic here, saving himself from the lap, but looks like he's going to lose it here.
That's unfortunate, but like I said before, their big competitor is just the silver car that they're going to try to run down. But hopefully they can do that. But Lewis is definitely a very, very, very fast driver. So looks like it's going to be very, very shortly. I think right now there's only going to be 2 cars left on the lead lap.
Yeah,
That's
definitely.
both
Only
Bruzy
about
guys.
55 seconds from Fuga Sim Sport to the Esports Silver team. So they are slowly but surely closing that gap and kind of running them down.
That's good, yeah. Especially with how much of a race is left. Looks like we might get good fighting between those two throughout the race later down the road.
Yeah, I was watching Lewis Woods early, and just watching him, there's just a greater speed he's got than the rest of everybody. It's pretty exceptional.
Yeah, Lewis is a different machine out there, honestly. Really putting those times and laps, just being consistent and very fast.
I mean, look at that entry going in there. I mean, it's just perfect.
Oh yeah, he's just able to get that line nailed. Just crazy to see.
Absolutely every limit.
Yeah,
it's exceptional. I mean, we got 12 hours to go, and he's just like, boom, every apex. I mean, everyone's on that level, but it's just a little bit more for him.
Definitely, yeah. So, yep, pulling to the pits now.
Well, he had a light race car, looking fast.
Looks like Silver's pitting out. So we may see Fuga SimSport catch up here.
Yeah, I remember. I do remember Fuga actually did do a different type of strategy. They did earlier.
Yeah,
earlier
they're
pit
covering
from
by
the
4
silver
laps,
guys.
so this could get interesting here. If they're able to overtake Esports Silver, you know, they could theoretically control the pace a little bit more and kind of, you know, run their race.
Maybe, yeah. Hopefully they can do it. Yeah, she looks like Rick has the silver Bootsy car in his sights actually, so he's just gonna be pushing, try to get to him.
Would love to see it.
Mm-hmm. It looks like it's just a gap of just 7.8 seconds, so it's definitely possible they can really
Nip
catch
and
up to him.
tuck. Interesting move going on there. Well, maybe the driver behind was a little upset about it. He flashed his lights.
Oh yeah, I think that BMW will be a little bit angry with that LP2 just diving inside of him at Arnage. That's really not a place to really pass, honestly, especially as that's the
No,
high speed of a
absolutely
corner.
not. Yeah, the turn is so fine tooth there to get it right, and you're going so fast.
Yeah, if you go off the line just about car length as the BMW did, you're just gonna lose a lot of speed coming out of that corner.
And you'll get a penalty to, slow down probably.
That too, if you do run wide, yeah. But it's gotta slow down to not get that. That's where you lose at that time.
Sim time is what, about 3 a.m. right now?
Just
Yeah.
approaching.
Approaching that mark, yeah.
Ooh, wow, that was an interesting line going through there. Rick is trying to move through traffic, and I think it got caught out a little bit there, but he kept it on the track, but was not ideal.
You gotta think he can smell Bents from RL or Abruzzi Esports Silver a little bit there. Just about 6 seconds ahead. He's wanting it.
Yeah, he's got that carrot at the end of the stick. It's out there. He just wants to take it right now. It just sends a message, even if you're on different strategies of passing another guy under green for second place. 12 hours of the race sends a signal.
I mean, even just running him down is gonna send that message ahead.
No doubt, yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, just being able to also just see a competitor in front of you, they try to run down, gives such a big morality boost. it just gives you more confidence on just to try to push the car. But they have to be careful on not to push it too hard because they can make a mistake, which can damage the car or just make them lose time overall. It's like Theo going on outside of some lap traffic throughout the Porsche curves here.
Real wide, but he made it.
Yeah, there you go. More of that downforce, just being able to get him sucked right to the ground. Just look at these type of things.
It's like it's going to the pits there too.
See in the mirror there, in his virtual mirror, just how tight that Ferrari is behind him, how much stress that's got to give him in his mirror.
Yeah. Yeah. But that's
He just
that
lets
is
him
the-
up, lets him go.
Yeah, he did.
Could be a different pro or
Like
hand class.
Travers
or-
coming into the pit lane. Is that correct?
It appears so.
That's the Valhalla car, the one we saw get a new engine about 6 hours into the race or 8 hours into the race. No.
Only
This
about
was-
an hour and a
I
half
think
ago.
10,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
so that. Yeah, but finally a actual scheduled pit stop, not one that wasn't unscheduled. So that's good.
Very good.
Back on their feet, which is awesome.
Again, if they can just claw back and just
Three
keep going,
abreast,
you
look at
never
that.
know
Whoa.
what's going to happen. Great race in there, yeah. 3 abreast, you are right. They are
Always
giving it
love
their
seeing.
all.
Yeah, I always love seeing the 3
that livery.
classes in one scene.
That livery on the
Little shot.
53 is great.
I agree.
Here's Kevin Finn fighting back after that spin a few hours ago, but he seems to be cranking out the lap times.
You're right. Still in the car, still comfortable. And yeah, clawing his way back up. He's down to
Back in
12th at
eighth,
one point.
Yeah, I think they were in 12th, so they're back in 8th, so they're back and making some progress.
Yeah, really good stuff. Trying to chase down the Verve Racing team because they're on the same lap. So hopefully Karos can make that overtake on him. Yep, just Ben's on just
Yeah,
going
Rick and Ben still sitting between about 5 and 6 seconds, back and forth quite a bit. So it'll be interesting to see if Rick dives into the pits here pretty soon, or not. Oh, Alan back in the car now for Valhalla Sim Sport.
nice. Good old Allen.
We got that Canadian at the wheel. Gonna take us to the pre-dawn hours, I'm sure.
Anyone got a sunrise time for Le Mans?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Sure.
I think it's probably 5:30, something like that.
I got no clue. My guess would be about 6 or 7, but we'll have to wait and see. I'm sure the sunrise will be beautiful with the roars of the field.
Yeah, maybe we'll be able to see it before we head off. But who knows? Just get hopefully the drivers can make it through that through the night, and make it to that first light of the sun, which is gonna be
Hey,
awesome.
Google says it's gonna be at 7 a.m., but I mean, who knows what iRacing has said.
I was gonna say, is that actually accurate?
It is actually modeled by the day, so they have the day set correctly in the sim, and so we will see realistic sunrise and sunsets. Amazing.
Okay, so looks like they'll be in 4 hours then, as we just hit 3 a.m. in Le Mans, in the France in Le Mans.
Indeed we did, and temperature 21 degrees Celsius on the track. Gotta expect with the 7 a.m. sunrise time. That's going to drop probably a little bit more before that sun starts to rise. Again, that time, just hair before that sun comes up, that's going to be the fastest laps of the race, the coolest the track's ever going to get, and the most grip, that perfect combo.
Yep. Try to get to the make it to the golden hour, which is where we will see the sun rising and all this stuff. But that's where the temperatures are still gonna be cool on the track.
Indeed, and that gets to be a challenge when we get to that point. Drivers will have to be a little bit prepared for it, as sun kind of comes blinding around some of these corners.
Looks like Fuga Simsport is closing in still on RLR. I think they went a little bit faster last lap there. It's down to 6 seconds, I think.
You are correct. Down to 5.5. Slowly but surely closing that gap. How many more laps are they going to be able to cover both Black and Silver's pit stops of Bruzy Esports?
Oh yeah, I mean it's a close horse race here. He should be coming out of the.
Watching the Verve Racing Team Black, and they've been doing a lot of actually like really long coasts. That's maybe just trying to really get save some fuel there. But 336 around that time around, and usually doing 32s. So not sure what's really going on there. There could be some really extreme fuel saving or something. But
Took a lot of that curb too.
Yeah, I saw that. Almost right into the gravel.
They last pitted on lap 185, but that's about on par for what we're seeing throughout the field. About lap 179 through 190, so they should be able to make it. It's definitely seeming like a strategy thing at this point then.
Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully it's not like any type of like hardware issues or like that, so hopefully everything needs to be fixed out and then they can get back on their way.
Certainly, but I can't tell you how many people we've seen just forget to pit and then run out of gas here tonight, and have to take a quick little tow around. So fortunate that it's not that, but certainly do want to see them keep pace a little bit better.
Yeah, definitely.
Valhalla Simsport Royale car battling up through the LMP2 field. Quite a few laps off the Sapphire Simsport Alpha team due to that engine swap, but still looking good.
Yeah, Roth is looking pretty comfortable in that car too.
Right.
Yeah, he's just on his first stint of the race so far, so stuck in night shift, but hopefully he can do well.
Ooh, a little contact there.
Oh yeah, Sam not happy, but Sam not happy about that.
Little flash. I can see why. Yeah, Sam's got to be a little angry about that.
Not sure. Maybe they'll bring that up to the attention of the stewards, possibly, but I don't think so. Might have been looking like a race incident, possibly, but who knows? Just definitely not happy with that.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how the Stewards.
Looks like he's gaining on him here.
Yeah, he's getting a good toe down that straight. Making a move on the inside.
Slingshotting.
And again, behind him as well, making a move on the inside. Oh!
Oh,
Big
oh
wreck,
my
big wreck.
gosh.
And behind too, collecting.
oh,
Whoa.
Looks like those
Oh
are
my
teammates,
goodness.
possibly. We got 3 cars wrapped up into that one.
Jeez.
Kevin,
I
Finn,
could see that
Sam,
coming.
Helson.
I saw that coming a mile away. I could just see. That's not good.
Looked like Sam moved over just a bit before he had covered or cleared Kevin there. And
The cars
ended
are on
up
the
taking
move.
them
All the
both
cars
of
are on
them
the move,
out.
right? They're moving slowly. The Sam's car is definitely down.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's slow. Let's take a look.
Yeah, let's take
Massive
another look.
incident.
Can we take a look on board there?
Yeah, we can do that here after this.
Oof, that's a big impact.
Heavy
Yeah,
contact.
huge impact with the wall there.
It's just
That
not
is
just
brutal.
seeing smoke. They definitely had to come out of it. They don't know what's gonna happen.
Yeah, especially behind. Yeah, you really don't know what you're going into. Let's see if we can get another look there in possibly from him.
Yeah, we'd like to see it from. So this is Kevin.
Yeah. He
Yeah.
his spotter probably told him it was clear, but I don't know that that's enough room to be able to pull over there in front in the braking zone to kind of have that covered there. That's a big incident and a big wreck for the guys that had P2 and P3 there in the LMP2 class, and now handed that off.
Yeah, it just looked like he just hit the brakes. Was that, I don't know. Yeah, whoever that car in front was, just hit the brakes maybe a tad bit early. Maybe possibly just caught him off guard and just affected so many people there. So unfortunate.
That's got to be frustrating.
Most
Yeah,
definitely.
we'll see what the stewards say too.
May have some technical difficulties here.
Give us one moment, people. Just want to stream it.
Yes. We're just getting the stream up here. Just hold on for technical difficulties here, guys. And it looks like there is an incident under the review for that wreck that we just saw. So we'll see what the stewards determine, if anything, from that incident.
Which live timing screen is that?
Yeah, what live timing stream was that? No, it was cool.
No, it was cool. It had much more information that I had.
Yeah, data.
Oh yeah, that one. Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder what's going to happen with that incident.
No idea. Yeah, I'm curious about that. I definitely think there could be
Yeah,
some.
I mean, it's hard to tell, but I does feel like the guy, it was a bad combination of moving across and not moving across all the way, and just breaking a little too early.
Yeah, I'm not totally sure what actually happened there. Really, just don't know if it was he got maybe a little bit hot headed and just went for the move. That probably wasn't maybe like the smartest thing ever really to do. It's just I don't know. It could have been classified as a racing incident, but we'll definitely find
Right.
out.
It's just you make mistakes in the middle of the night. That's just part of the deal.
Yeah, I know. But now we've got another commentator joining us in the booth, Gavin Boyett. How are you?
We're having a little bit technical difficulties with our picture, with our stream going on. So we're getting a new one up running here real soon. So just stick with us. It'll be resolved shortly. But until then, we'll look at this stream right here.
Le Mans isn't just hard on cars, apparently. A little hard on computers too.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Taking
Jesus.
its toll.
Yeah.
It's all that energy from all that Bitcoin.
Perfect. There you go.
Let me see.
Always blame nerds,
It's always Bitcoin's fault.
It's always Bitcoin's fault, yeah.
Everything's Bitcoin's fault.
But you just missed, I don't know if you watched it. There was quite an accident going into the first chicane between two of the LMP2 cars fighting for position, correct? Were they one was lapping the other one?
Not entirely sure. It could have been for position, but
Oof.
yeah, it was for position.
I didn't catch it, but yeah, I imagine as we're getting into the later hours of the night and the drivers are starting to get tired, that this is going to start becoming a bit of an issue. Fight for position becoming that bit more aggressive and that bit more.
Yeah, it was an incident that didn't really need to happen, but
If I'm correct, we just crossed over the 12-hour mark.
Yeah, we're about there. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, now that we're halfway, a lot of these teams especially the faster teams, are going to start really pushing. Especially in this night when the lap times start to drop, we're going to start.
And most of that is the second, third, fourth of the P2 class is very tight. And then also for second place is also a good fight as well. So there's fights everywhere. Also in Pro and Am GTE as well. There's some very, very close battles. So it's all heating up. But when the sun comes up, it's going to be a dogfight to the end.
This track gives such amazing opportunities for us to get close to each other without it isn't cheap. Being passed by the draft constantly. It tends to be a back and forth fight a lot.
we go. Great picture, and we're about to hit halfway. One more lap and we're halfway through. So that's pretty. That's the motor race we got, guys.
There you go. Everything's back to normal. Apologies for that, everyone. Not really sure what happened there. Just call it just Le Mans punishing us for something.
These kind of long sessions, that's gonna happen a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. But it's great of you that joined us, Gavin.
Yeah, I appreciate the invite. I'm looking forward to spending some time with y'all, watching some good racing. I see the LMP1 class has lost a couple. That car around this track is so punishing, it's so hard on you. Everything comes so quickly, so aggressively, and you have so little time to make decisions. One little tiny error can just end a race instantly. I think our own team, Valhalla and Fort Royal, had an engine failure after crossing the Ford curve a little too much, as well as several other cars have been involved in incidents as well.
Yeah, that's what I assumed would happen. Just the sausage curbs got a little too much bite.
It tends to happen with these cars being so low to the ground and those curves being so high. Once you touch over those curbs, it's just kind of game over for a lot of these, especially the LMP2, with the gearbox being so far in the rear and so low.
Yeah, definitely. Also, looks like Lewis has finally got in the car, take a little break from a phenomenal drive set by him.
That was
such a fast driver. Yeah, but now we have Jan Corbs oncoming, or John. I think Jan. But yeah, definitely great pace for him. So good, a lot of still put a good gap to the sister car of the silver. So we'll see if Jan can hopefully keep up the consistency as Lewis is able to. But great drive by Lewis Woods.
Looks like the stewards announced that there was no penalty for that incident, but there was a warning for an unsafe.
Oh, wow.
Oh, we just had a bidding incident.
Massive incident.
PPR Esports.
Yeah, with real. Oh, wow. Definitely, yeah.
Where we are right now.
Wow. Terrible crabbing going on right there.
That might be the end for them right there.
Maybe, yeah. Looks like he's got hit from behind. Just not sure what hit him, who hit him, whatever. But yeah, just sent him right into the barrier and just sent that car really crabbing, and that's gonna be huge issues for them. Might be even their finishing blow to the race. But yeah, definitely a huge impact. So maybe we'll get some.
That might be terminal.
Terminal, yeah, for sure. So maybe we'll get some steward look at that, see what the outcome of that will be. But you said the massive first chicane incident was a racing incident?
Yeah, it was just a warning. So there's no action taken between those two cars. I think they both got some damage. So unfortunately, that might be punishment enough.
One of the difficulties that I'm sure PBR Esports is just run into is the issue of the car speeds being so different between the LMP1s and the LMP2s and the GTEs. You know, when there's a 40+ second lap time difference, 35-40 second lap time difference, you start to see where those cars make those differences. And unfortunately for PPR, it looks like they've caught the bad end of that stick in this scenario. We've just crossed over the 12-hour mark. It's definitely in and of itself success for all of the teams that are still running. This is a difficult race, and while probably one of the best tracks ever made, it is definitely punishing, and one mistake can put you out of the race. So for so many of these cars to still be running, it is very cool to see. Yeah, so at this point, we bumped over from their normal season lengths to essentially uncharted territory. I'm sure a lot of these drivers have done endurance before, but for this season of the ISRC events, this is definitely a bit of uncharted territory for them.
Yeah, it's a big jump going from 12-hour and 8-hour events to 24 hours. You know, it's just, you know, because you are taking a whole day out and you got to sleep and eat and, you know, plan the whole thing around being able to get enough of all of your your glass is full of food and some sleep and some good racing, and because your brain needs to work around here, and it's just it's a balancing act, and it's pretty much 4 or 5 drivers. It's a lot of time. So
Yeah.
and everyone has to have a good pace. So it's attrition.
David might have had to step away. Okay. Yeah, I think GTE AM right now, JD Sim Racing is leading. Can't really see the gap very well. It looks like there's a pretty decent, is it a 1 minute 46-second gap to second place? Hang on, stream quality. Open it full screen. There we go. To something Latin Gamers, followed by RSR Esport AM in the third place. Quiver Motorsport GT is just over a lap down now, and Manatee Racing ISRC GTE sitting at 2 laps down. Jumping up to the GTE Pro category, Fugic SimSport GT, is leading right now with Lithium Esports about 4.5 kilometers, about a minute behind them. Team DRC Blue, followed by Team DRC Orange, who are actually coming back from, I believe, a really nasty incident early in the race. So to see them within generally striking distance of the lead, with them, I think, being current points leader coming into this race, is pretty impressive for them. I've seen them get run well off the track. That was
Very wide, but
bit of an interesting moment for
speak
them.
of the devil.
And Hashtag Racing is going to round out the top 5 for GTE Pro here, about a little over a lap down right now as well, but still definitely in the running at this track. Jumping up to LMP2, Quiver Motorsports is running there in the lead right now with FTR Esports only about 3.5 minutes behind him, and that's not a long time in these LMP2s. One bad curb jump, and that's 30 minutes out of the race. So Stage 1 Racing Junior is sitting there in about a lap down in the 3rd position. Sapphire SimSport Bravo running in 4th, and Fuga SimSport again showing up in these top 5 lists in the 5th place in their LMP2 team. And finally, in LMP1, RLR Bruzy, Esports Black and Silver are 1 and 2, taking over the top 2 spots. Fuga SimSport for the 3rd time in this list, popping up here, finishing out the podium for LMP1 with SRA and Swiss Union Racing and Sapphire SimSport Alpha showing up again in the 5th position. Yeah, good racing all around. I'm glad to see DRC Orange has been able to make a bit of a comeback. I know they had an incident early in the race that definitely threatened their championship, so hopefully they can claw some of their pace back and be back in the racing. RLR Bruzy definitely showing their pace here with a very strong, but I think Fuga's right on top of them here. We see Quiver Motorsports here coming around. God, I love watching cars go around this track. It's just so much fun. Such a beautiful circuit coming through Ford Chicane right here. Yeah, here's the Fuga SimSport LMP1. They are not far off as they move past one of the slower cars here. They are within striking distance, about a minute off of their next competitor, but that is not very long with 12 hours to go. That's a long time to go. RLR Bruzy has a 2-minute lead, but still, that's not much. You're gonna have to keep their pace up for sure. Stage 1 Racing, they're the bottom of the podium right now, holding themselves pretty well up in that LMP2 car. A little bit off, not too bad. They're still there as well. For a racing team, I've raced against them several times. Good guys, good speed. Seem to be holding themselves in there a little bit, just a little off the leaders. Less than a lap between them and the leaders. You can see the Fuga SimSport LMP2 here in top 5. And Jackson Lowry in the FTR Esports car.
Those FTR Esports guys have been showing a strong showing all day. Holding second place the majority of it, but the 330 gap, they're kind of pushing, getting lapped there by Quiver Motorsports.
Yeah, they're going to definitely have to push to keep themselves on the lead lap. That's a difficult one. And a worry for a Quiver as they go by. They're going to have to be careful with cars almost on their pace, keeping up with them at that point.
certainly a good point there. But they could just be running some different pit strategies.
That is true. With a bit of longer pit stops, they could be a little off cycle right now. Hence the what seems like a bigger gap than it is. We could see the leader in the equivalent car go in pretty soon. The RLR Breezy cars are so fast. Have such a good lockdown on these cars. They understand how well they move and stuff like that.
Yeah,
It's so much fun to watch them drive.
They're at a level.
And speaking of the FTR guys, apparently their third driver has not been able to actually get onto the race because his power's been out. So it's just been Ryan Chevalier and the other teammate just been cranking out the laps so far out of this race. So Ryan himself actually done already 120 laps, which is an insane amount. That does a lot.
It's unreal.
That is crazy.
That is 6 hours plus of driving.
Yeah, that is crazy.
That is some incredible endurance, to say the least. That's taking the endurance mentality to its limit. Do they know if their third driver is going to be able to get back on? Are they expecting Power to be on soon?
Well, there doesn't say so far, but I really hope soon for Jackson and Ryan to hopefully get a break.
Yeah,
from,
absolutely.
Doing so much work for the third
You
driver.
said that was the FTR car?
Yes, the second place for LP2.
Oh, wow.
I've seen some incredible runs. Every year you see a couple of people that can do the entire race by themselves. I do not believe, I'll have to look this up in a few minutes, but I do not believe that anyone has ever completed the Le Mans 24 hours by themselves. I know that Daytona has done twice.
There's that famous story of the guy, I can't remember what his name is. I think he's a Belgian guy back in the 50s. He did the whole Le Mans one, but he let his son drive for like 50 minutes.
That's right. His son drove for long enough to pass as a second driver and to give him a break, get some food and some coffee.
But he's like, I didn't have to, but I, you know.
If I remember correctly, he finished really well. I don't believe he won, but I believe he finished really well.
I thought he won, but maybe not.
Did he win? We'll have to look that up. We'll look that up later.
I think he did. I think he did, but yeah, okay. I remember that story too. Yeah, it's just crazy how people just have so much endurance in them.
With
the cars went 150 miles an hour, not 230.
Yeah. 230. With sim rigs getting more and more realistic, and a lot of these drivers using direct drive wheels and stuff, I can't imagine 6 hours plus, 7 hours plus in the car. That would be
just on your eyeballs.
Oh, absolutely.
Your bladder and your brain. All of it. Whoa, okay.
Whoa, had a bit of a moment there for Sapphire Sim Sport. Can't tell who that is they're moving past right now, but obviously not happy with the flashing of the lights. Seem to have calmed down a little bit as they head into the Porsche curves. These LMP2 and LMP1 cars are such a joy to take through these high-speed curves like this. The downforce allows you to just take curves. So much speed through.
They're made for the Porsche curves.
Oh, it's beautiful.
In corners like Blanchimont. Or
you go around the entire WEC circuit, you see all these corners where these high downforce prototypes just thrive.
Driving one of these around Circuit of America makes me enjoy Circuit of America.
Which is a rare thing nowadays.
Because I don't know, but the S is there, you know, just in one of these bad boys, you're just like, wow. It's really awesome when you get it right. It's just... Not
to go off topic too much, but I am personally from Austin, so I don't appreciate the hate towards Circuit of America. But
I don't hate it. It's not a hate. It's just like I wish my brain liked that circuit more, but it does. It's growing on me.
It is definitely designed for downforce cars, you know.
Yeah, for these guys, for Formula 1 cars, for the big stuff.
I mean, we remember that most of Le Mans was designed for cars that before a time when downforce was a regular part of racing. So it's amazing to see the technical achievements that have occurred with things like the lap record finally being broken a few years ago.
By was that Nagasaki?
I believe it was, and this is despite the track going from, I want to say 13 corners
to
32.
No, it was it wasn't Nagasaki.
No, it was not Nagasaki. He's from the 80s. What is his name? K.
Kojiyama?
Is that his name? Not Katayama. What's his name? Oh my god.
Ah,
Viewers, comment on our.
Is it a current standing lap record?
Yeah, it's a
Should
one.
be, yeah.
Oh, Kobayashi. Kobayashi.
Kobayashi.
Kamui
That's right.
Kobayashi. Yeah.
Kamui
That
Kobayashi.
video of
yeah.
that lap, I've watched that video of that lap so many times because it's just so exciting. You can just tell those announcers are just like blown away.
Yeah, former F1 driver and just able to really just nail that car through. It's just crazy seeing him do
Last
that.
Formula,
car.
yeah, he's the last Japanese guy to be on a Formula One podium.
Yeah.
I do wonder with the end of the LMP1 era coming and the introduction of the hypercar, I wonder if we'll see the Toyota make its way onto iRacing.
We were talking about that very subject earlier.
Well, okay, yeah, I do like the idea of that. I don't think we'll ever get the Nissan, which is a true tragedy, but
Oh, the long boy.
the long boy.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
The
But
world's
with the
fastest
the
driver.
yeah, I know. God, that'd be great. No, but with Toyota, really, they don't really do much. Like, they don't really let their stuff, put their stuff like public, whatever.
They really
Let people-
don't.
Yeah, which is unfortunate. So I don't think we'll get a Toyota hypercar. Maybe we'll get something out of the, maybe even the Porsche or the Audi or maybe the Peugeot. Who knows?
I would like to see the hypercars come to iRacing. I hope that
Yeah, that's what I'm
something can
saying.
be worked
We'd love
out
that.
with the discussions.
Mhm,
Especially with
definitely.
iRacing's recent partnerships with Porsche and with Audi and with BMW. Hopefully some of these higher end cars can make their way on.
But it's just fascinating that the ACO and iRacing aren't simpatico. They're not happy with each other, but the manufacturers like iRacing, and so
That,
they
yeah, I
work
think
with.
that will pass. I think that the lack of connection with the ACO will pass eventually. I think there is the difficulty of you have several different organizations doing several different events. So it consolidating it would definitely improve their end. But R Factor 2 has done a good job of handling their events, and I think that iRacing does a good job on a public level. So hopefully we will get to see this event as an official event this year. They've mentioned before that they expect it to make it. They expect to work everything out before it's time for the event.
Yeah, the 24 hours of some French track. That's what it is.
I believe there was some discussion earlier about worries with this race. Somebody mentioned at one point that they weren't sure if this was going to cross any lines with ACO. I don't think it will. I think this being a private event, fairly small
Yeah.
ship combinations, but
No, it's like not open.
No.
Yeah,
Yeah, it shouldn't. That would be outrageous. But yeah, no, definitely not.
definitely got loose out of corner out there. I think there was a BMW back there. Dipped his tires in the dirt.
Yep. There's the leader of Jan Forbes of the RLR, Bruzy Sports Black, making his way through the traffic and trying to maintain his lead and just keep
now,
on
if
seconds
I'm
out.
correct, the Abruzzi cars are Porsches, correct?
There's one Porsche and one Audi.
Oh, okay. So one is a Porsche and one is an Audi. I think the black car is a Porsche. If I saw it earlier, I believe I was right.
I think the Audi's in the lead. No,
Is
it's
it the
Audi's
Audi?
in the lead. Yes.
Okay. Is it okay?
Yep.
Because that
it's
would
the Audi.
be with Porsche being the most winningest constructor in Le Mans history, only followed by Audi in overall victory. Audi, I believe Porsche is sitting at 19 overall victories, with Audi sitting at 13.
Good.
So
Glad.
we'll have to see if the Audi can trump the odds tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If you look in the last, 50 so years, Audi has the most recent championships here at Le Mans, so they've certainly made their impact lately, and Porsche is kind of the grandfather of the series, so it's interesting to see that dynamic play out, even in iRacing.
Yeah, absolutely. And an Audi still holds the longest distance covered in the 24 hours of Le Mans.
Really? Wow.
One of the R15 TDIs did over 5,400 kilometers in one race. That's almost 400 laps of the circuit. So that's a pretty impressive statistic, especially being that it's a previous generation. It was not one of the hybrid cars.
And they had yellow flags, and they,
Yep. Safe cars, full Chris here, yellow small stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Yeah, not seeing yellows tonight. We could see many more laps. John Forbes of RLR Peruzzi Esports Black, 223 laps already, and we are just over
Jesus.
halfway. So, yeah, we could be pushing 450-ish laps, 400. So, strap in.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
but
usually
420.
it's around
420
420 to
sounds
430.
I think we forget that the drivers in these sims have gotten these cars to such an incredible point, and they can push them so hard that I believe the pole lap for this race was several seconds faster than the lap record
Yes.
around Le Mans.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
It
Even
was,
like
I
race
think it was
laps.
at 307, correct? Was the pole lap?
Wow, I did not know
And
that.
that's 7 seconds faster than Kobayashi's pole lap, 314.
Yeah,
So
that's just crazy.
that tells you how fast some of these drivers are in these prototypes. They have made such an incredible job of learning to drive and getting the setups just right to where these cars can be pushed to be absolutely great.
Yeah, but going back to the hype cars, it's great seeing the big competitors come back into the sport, because only seeing Toyota just dominate the sport has just become a little bland itself. But seeing Porsche, Audi, Peugeot, and even Glickenhaus as well.
Glickenhaus, yeah, I was gonna
Yeah.
say Glickenhaus.
Glickenhaus
Ferrari
getting
has shown their interest.
that's true.
Cadillac has shown
Ferrari,
their
yeah,
interest.
yeah, it's great seeing these big names come back to the sport and be able
think-
to contest for the Le Mans win or
I think that
championship.
the modern hypercar rules, as we see Ruben de Vries go a little wide, good save there. The modern hypercar rule set being matched between both IMSA and the WEC is a very, very good thing for the sport, for the class for sure. To see the class grow, being able to use them both in North America and in Europe will be, and beyond that will be a very unique experience, I think.
Yeah, as I'm saying, yeah, before seeing the IMSA and WC coming together for races with both cars that can compete in the championship.
And if I'm
was really
correct,
cool.
this might be one of the first times since the 80s that the rule sets matched or were close for these top classes. Because I remember there was a time period in the 80s where a lot of the prototypes like GTP style cars could jump fairly easily between the two. But recently we've seen a very big divide between the prototypes, the Daytona prototype class and the LMP1 class.
Yeah, definitely the DPIs are nowhere on the same driving field as the LMP1s. LMP1s will definitely be the most fast car that WC has ever seen. The world has really seen in endurance racing. The hype cars, I think they're going to be 10 seconds slower than the LMP1s, but still faster than LMP2. So I think it'll be good racing there.
I pulled up some information, and in 2017, the average speed of the TSO50's qualifying lap was 252 kilometers an hour. That is an absurd average speed for a track with 5 chicanes.
Yeah,
that's pretty absurd. So these hybrids, seeing the end of the hybrid era, or not the end of the hybrid era, but the switch over to the hypercars and the end of the LMP1 hybrid era, will be interesting. But I look forward to the future for sure.
Definitely, yeah. It's unfortunate because this year was supposed to be the huge year for motorsports to get all the really cool stuff. Hypercar, I think, was supposed to be introduced this year.
It was originally planned for this year, yeah.
No, last year, I think.
I think it was originally planned to go into this season, and unfortunately had to push it back due to just limitations, teams not being ready.
Yeah, stuff like that. And also, just all of that stuff. So it was fortunate there, but no, hype cars will be implemented this season. It's only going to be Glickenhaus and the Toyota car, I think.
Correct. It's good to see Toyota being able to make the shift, the transfer over as well. I'm excited for that.
It doesn't surprise me. They do spend a lot of money into their top program, really, for the WC class.
Might as well not waste all the work.
Yeah, continue the overall wins, honestly. The championship, because they won a championship, I think, 3 times now, due to when Porsche left. So
I have to say, Glickenhaus seems pretty dead set on being a David here. I think that it's definitely a David versus Goliath, with Glickenhaus being such a small boutique car maker, but I think they
I hope
have a lot of
so.
experience in the world of GT and racing and endurance as a whole. I think their car, and looking at their car, it's fantastic. It's gorgeous.
Yeah,
I think they have an opportunity here to really make a leap into the world of endurance racing.
Definitely. Yeah. Actually, the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb that's happening this year at June or something like that has Roman Dumas actually competing in it. So I'll ask Roman how the Glickenhaus car is, because he's actually one of the drivers for the hypercar. So I'll ask him, like, hey, how's the car? You like it, all that stuff? So we'll see. That'd be really cool to meet him and ask him about that type of things.
Absolutely. It'll be an interesting experience for him to be jumping into it as well. I think these early drivers will make a world of difference for the category. Seeing how the category does, I think there are some car makers that are on the fence that are waiting to see the response and how well the racing is itself.
Yeah, but anyway, like you said, just there's still a lot of commitment made by major companies, which is amazing to see. Bringing the sport back to life instead of seeing the Toyota dominance. So new type of new cars, more cars, and type of races, different type of classes as well. So it's just gonna be fun to really watch all these good old motorsport. All the really the series is coming into one, which is really cool.
I'm going to continue to keep the hope in the back of my mind that with Mazda's DPI series or group ending, and the fact that 4 rotors engines were explicitly allowed in the hypercar rules, that we will see the rebirth of the 787. Can only hope. Man.
Possibly, who knows?
They did make it explicitly clear that the rotary engines would be allowed in hypercars. So.
Oh my god, seeing a rotary in a hypercar.
I think a 4-engine hybrid rotary would be an interesting one.
Yeah, sound like a Porsche out there, really. That's funny.
Number 2 FTR Esports car, still making their run. This is the other driver, correct? Jackson Lowry, this is the second driver?
Yes, second driver.
Okay. Hopefully they can get their third driver in there.
Yeah,
I don't know if these 2 guys are going to want to do 12 hours each.
Oh, I know, yeah, definitely not. Yeah, if their third driver comes, I would love to have a word with one of them and see how the strategy has to be changed and how they really feel, how they're feeling, all that stuff. After such a long period of just so many gruesome hours and laps around Le Mans in that car.
It's a beautiful shot right there. Jumping right here on with the number 95 car in the LP2 class, running in the 13th place. Navigating through. As it gets darker and darker, and with... That's okay. With, oh yeah, that would have been bad, wouldn't it? With the LMP1s and the LMP2s catching these GTEs so quickly, and with Le Mans having so little excess lighting, you really just have to hope that everybody plays nice and everybody moves smoothly around each other, and that can be difficult sometimes.
Oh yeah, that's very true. Yeah.
I mean, you can see right here is a great example of the speed difference between the 2 different cars.
Yeah, no, I love seeing the shots of like the ultimate classes, a one shot, 3 wide, which is just terrifying to see, but like it's still pretty cool to see just how fast they pass each other.
Do we have actually a fight here between 13th and 14th? We do. I think that was a fight between the 13th and 14th place LMP2s.
Yeah, they've been doing that for a while now.
Okay.
I think
go back and forth.
Yeah, back and forth. Theo, I think it was from the I think the Quiver team was just really staying in the draft of the other car. So he's really just been trying to save fuel. He's like a lot of easy time. He could have passed the driver, but he's really just going for the long game, just trying to save up fuel.
There is something to be said, especially around a track like this. 1 extra lap is 4 minutes saved. If you can save enough, that could be a long time in the pits. These teams will be looking to stretch as far as they can. Every little bit matters in a 24-hour race. Where 1 second may mean little now, it's these single getting a little extra lap, making 1 or 2 or 3 less pit stops could make a complete difference for these teams. could decide the race completely.
Yeah, definitely. Coming towards the end of the race, they have the just depending when they're pit, whatever, for that last hour. If they have to pit before the end, then they could lose a spot to a car behind that they're battling. So
Absolutely.
could be kind of scary there. They gotta watch out for that.
We were kind of talking about that earlier. Just RLR Abruzzi, both teams, especially the black team, has just been so aggressive on their overtakes. Throughout the field, that has really given them the edge throughout the race to build that gap and build that lead.
For some of these drivers, they see the risk is worth it. Abruzzi being, with the LMP1 being so fast and having that boost that you can abuse a little bit in those moments, that bit of aggression, for the LMP1 cars being so much faster than these GTE cars, that to sit behind a GTE car for too long can cost a lot of time, while it is often safer, and there will be teams that are going to focus on safety more than speed. For these Abruzzi guys, making that bigger gap as they can will give them a little more breathing room and later in the race, especially if something were to happen, they were to take damage.
Yeah, definitely. Just gotta be careful with the GT cars. Make sure you stay in your racing line and be predictable. You be unpredictable, you have the most dangerous driver there. So
glad to see the Holcim Sport car back out after their engine.
Yeah, their engine. Then the little bit of a big incident to Indianapolis that costed them a little bit of repairs too. But about to actually unlap the LP2 field, so that's good. They're making their way back in front of the LP2s.
Good for them. That'll be solid.
Yeah, they're gonna have to hope for a miracle, hopefully, with the one of the cars in the top 5 to hopefully crash out or something to
Sim Sport Alpha
spots.
Are they on track right now?
Yeah, they should be.
Okay. I saw them losing a couple of extra laps, and I didn't know if they were just pitted at a weird time or what was going on there. But
Not sure.
Separation for Bravo still holding there in the top 4. Carlos just looks so good through there. You can see the Abruzzi lap, their lines are so clean, they're so sharp, hitting their marks perfectly.
Yeah, they're definitely driving that car with a purpose.
Oh, the one we were just watching.
Thomas Johnson here, going to the Ford chicanes. He's become a little too aggressive. Yep, just a little bit too aggressive.
Yeah, just a little too much of that chicanes. Hopefully they didn't.
Yeah.
Looks like they were able to get clear of traffic or anything. That's good.
Yeah, looks like
Hopefully
fine
no
there.
underbelly damage.
Yeah, just a little too aggressive coming to that last chicane there. Just lost it. Pretty sure he's not going to have many damage, but
these prototypes are so low and the springs are so short that when you do upset the car, it just sometimes it's impossible to get it back. Yeah, that's possible too.
I'm on board with Quinton Floor in the P10 overall. I mean, not overall, with in their LP2 class respectively. So good, not too bad of a position. Still in it. They of course want to keep on pushing, see if they can catch up to Kairos and try to go for that spot because they're both on the same lap. So NSR Bronze, Kairos, and Boulder Racing are on the same lap, so they'll try to catch up and fight with each other.
I don't know if it's been talked about, but the Dallara being one of the newer cars on the sim, a lot of the teams that are driving the hybrid LMP1s have had years to practice. Whereas this Dallara, a lot of these teams, this car still hasn't done a full 24-hour Le Mans. This will be the first year for it, so I'm curious to see how this goes for it as well.
Oh, for the Dallara?
I believe last year was still the HPD, was it not?
Well, last year? No, we did we had the No,
No,
last year.
we did the hosted one, didn't we?
Yes, that was the with the honor of doing the first 24-hour race in it.
Right, but I'm saying I don't think it's done
Officially.
The official.
Yeah,
24
no, I don't think so.
Which
I think it
means
was
that,
afterwards.
yeah.
Like,
So a lot of these teams haven't actually had a chance to do very many 24-hour races in this car and see how it responds to that.
That's very true. Yeah, the really big ones that they can really do it with is the Daytona and Le Mans, I believe. Just the 24-hour cars they have. Quentin getting a little bit held up by that GTA car due to the passing LMP1 car of Patrick there in the Fuga Sport. Still going a really good pace, trying to chase down that silver car. Still a lot of time left, about 11.5 hours, so I think they'll be able to bring it down to the fighting distance.
Speed doesn't look the ones carrying through.
No, just
It's unbelievable.
it's all a blur.
As we jump to the lead LMP2 there for a moment.
It's crazy, just looking at the black car. Looks like they're about doing a max of about 343 kilometers without any type of tow. So that's just
The
mind-blowing.
pace is unbelievable.
Yeah, they have a great setup.
Now we will keep in mind that with the introduction of the chicanes, it has definitely slowed down these cars. The record being in the 80s, I believe it was a 405 kph. It was 1988, 405 kph by a car with a malfunctioning turbo. Ended up putting more boost into the engine, and he had over 400 kilometers an hour, which is a very absurd number when you put it into perspective. That is terrifying.
Yeah, it's terrifying. You don't have any type of parachute slow down. You only have your brakes, and hopefully.
And if anybody has ever seen or watched anything about the 1980s prototypes, they weren't safe or in any way friendly cars. They very aggressive.
Honestly, anything before 2000 is really not safe.
That's true. That's true.
But that's where it's fun.
Modern endurance cars, not to say they're easy to drive, but with the introduction of traction control and
makes more safe.
It does make it a lot more, and the amount of downforce. Even the GTE cars run so much downforce.
Yeah, definitely.
They just have that bit more stability.
Yeah, especially when you look at the Aston Martin GT cars, just their diffuser in the rear are just so massive. It just looks like just part of the car, just bulging out. It's just a huge part of the car that is really cool.
Looking forward to the light coming back because I haven't gotten to see a lot of these liveries in the full daylight yet, but a little bit of the stream catch.
Yeah, that's very true.
I do enjoy the headlights.
Yeah, we're almost about to hit 4 a.m., so about 3 hours until the sunrise. What we found out, so still a lot of time to come. So hopefully they can. A lot of the drivers can make it to that golden hour.
Yeah.
And, finally, be able to relax a little bit more in the from the darkness, but they can't relax fully because that's when I expect that's when like more of the valley will become, because once the final hour set in, that's where more of the cars are going to become focus on less safety, more pace, and go quick and consistent to try to make up as much time as they can and try to get positions possible. So that's where a lot of the careless driving's coming.
Can we sit on this camera for a second? Just enjoy looking.
It's always fun looking at the spaceships of the prototypes.
The cockpits are so small. There we go.
I know.
That's a nice view. I like that one.
I know. I was saying like these prototype cars. Yeah.
I mean, let's be fair here. The GTE cars are not slow. If anything, they're some of the fastest cars on the sim and some of the fastest racing cars on the planet. And watching these prototypes go past them is otherworldly.
Oh yeah, no, it's crazy. I think the max they're getting out of here is like 189 miles per hour, I think, at the end of the first chicane. But the prototypes are doing like at least 215 miles per hour. It's insane.
Unbelievable pace from these cars.
Yeah, like I was saying with the hybrid system, the LP1s, you blink and you're already 100 miles per hour.
Yeah.
Coming out of the Arnage.
I think that the introduction of the hybrid system in the new era was such a game changer for the world of motorsports. Now we see it in modern road cars as well. Even things as simple as pickup trucks have hybrid systems, but it's pioneered by these cars and the Formula One cars, etc.
Yeah, now we even have fully electric sports. The Formula E, of course, and then the Formula XE, whatever. It was like basically
Extreme.
the Extreme E. Yes.
Yes, Extreme E
big old...
had an inaugural event this last week.
That's true. Yeah.
The star power in that event is unbelievable. That amazing.
Nico Rosberg's team were in that first event. But yeah,
Nico
just
Rosberg.
crazy those massive Dakar trucks. Just
Seeing Carlos Sainz Sr. in a electric vehicle. Oh, we see the RL RB car. I had to get a little aggressive there.
Yeah, Jan Kors definitely had a little
bit of a
brown spot moment, honestly. But yeah, that was really scary. That would have cost him big time if that LP2 came across the track right in front.
There is the mutual trust from these LMP1s as they fly past these all other cars of hoping that they will hold their line. Look how clean the lines are from Fuga Sim Sport right there. Look at that.
Oh, it's nice.
Yeah, with these drivers racing against each other more consistently, because we have to remember this is not a one-off event. This is part of a greater endurance league that the ISREC. So, keeping that in mind, a lot of these drivers have been racing on a regular basis and know who they can trust to move more quickly around and who they can't. And at the end of the day, these guys race regularly enough that, as we see the second place car, or Bruzy Silver, have to make a bit of aggressive move there. But we talk about that right now, that these drivers do have to work together a little bit. We have a steward's announcement. I didn't see the finalist announcement. Let me check that real quick.
Stewards announcement. Incident number between number 66, team involved, 79, Team Red, Tronso Racing.
We have
I think that was drive through the penalty for the team Tronso Racing. I think it was the Ferrari of Rue, I think it was, going to the Porsche curves. I think they must have hit him.
Okay,
that's my guess. Getting a drive through penalty with that.
So we'll see them coming in shortly, unless they decide to discuss it with the stewards. But yeah, getting back to what we were talking about, is these drivers are so aggressive, but a lot of times, just like in the real world Le Mans, these drivers have over months learned together and grown together and had incidents together. I'm sure there have been incidents, as we see RL Herbrizzi coming back again. Here comes another one as they pass through. We'll see if Tronso Racing decides to come in or if they decide to stay out. They're going to come in. They're going to come serve their drive-through penalty now. Ooh, a little off there. Hopefully that doesn't get them an unsafe pit entry as they pass into the pit lane here.
Yeah, smart. Just get rid of it as soon as you can, really.
Moving quickly, get through, get back out on the track. It's, I think, about 20. Did we map how long exactly a drive-through would be? About 25 seconds or so. About 20 seconds. So it's about a 20-second penalty. Definitely hurts for these teams. They're not allowed to stop during penalties, so they have to continue through the pit lane to serve the penalty. We're on board with him here as he heads back out, back onto the track. We talk about this circuit being a good endurance circuit, but that exit out of pit lane can be very dangerous. You have to be very careful because you do enter into a very, very high-speed spot right before a major braking point. So as they re-enter there safely, everything seems fine. Thomas Johnson back on track as well after their little spin at the Fortune Kings. I swear, whoever puts those cones back out must be the most patient person.
It's like instantly too. Really good. Really good marshals out here.
They are on top of it.
We jump up here with the lead GTE. I believe this is GTE AM, correct? Or is this no? Sorry,
That
this
was
is
the pro. This is the pro.
This is GTE Pro. This is GTE Pro. That was Fuga Simsworth right there.
Yep.
Excuse me.
Yeah, Fuga seems really top 3 classes, but almost all of them are in the top 3 of each class. So really good for them. The leading of the GT Pro class is really cool for them.
Mm-hmm.
You got about a minute 14 of a gap between Lithium, so still a good fight that can happen towards the end of the race.
Absolutely. Today's lap times are incredible. Fast lap for Thomas Johnson of 3:28.9.
A 3:28 in an LP2 car.
Yeah, an LP2 car, which is several seconds faster than the real world one.
Oh yeah, that's really fast. That's amazing. Really good speed and pace coming out of those cars.
Just love watching from the Porsche cars. Such precision. Any of these faster LMP drivers, actually any of the drivers on the track right now are so consistent. We jump on board with our Breezy Silver here.
Definitely, and it looks like this is actually a battle for ninth position between Thomas and Ruslan right now. Apologize for 10th place right now.
Esports Silver diving into the pits here.
Yeah, are they coming in? Is this a scheduled stop or is this early?
This should be a scheduled stop.
Okay.
Esports Black came in on lap 222, and Fuga Simsport LMP1 team came in on 225.
Okay, so we are seeing Fugi is able to make it a little further on fuel. That may be some of that pace difference.
They have kind of been stretching a few, covering a little bit over Black. We had a little interview with Patrick Pelchat, who's actually in the car right now. Let's take a look.
Mm-hmm.
And he told us that they were just trying to cover whatever RLR Abruzzi Esports Black was doing. They have the upper hand in the championship, so they really just need to take third, and so they were just trying to cover. But they've changed their strategy since then and mixed it up and kind of getting back at Abruzzi Esports Black a little bit.
So if I understand this correctly, all Fugi Simsport has to do is finish third, and they are the champions.
That is my understanding.
Then
there you go. There's a pass. There's a pass for second right there.
So Fugi Simsport has now moved up to second. It may be...
Oh, we just had Sapphire Simsport Alpha go off at the kink. At the Mulsanne kink, actually. They hit the front.
Oh.
We will have a look at that right away. That Fuga Simsport battle is close. We'll get right back to it.
Oh,
Ruben DeVry.
DRC Blue. Oh,
DRC Blue. Yeah, a little bit of side shunt to the first chicane there.
Was able to get it all wrangled back up again. Doesn't look like there's too much.
Oh,
is he wiggling it on purpose?
Fine.
Yeah, rear wing looks fine.
Not sure.
May have been blessed by the gods of netcode today, to be honest.
How graceful is this? Patrick Pelchat putting down the best lap when it counts.
Wow.
When it matters to get by RLR of Abruzzi Esports Silver. Making the overtake when Silver went into the pits and putting down a fantastic lap to get by him.
Let's keep in mind though, that car, those headlights you can see in the distance behind Fugi Simsport are still Silver. They came out just behind. So this is going to be very, very close. These two are still very, very much battling.
Coming out on lap 231, so 6 laps, newer tires, they took tires, hard to tell, but yeah, what a battle.
Yeah, it looks like they took a 37 pit stop time. So it looks like they did get new boots. So they will have advantage of the new tires. That's why they were able to get. That's why the Fuga Simsport car was able to get past the silver car.
So we may see a jump in their pace. We may see a jump in their pace from the silver car.
Yeah,
Definitely, yeah.
Fuga Simsport did not take new tires though in their last stop at 22 seconds. So this is going to be interesting how this plays out. Definitely different strategies.
Now, keeping in mind, we are late into the night. Ooh, hang on, sorry, I had a technical difficulties here. We are late into the night, so a lot of these cars will not be wearing tires down as quickly as they normally would be. So hopefully for Fugi Simsport, this won't cost them too much lap time. But I do know that some of these drivers are pretty quick on stickers.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's going to be quad stints throughout the night for the cars, really.
A lot of the
So
LMP2,
impressive.
I know the LMP2 can go 3 and sometimes 4 stints on tires, depending on a lot of factors, depending on setup and stuff.
Yeah.
So I assume we will be seeing that from them on a regular basis. Number 2 FTR is ISREC car, LMP2 class is in the pits right now. So we see them heading down, probably coming in for fuel. We'll see if they take a set of tires or do a driver change.
Yeah, it looks like the Sapphire Simsport Alpha is staying out, so I don't think they really got damage from that little shunt towards the Mulsanne King. So I think they'd be out of the clear right there.
That's good.
No driver change for FTR Esports. Jackson Lowry is going to stay in the car here. Can't tell if they're going to take tires. I haven't seen him jack it up yet, but gas at least before he gets going.
Jumping on board here with the Breezy silver car. Oh, no, Jackson Lowry already out. I'm going to assume that's just fuel then.
That was a, yeah, hard to tell, but a decent pit stop from him.
Mm-hmm. Back with Fugi.
34-second stop. It must have been a gas and go there for Jackson Lowry,
Yeah.
not changing drivers.
No driver change, no tires, so hopefully that strategy will work out for him.
Yeah, try to see if I can get a interview with Ryan Chevalier, the other driver, the RT sports car. See if they come talk about us with the whole situation there. But real great troopers, just 2 of them trying to pull through this race.
I have to give them credit. That's an impressive
100%.
To still be running in second, to still be running. I'm kind of curious about their lap times. Let me see if I can pull it up here in a minute. I'm just going to pull up the lap time difference between FTR and a Quiver and see if they're closing the distance or if they're kind of holding steady right now. I know a Quiver is very, very fast, so 3:28.7. So their lap times are within striking distance of the leaders right now. Yeah, there we go.
Yep, definitely.
Was the Quiver car one of the cars that was qualifying banned for this race? Because it's showing them as up 17 positions.
Not entirely sure, to be honest. Also, about to see Alan Roth finally unlap themselves from the LMP2 field and actually get in front. Finally. That must be really nice to know. And there you go. Finally in the LMP1 cars just ahead of them instead of the LMP2s.
Look at how nice that timing screen looks. Everything, all the ducks in a row. No overlap at all.
I know. Thank you, Alan. You saved it.
Shout out to Alan for getting us up there.
Good job.
Good to see him going again after the engine issues earlier on.
Oh, of course he went down. It was bad.
Well, this is looking like a good night for Fuga Simsport. I don't want to caster's curse them, but definitely running strong for both their GT Pro team and their LMP1 team. And their LMP2 team still running in fourth within striking distance of the rest of the field, so.
Yeah, really good performance from all 3 teams there.
Ryden Hardenge out of the Kairos competition teams has just posted 24 hours races feels like 4 times as long as a 12-hour, and I would tend to agree with him. In my experience, these 24-hour races are long and grueling. Worth it, but definitely long and grueling.
Yeah, I think the longest I've ever done, like driving to, was like I think down to 1 a.m. I think I've driven that long.
Mm-hmm. A lot of these teams coming off of Sebring recently. Was it, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago now?
From the official one?
Yeah, the official 12 hours of Sebring.
Yep, I think so, yeah.
I'm sure a lot of these LMP2 teams ran it and had a good experience, hopefully. It'd be nice to know if any of the teams are listening. It'd be nice to know if anybody, how y'all finished in that. See if anybody had a win or a top 3 or something like that. I know that the Holliston Sport, our team did very well. Very happy with that. So.
Yeah, it's one of the cars. They won the GT3 cars. The Crimson, right?
No, the Academy team finished on the podium.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Good for them.
Yeah, we had four good finishes, so solid rep for them. Hopefully, a lot of these teams ran and did well as well.
Yeah, I remember commentating on Sebring for another league about 2 weeks ago. Just seeing how all the bumps really can affect all the cars. Just crazy how they were just able to go through that for 12 hours.
They're probably enjoying the nice smooth asphalt of Le Mans here.
Oh, most definitely. The streets
of
Le Mans.
Actually, as we see the second Equivalent Motorsports car passing Sapphire Simsport Bravo for that slide into the top 5. Ewan Bishop making a good move here. Oh no, sorry, excuse me. Ewan Bishop getting moved on here. Quiver Motorsports car making a great move. Abusing that draft a little bit. We'll see if the Sapphire car can make a move back. They're both on their outlap, so it's definitely close here. Is this the Sport car directly behind Kevin DeWinter here? Do we know if that's 4th place right behind him? No, it is not. Okay, it's not.
No, it's not. No.
He's got a little bit of breathing room. I thought that was a Quiver or a Fuga Motorsports breathing down his neck. Oh, the number 4 car just went to the pit lane, so they're just on their pit cycle.
There you go. Well, there you go. Our resident man from down under, Riley Hayes, is in the car right now. Should be actually joining the booth probably a lot later down the race, probably when we're off into sleep. He'll be joining us. I mean, doing the commentating for us towards the closing hours of the race, I'd say. But right now he's in the car of the Valhalla Sport team.
Keeping in mind as we slip into the wee hours of the night for North America, it's like 11 a.m. for middle of the day.
Lucky. But Sally's got to suffer all the ping issues.
That's true. He does suffer through the ping without any complaints. So.
Yeah, there you go.
Quiver Motorsports is on their way out of the pit lane right now on their own lap.
For those that may not know, Riley is actually famous in the iRacing community.
I was about to bring that up too. I was like, I don't know. But yeah, there you go. Tell us
David,
why.
please explain.
Oh, okay. All right. So this was last year during the Petite Le Mans. It was during the opening laps of Petite Le Mans. He's driving the CA Corvette. That was his first race actually with a direct driving wheel. So he really didn't know what to expect really, but he had a spin coming into the last couple of what's that little last chicane called at Road Atlanta?
I don't like Road Atlanta enough to know the names.
Fair enough. Yeah, no, neither do I. But yeah, he came into the last one, had a spin, and his direct drive wheel snapped, and he basically slapped himself in the face. And it got clipped. We sent it to iRacing basically, and he is actually on the cover of one of the fails, not top 10
one of the
videos.
not top 10 series, yeah.
Yep.
It is an excellent noise.
Absolutely
it is
great.
An excellent noise, yeah.
I remember watching his live stream. I laughed so hard.
I think I've watched it since then, probably a couple of hundred times, if I'm honest.
It was so amazing to see
Anytime
that.
I'm feeling down, I just go ahead and pull that up real quick and make myself feel a lot better.
Oh yeah, it was great. Just seeing that live, which just made it so much better. Like, oh my god! And he carried on throughout the whole race.
Yep.
And he carried on.
I think he bit his lip pretty hard, but
Oh yeah, he slapped himself hard. It was great seeing it.
I think he finally applied the lock button for spins so that he can stop his wheel from spinning like that.
Yeah, that's terrifying seeing that happen, but seeing himself get able to get a lot of exposure, get himself a not top 10 was really actually pretty cool of him.
Actually,
So,
internet
I like
famous.
that. Yeah, fails of the week, iRacing. He was pretty famous for a little bit, so yeah. Hats off to him. That's awesome though. It was pretty great watching it.
Just a little gaggle of cars there going through four chicanes. That's a tough spot for the LMP2s and the GDs to move around each other. We jumped to Harry Harvey in the Alpha Sapphire SimSport car. These guys are no slouches. These lap times are still pretty incredible. 3:12, running in the 5th position. Keep in mind, a lot of these LMP1 teams are high tier drivers. A lot of very, very good drivers in these LMP1 cars.
Oh yeah.
Actually,
I think,
across the board in this league, I've seen some incredible driving. See some front minus. I think that's.
Oh wow.
Okay.
Yeah. Bit of a lockup or ready to go off. But yeah, Patrick was saying earlier that the Brutes guys were actually winners of the IELMS before it got changed. Like their little series there, so they're really just competitive drivers, and obviously they're really just showing that right now, being a 1-2 at Le Mans, especially that black car.
Or Bridgie being a pretty well-known team within the iRacing atmosphere, so showing why they're so well-known, showing their pace, showing their strengths.
Yeah, definitely. I actually have one of the Brutesy pair of gloves. Pretty nifty.
Yeah,
oh yeah, they're nice.
Good
They're nice.
looking
They're nice.
Yeah,
Yep. Breathable. It's really nice.
We're not sponsored by them.
Sponsor.
But they are, but
Sponsor us.
We could use it. But they're very nice gloves, and the team works real hard. They do a good job of practicing.
Yeah, definitely.
We jump on board with Silver here. Oh, excuse me, this is FTR Esports, and we jump up to the Quiver. So there's not a big gap here? Or is there a full lap gap between the two cars now?
No, he was just coming to the push curves. Or I think they're a lap down, possibly.
I think they're one lap down, but you can see there's only about 4 minutes between them, which one mistake at this track.
No, yeah. I remember seeing the Quiver lap them.
Easily changes.
That's very true.
And Le Mans is no stranger to heartbreaking moments. If anybody remembers, I believe 2016 for Toyota and their last lap powertrain failure.
Oh, I was so happy. Not for Toyota. I mean, I was happy for Porsche, honestly.
That one will never make me. I feel like Porsche didn't. Not to say they didn't deserve it, but
yeah. I mean,
it was handed to them in that scenario. I won't say they did not deserve that win, but it was handed to them. I'm sure there were lots of different experiences, but I think Toyota deserved that win, and that final moment was just kind of it.
Yeah, it's funny because Toyota threw down 3 cars going to their race, and they still did not win. And Porsche won on 2 cars, even when one got DNF'd.
I believe, if I was reading earlier, I pulled up some information. The biggest sweep of top places was pulled off in 1983 by Porsche. They took the top 8 places in the event with the 956. So they have a history of kind of jumping in there and being up there on the top.
Oh yeah, most definitely. Porsche has definitely proven that they really are the king of Le Mans, having the most overall wins as well. So
yeah, 19 wins as a constructor is pretty incredible.
Yeah, I think they'll stay there for a while, unless Audi can upset that during the hypercar period.
It would
Even
be
Toyota. Oh, he's had Riley just go way too deep into their second chicane with the Valhalla SimSport Royal car, but he was able to keep it out of the wall.
That's good.
Sorry to.
No, that's okay. That's okay.
Bring down your heart. Yeah, just keep a heart right there, but it's all right. He's all good.
As we pass through the top of the 13th hour of racing, David, you want to lead us through the top 5?
Yes, sir. All right. Yeah, number 1 with RLR Abruzzi Esports Black Car with a dominating first place. Just holding that for the whole time. And in second place, we got RLR Abruzzi Esports Silver. Third, we got the Fuga Simsport LD1 car chasing down the silver car of the Abruzzi guys. Fourth place, we got the SRA and IES Swiss Union car. And fifth, we got Sapphire Simsport Alpha, rounding off the top 5 there. Then coming to the LMP2 class, we got in first place, we got the Quiver Motorsports Hoot Cup Pow, whatever. They still haven't come and told us how to say that. So, second place, we got FGR Esports with the Mad Lads of just two drivers and just putting out the laps, which is great. Third place, we got Stage 1 Racing Junior. Good pace for them too. And then fourth place, the Fuga Simsport, again in the top 5 there, LMP2 car. And then fifth place, finishing off the top 5 LMP2s, the Quiver Motorsports Pinearo, I think it was. Car of the top 5 there. And now moving down to the GTE Pro category, we got Fuga Simsport GT, still number 1 in the number 1 spot. So they've been doing that for quite some time now. Great pace out of those guys. In second place, we got the Lithium Motorsports guys and the beautiful C8 that they have. Now they're just went to the pits. Oh, actually, we had a position pit change there with Team DRC Blue taking that spot, actually. So still really close racing between those two. So we'll see how that works out. Now Lithium Motorsports in P3, but I think they'll be back and forth throughout the pit stops. Now going to the P4 class of #Racing and the GTE Pro. And then now we have P5, 27 Motorsport. So they actually moved up into P5, which is good for them. Now moving to the GTE AM class, we have JD Sim Racing on top. And P2, we got the Chaos Latin Gamers. P3, we have the RSR Esport AM class, the EM car. And then P4, the Quiver Motorsports GT. And then P5, we have the Manatee Racing ISRC GTE, finishing off the AM class.
Excellent.
So a couple of changes going throughout the field there. LMP1 just been good. It's just been staying like that for a long time now. But that GTE Pro battle is still happening, which is awesome to see.
I was reading through some of the information. I got the little info on Fuga Simsport. So they this season has been very good for them with a P3 at the Nürburgring, and they won the Monza event. And they've also won the ESIA Endurance Series in this car as well. So they've had a good season. They're very comfortable in this car for sure. And their team name Fuga means flight in Latin. And their it is a great way for them to grow and get higher in their skills as they climb a little higher in the class. So let's continue to chase the RLR Bridge car with less than a minute between them.
Is that the LMP2 car? Or
the LMP1 car. That's the LMP1 car.
Oh, the LMP1 car. That's right. Yeah, the P3 car. Doing phenomenal work there.
And Abruzzi showing their experience at this track. Apparently last year they finished 3rd in their split in LMP1. So with some of these guys being higher I rating, I assume it was a fairly high split as well.
Yep. Now we got Timothy Van Der Broek coming into the pits for a stop here. We'll see if it's going to be a fuel. Just going to be fuel or fuel and tires. Speaking as Fuga Simsport, we got the LMP2.
Running some blisteringly fast lap times here too. Staying within a second of their fastest lap time.
Still hasn't been able to get to that top speed of really the black and silver car from the Brizzy guys. But they're really pushing still with that consistency. They've been able to claw back at the time that the silver car has put out from the Fuga car.
Absolutely. seeing them move up here, keeping their pace up for sure. Jump on here for a moment with Polder Racing and their LMP2 entry. And jumping back here with the other Fuga Simsport car up here in LMP2, one of the other few games or Simsport cars. Ruslan and I, honestly, I'm from Texas. I'm not even going to try that name because I think it would be more insulting to butcher it. But obviously running well here, continuing to close the distance on the Stage 1 racing car. Solid run for them so far. With the 13th place car in Tronza Racing, kind of following them along and just keeping them moving, using the draft, saving the field.
Yeah, we're definitely putting in that work to really make it fast. Yeah, right now the JD Simerson car really doing really good work there. Still in that P1 spot in AM class.
Yeah, and they just hopped in and saying they have a clean race so far, and they're hoping to continue it. 13 hours in, that's a good start. Ooh, getting a little closer between these LMP2 cars. As we continue to follow Ruslan. Is there any chance we can jump to the 3rd place car in LMP2 and see where they're running at? Stage 1 Racing? There we go. Okay, so they're up here. Okay, so there's about a half a lap between the Fuga Simsport car. They've got some work to do to catch on to Kevin DeWinter here in the Stage 1 Racing car. As they're coming into the turn 1, and he's running excellent lap times, so they may continue to close the gap on the car in front of them as well. Still definitely a Quickler Motorsports car show in LMP2. They're very strong, keeping themselves way out front, keeping their nose clean.
Yeah, definitely. Still lots of good racing from the all the classes really. We got the Fuga Simsport car trying to chase down the Silver car. FGR trying to chase down River, hopefully. But yeah, seeing 4 of the 4 LMP2 cars still on the same lap there, which is really awesome. Then I know the GTE Pro class is really close too, so it's really good for all the teams so far.
We do have a request for a steward look into an incident with the silver cars. I'm not sure what happened there, but with the LMP1s moving through the field so quickly, it can sometimes become, there can be some contact as well. Jumping on board with some Simsport Alpha here, Sapphire Simsport Alpha. Watching the. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just saying that I'm trying to get a little talk with the Simbra here, Simbera, with the team manager of the JD Simerson car, and he's actually arranged for us to give a little interview. So we'll have a little word with him.
Welcome, Simbera. How are you today? Seems like y'all are doing very, very well so far.
Good morning, everybody. Yeah, it looks okay. We are really surprised that we are at the moment leading the AM category. We try to go smoothly without any mistakes. I think we can push it a bit more, like maybe 1 second per lap faster, but we are a little bit afraid because, especially now in the night time, it's really easy to lose the braking point. So.
Absolutely. Have y'all running into any difficulties? And how's the Porsche feel? Y'all still feel solid?
We think that maybe on this track the BMW is better. In a Porsche corner, the Porsche is really stable, or we have really stable setup to be more, more stable in a car. And yeah, we try to do our best, but yeah, the Porsche I think is not the best on in GTE on that track at the moment.
That's probably echoes a lot of what I've been hearing with the BMW being very strong the last few weeks with different changes to the car and some of the adjustments they've made to it. But y'all seem to be holding steady, and I think y'all are hitting that mark of as consistent as possible, even as it gets more difficult into the late night.
Yeah, it's maybe a little bit difficult in a Porsche, but on the other hand, it's really good, and it's I don't know how to say, but we are really excited to go with the Porsche. There is only I think four Porsche in a all starting grid, so
Mhm.
for me and for guys, it's really interesting, you know. So yeah, it's better to be in different car than almost half of the lobby, you know.
Feel like you're carrying the torch for Porsche at this point.
Yeah, I hope Porsche give us some car, you know, after the weekend. So if someone from Porsche listening us, I'm waiting.
You'll be expecting that Porsche in your front drive by the end of the week, right?
Yeah, for sure. Minimum for 1 week. I hope they rent it, you know, the new Porsche
Yeah,
or something like
that,
that.
that that'd be fair. That'd be fair. Like a week, just go happy lap one, drive around a little bit in it. But y'all have about a 2 minute gap here over the next drivers, so y'all are looking really solid here. You have a lot of room to move. So are y'all just gonna continue with the same strategy? Or are y'all planning on pushing it a little harder when the sun starts to come up? How do y'all feel?
We will see. At the moment, we won't survive the night,
Hmm.
and the the GTM AM is a little bit different because some of the riders, especially in RSR team, there was one rider with 5K or I don't know, and he pushing a lot. In the
Hmm.
beginning of the race, he was in a top five in the pro category, and when we saw that, we said, okay, that's a little bit faster than us.
Hmm.
But on the other hand, now after change, there were riders who are a little bit slower than us,
Hmm.
so after we overtake them and they are behind us. But yeah, at the moment we have 2 minutes gap, but everything can happen. So in the morning we can be second, third. We will see. But
Right. So as I understand it, with the rules for GTE AM, you are allowed one driver over the 2400 mark, right?
yes, yes,
So
yes.
they have their
One,
driver in there and really pushing. Do y'all have one of your own, a little ace up the sleeve kind of thing?
we have one rider over 2.4K also.
Okay. Okay.
He's fastest guy in our team, but
Okay.
not as fast like the other guy. So,
Well, and I
but
believe the
yeah,
RSR Esport driver is Anthony Pisano, if I'm not incorrect. He's pretty quick. He's pretty
yeah. But
good.
24 hours is not only about the fastest lap times, you know. So like I said, we tried to go without any mistakes. Like in the beginning, we were like 10 to get in a pro and AM, and now we were fifth. Maybe we are sixth. Yeah, we are sixth at the moment.
Hmm.
So behind us are a lot of fast teams in a pro, but if you make a mistake, you know, and you spend a lot of time in a paddock with the repair cars or something,
Hmm.
then yeah. Last year in June, in official 24-hour Le Mans, it was our first 24, and we found a lot of uh, a lot of things what we can improve because we have one rider who pushing a lot. He was faster 1 second than us, and then he go to the gravel, you know, and he lost all the advantage what he get. So for this weekend, we said okay, better go a little bit slower but stable
Hmm.
and try to don't make a big mistake.
Absolutely. No, you've got that nail on the head there. That this is more than just a sprint race. This isn't about lap times. It's about survival, and y'all have proven that thus far. That surviving is a great way. Are y'all running into any challenges? Moving around these LMP2s and the LMP1s with the difference in pace. Have y'all found it fairly smooth so far, or is it getting a little aggressive?
Sometimes when the LMP cars overtake us, it's a little bit dangerous, but it's everywhere, and especially in the Porsche corners, you know, when the fastest car is much faster
Mm-hmm.
of LMP, then there is a little bit dangerous. But on the other hand, we don't have any contact with other riders, or yeah, it's really strange because after many hours, I don't know, it's more than half of the race. I need to
Trying not to
stay.
jinx
Yeah,
it.
yeah. Yeah, it's long race. I was waking up at two because we are in Central Europe, you know. So at the moment
Right.
there is 5 o'clock,
Mm-hmm.
and I wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning. And
Oof.
when I sit to the car, I totally miss my first breaking point. So at this time, it's really hard for concentration. So
it happens. One of the biggest complaints that we hear about from both the sim racing world and the real world is just exhaustion. Drivers being pushed to their absolute limits with events like this. And you do see, you know, it's hard for a normal person with a normal life to adjust their sleep schedule to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning. You know, caffeine can only do so much for you.
But it's really interesting, you know, it's something special. So when is this coming, you know, you are so excited and you say, okay, we need to wake up, you know.
Absolutely. No, there have been several 24s where I have just not slept. I just couldn't sleep. I was too excited. We were doing too well.
Ah, then the next day you need to be completely exhausted, you know.
Have to time it right. So, no, y'all are looking very good. JD Sim Racing sitting here leading right now in the GTE AM. If you had anyone to thank, Simbraer, y'all are welcome to. If y'all need sponsors or anything.
Yeah, I would like to thanks to our sim racing team because we make good job with the setup, with everything to prepare, and if everything goes well, we would like to sign for all the championship because this is our like invitational race, you know, first race in this championship. And I need to greet a lot of people from our racing who's watching this YouTube right now.
Absolutely, go for it.
And yeah, later I can come again. If it will be like that, you know.
No, the stage is yours, my friend. No, we appreciate you talking to us. David, did you have any questions for him, Spencer?
Not really. No, you guys are doing great. Wish you guys the best of luck, and hopefully you guys can make it all the way to the sunset and to the finish and to the end of the race.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Super. Thank you, sir.
Thanks for coming.
Thanks.
Yes,
And
sir.
good night.
Yes, sir. Good night to you as well.
Good night. Have a
Good morning, whatever it is for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good morning.
Good morning for you. Good night for
Yeah.
us.
Thanks,
sir.
Bye bye.
Yeah, good luck. Well, we just spoke here with JD Sim Racing. Philip Reck in the car right now, running consistent, smooth, steady laps. Some minor little lockups, but otherwise clean as can be, and continuing to stretch their gap on House Latin Gamers. About just under 2 minutes right now, and they're holding steady there. So, and you heard them; they're not going for lap times here. What did you think of that, David? Do you think that they're on the right strategy here?
By this point in the race, yeah, definitely. With under 11 hours to go, you still have lots of time. Especially, you really don't want to push that hard during the night because that's where a lot of mistakes and most of the drivers lose out. And yeah, just being able to really just keep that ahead of that car, not going that fast, like you said. I think it's really good, especially if they have that ace up their sleeve, drive again, then like towards the end of the race, then I think they should be able to have a really good result. So keep an eye out on the JD Sim Racing car.
Absolutely. We're seeing, if I'm not incorrect, the gap between the Fuga SimSport GT Pro and the Team DRC blue car is closing. They were, I want to say they were about 1 minute and 50 seconds earlier, and now they're down to 1:45 right now. So I want to say they're getting slightly closer.
Yeah, perhaps, but looking at their times, they're so close to each other in similar pace. Really close to each other with that type of pace, so they're really doing well.
There we go. Yeah, you can see right there, it is tight. It is very, very tight lap to lap. So no, okay, so
Back
so the
and
lead
forth,
car,
really.
it is back and forth. It is very back and forth. There's some jumps around a little bit, but for the most part, it looks like it's pretty close overall, with maybe a slight climb back up for Fuga SimSport.
Yeah,
But
lap 204, that
DRC
anomaly of 1.299. You might see
Yeah.
some of those spikes, you know, dealing with traffic or things like that. You know, sometimes you just negotiate traffic a little bit differently than the car ahead, and so you kind of get those big gaps. But you kind of see them battle back in that pace with those 210s. But it goes both ways.
And we don't know yet. There may be some strategy differences here between the top two cars, because Fuga Sims, Team DRC Blue, I think just pitted in.
Indeed.
They did just pit in, so Lithium Motorsports will take back up the second spot. Oh, no, wait, they're back around again. Some jumping around a little bit, but yeah, see right there, lap 205. That Team DRC Blue car, very quick, a little bit faster. It adds up over the next 10 hours.
I want to give a shout out to Kevin Vu in the Lithium Motorsports car. He runs in the SRE league that we also broadcast. GT3s.
Oh, that's right. I didn't catch that.
Oh, Gavin,
Yeah,
yes,
probably
you
the,
compete against him.
Yeah, I haven't run into
Yeah.
him yet, so I probably don't know him that well.
That's good. Hey, I think
Keep
it's
it
good.
that way.
Yeah, get away. Yeah, yeah. No, we have the. There actually is a Lux Sim 2014, but apparently they weren't able to make it to Le Mans, sadly.
Oh,
So,
unfortunate.
yeah, with Billy, AJ, I think as well. But yeah.
They'd have been in the running too, because Billy and AJ are both incredibly fast drivers.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
I'm boosting them up to make myself feel better. They're both incredible drivers, literally just world-class talent. Which is why I'm significantly slower than them on a regular basis. So.
Let's get back to the LMP1 battle for P2. Fuga Sim Sport in the lead here. Well, P2, but leading the Bruzy Esports Silver team. Kind of interesting how this one's playing out.
It is getting close, isn't it? I think we're seeing the number 4. Oh, I love this camera shake. The 4th place car may have just moved past them. It looks like their lap times are really solid right now. So I think they're trying to make up that 4-lap deficit that they have right now. They may have had an incident at some point.
You're right. They're about 4 seconds. They were 4 seconds a lap faster than the last lap than the Abruzzi Esports Silver team. So I don't know if Abruzzi's doing some fuel saving or what, but Fuga Sim Sport is looking like they're going to need a pit here pretty soon, along with Abruzzi Esports Black.
Did we see about how long these tanks are lasting for these LMP1 cars? It's not very long, if I'm correct. It's not very many laps.
No, it's really not. The Abruzzi Esports Black last went in on lap 234, but Abruzzi Esports Silver went on 243.
So Abruzzi Silver is continuing to stretch out that gap between themselves in their pace or in their fuel saving.
Exactly. So yeah, we must have missed Abruzzi's pits there, or pit there. They just came out of the pits this last lap. So it'll be interesting to see, yeah, how long Fuga can stretch this to cover Esports Black.
I mean, it's working for them so far. They're gonna have to time their pit stops correctly, but you can see the gap there, the time gap difference, where the Abruzzi car is definitely faster, but the Fuga Sim Sport car continues to take over for a short period between the two of them, for the short periods during the pit stops.
Absolutely. We got a quick replay here. E category.
Oh, dangerous place for 2 cars here. Wait, oh. That
was probably the best case scenario.
That looks like an equipment failure, or just an overbraked himself a little bit, was able to get himself back under control.
I think he saw the LMP2 kind of eyeing that move. I think he got a little nervous in the mirror and kind of backed off of that, and let the LMP2 have it. But at the same time, that's not a place you can get off the brakes easily.
David, I think you were watching that replay as well as I was. I think that rejoin was a little.
Yeah, because there's a different a pair of BMW headlights came out of that. So I think there's a rejoin possibly.
Yeah.
Also, I just saw Quentin Floor from Polar Racing just had a little moment with a little bit of a spin. Yeah, let's take a look at that. See, coming into the second chicane here. Coming in and turning in hard.
Ooh, just didn't hit anything. As long as he can get himself clear of traffic.
That's good. Yeah,
that's good. Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Just went a little too hard coming onto the left-hander coming out of each chicane.
Getting himself back on track, but was able to do it cleanly. That's a difficult corner. That is one of those where the prototype has to go over the curb to be fast, but because you're braking throughout all of that turn in, that first little left-hand juke, you can unsettle the car slightly, and if you touch that curb wrong, trying to get on the throttle is impossible.
Yeah, glad to see that no one got involved in that wreck, really. Good he didn't touch anything, so he's going to get back on his race.
Let's go take a look back at that GTE and LMP Indianapolis incident there and kind of see if we can understand what happened a bit more.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, we saw one go way off. The Arnie team red car. Oh, into the wall at the end of the straight.
Okay, so that was a separate incident, but at the same time,
looks like he might be down on top speed based on the cars catching him behind. Patrick Pelchat has put the hammer down, by the way.
Absolutely.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Gap now.
Just put just put in another personal best.
That is a new fastest lap by over 0.6 of a second for his team. 3:09.5, so they have broken the 3:10 barrier in the Fuga Simsport car. They are now, I believe, the fastest car on the track by over 0.2 of a second.
Wow, fastest lap.
0.2 of a second over the silver car. So they are, Patrick Pelchat has put the hammer down and is absolutely trying to make up this gap.
Yeah, between Marcus, and he has actually a little bit, so that's really awesome.
We talked about how close this top class is. Fuga Simsport, despite having the championship, if they hold third, they are not going to give up the win without really trying for it.
Yeah, I think we just had to let's take a look at Benjamin O'Connell. Actually, it looks like a little bit of a moment there.
When we're down, I'd like to come back to that screen we were on just on, but yeah, let's see what's happened here. This is Arnie Team Red again. Did you catch too much curb?
Let's see.
Oh yeah, just couldn't get it turned back around. Hopefully he doesn't hit anything. Nope.
No, he doesn't. But I saw him struggle. Yeah, he kind of went to that little corner there and lost a lot of time.
Yeah, did lose a bunch of time. Didn't seem to bend any spoilers or anything like that.
No, he seems
had a
fine.
nice safe rejoin there as well.
Yeah, but a bit of a moment for Benjamin.
And such a long circuit is you have so much room. But yeah, I'd like to look at this real quick because we can look here. The Abrizi Esports Silver team has made 17 stops compared to the Black Esports Black and Fuga Simsport team at only 15 stops. So they're definitely on a slightly different strategy, but it seems to be working.
Which the Abrizi Esports Black team just coming out of the pits this lap.
Yeah, we should be expecting a stop from Patrick anytime soon now. But yeah, we'll see when he comes in.
Yeah, we'll have to hand over that second place here shortly as that tank runs dry. But you see the SRA Swiss Union car continuing to push as hard as they can. Definitely continuing to lose a little bit of time on those leaders. I don't know if they might have some underbelly damage or something like that, but it's a difficult scenario once you fall that far behind to keep yourself motivated to keep chasing, but they've done a good job of keeping their lap times up and keeping themselves moving. As Toyota and Porsche have found out in recent years, that you never really know what's going to happen in the last minutes. So with 10 and a half hours to go, there's still plenty of time for them to make a big gap.
Yeah, most definitely.
Jumping back up here with Jackson Lowry in the FTR Esports car. Continuing to put laps down despite their unique circumstances. I hope we can get a hold of one of them after one of their stints and just chat with them for a few minutes, see what they're planning for, if they're planning for a teammate.
I tried to reach out to Ryan, but Estelle's not responding yet, so I think he's just busy spotting for Jack here.
They do have 3 listed in their team.
I believe that's I think Jeffrey Belk is the driver that has no power, if I'm correct, right, David?
Oh, copy.
Should be, yeah.
So I believe his power has been out for the entirety of the race so far, and they do not know if he will get it back yet. Or we don't know if he'll get it back.
Yeah,
and
he should be registered.
These two drivers have done the first... Oh, we have a car off the track at Mulsanne. I didn't get to see who that was before we switched cameras. It looks like it was Ewan Bishop, the 6th place Simsport Bravo car. We have just overshot himself, yeah.
Yeah, let's take a look at it, see if we can. Yeah, Ewan Bishop. Oh, little too hot coming into the kink there.
Got it gathered up well, and a good safe rejoin.
Yeah, probably lost about 10 seconds there, I'd say. Maybe 10 to 5, but still.
Yeah, not the end of the world for him.
Still not what you really want. Done that many times. yeah, it's not the greatest thing ever, but still, it feels a little silly, but it's okay. He was able to gather it up and hopefully push back up.
No harm, no
You
foul,
do
get on.
you do run into the issue of these prototypes' tires are very, very delicate, so you'll have to be careful and let those tires cool back down. Those slides can have a pretty nasty effect on them.
Yeah, most definitely. Could definitely get down the get the tire wear down as well. So might have to possibly even not even do like another stint with them because of how unstable it can get.
Absolutely.
So they really gotta watch out for those lockups and that. Oh, car goes really wide there.
Maybe just letting the 12th place car pass.
Possibly, I think it's gonna be slow down.
It was Jackson Lowry. Interesting line choice through. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
definitely
So
going
he
up.
was letting Jackson Lowry through, is what that was.
Oh, okay, yeah, through the Corvette curves.
A bit wide, yeah. But took him through the Corvette curves, let him have the room.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Planning on pitting this lap anyway, so.
All right, yeah, that's fine then.
Some nice sportsmanship from the Stage 1 Racing senior car. One of the fastest ways to make enemies in a series like this is to get in the way of a leading car.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. I've seen lots of times where championships have been like, I guess the leaders have been robbed of like possible win or something like that. As we actually had earlier, I think the GTE Pro leader actually had to retire the car because of an incident that happened. So that was unfortunate for them.
Team DRC Orange was the points leader for GTE Pro coming into this.
Oh yeah.
They are out of the race at this point. They are still on track, I believe, but it is it's not looking good for them. They're I think they're 57 laps down. Yeah, it's all over for them.
Yeah, they're retired. Yeah, they're
very unfortunate.
Unfortunately, out of the championship, they are leading it, but yeah, because of three different 3-point deficit between the other team, just not able to win the championship, which is very unfortunate after so many months of hard work during this championship.
Giving them credit, they have had an incredible run up to this point, so props to them for what an incredible run. Unfortunate that it ended this way, but a great job on their part.
Definitely.
Ooh, Marcus Deck getting very close. Number 2, a Breezy Silver car getting very close to another LMP car. That could have been a bit of a heartbreak right there. We jump on here with Flavio Saturnino. Back here with Marcus Deck. Oh, looks like Fubi Simport is coming out of the pits right now, so we do see them moving through.
Patrick Pelchat staying in the car. Must have been a quick gas and go.
Yeah, looks like it.
Yeah, Patrick, really fast driver as well. So really good to see that coming out of the pace between those cars.
So we'll see where they land in their pace difference, or in their gap between the Breezy Silver and themselves and Fuga Sim Sport. We'll kind of see where they land, because it is curious with Fuga Sim Sport putting down these incredibly fast, incredibly consistent laps. They may actually have an opportunity of slowly working their way through. It's going to be a long climb, but they may be able to climb themselves back up to these Breezy RLR Breezy cars.
Yeah, they're about 55 seconds. Patrick is about 55 seconds from Marcus there, so I don't know. Just depends on the strategy that they do. So we can hope for a miracle, really. So we'll see what happens.
So it looks like the gap is only about 34 seconds, where it was about 38 last pit cycle. So they are definitely closing the gap. It's going to take them a little while to do so, but they are definitely closing it. Jumping back up on Marcus Deck again as he catches up to somebody during the coming into Indianapolis here. This is a corner that showcases the true unfettered pace of these LMP1 cars. Fuga Sim Sport LMP2 doing well as well, continuing to chase down the top 3. Got some work to do as they go. I don't know what their gap to the 3rd place car is right now, but Oh,
thought
this is actually a battle for 5th or for 4th right now. This is.
Oh, is it? Okay, that was
the
awesome.
Yuga Simsport car has just been passed by Quiver Motorsports' LMP2 team. This is tight. This is going to be close. Mads Gafson will now have the advantage coming out of the first Mulsanne chicane. Charles Presley here in the Quiver Motorsports car. It's going to be close. These LMP2s are such affected by draft, but you have to be careful of the lack of downforce. We'll see if Mads decides to make an attempt on him, or if he's just going to stay behind him for a little bit.
Yeah, I was wondering if that was for position or not, if that was the type of car, but yeah, it's for position. I think Matt's going to wait until after the kink to see if he can go for a move.
That will probably be the best time. I think you're right about that.
Yeah, because you really don't have that much room to go down towards the kink to get for him, but because of the draft, he's going to not have enough time to get to it. But he's definitely going to be looking towards it when coming down into the run to Indianapolis. So you got a replay of
back. Oh, Lithium Motorsports car.
Kevin Vu going a little bit wide from Indianapolis.
Oh, that curve.
I mean, a spin. Yeah, spin at Arnage.
Hoping he gets away clear from this.
Oh, looks like he hit the wall just a tiny bit. Possibly,
be okay.
Actually, maybe not.
Might be okay.
I can't tell.
That curb on the outside can catch you out so easily.
Definitely go a little too wide.
Yeah, it's just such an aggressive curve, and if you're on the brakes and you lock up right as you touch it, it can be.
Especially when you have that tire wall so close on exit, right here. You'll see it like right there. It's just very close, so you can.
Very little room for error there.
Oh, definitely, yeah. You cannot go wide really, so it's difficult. But it looks like
heating up. Okay.
Yeah, looks like the Mads are staying behind him. So see what his car's gonna be like during the push curves right here. See what's gonna be unsettable or not. But it looks like he's just gonna keep it behind Charles here in the Quiver Motorsports a Relissanti. So we'll see what Mads can do throughout the laps here.
He's in a difficult scenario where it is very hard to stay right up on top of these drivers, these other cars in these high downforce cars.
Yeah.
Especially through these high speed sections. If you lose your downforce, you lose so much control of the car.
Yeah, and that's just how you lose time and possibly even get unstable enough car just to get into the wall too. So it's definitely something you don't want. Looks like Charles is making up that time. If Charles can get out of the get enough distance so that Mads does not have the slipstream, then hopefully he can run away with the P4 in the LMP2 class.
Seems to definitely have a little bit more pace over Mads. I don't know if Mads is saving fuel on purpose or if he's just a little less comfortable in the dark. They might be later on their stints and tires as well. But the Equivo car's definitely got some pace on them slightly.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it looks like he's out of that 1 second gap, so unfortunately Mads is not going to be able to have the draft. So Mads is just going to lose that position for a bit now.
Yeah, after talking to Simbera, we know that a lot of these teams are making a more conservative approach to the race. Mads may not be worried about it too much right now.
Most definitely.
Can we see real quick how many stops the two teams have made? I'm curious about the difference between Quiver and Fugus fuel plans here. Yeah, so you look at that. So Fuga has made one less stop, so they were definitely stretching fuel a little bit more.
Definitely, yeah.
Oh, they made three less stops.
3 less stops, but then Quiver's still able to be in front of Fuga. Yeah, Quiver's just really fast. He's able to make up all that pit stop time.
I mean, we talked about the differences in strategies here, you know, being a major part of this event. There are teams that are going to go for this higher fuel-saving approach. And while these teams aren't restricted on how many tire sets they can change or anything, it does matter for these cars. These more careful, conservative approaches can keep the cars clear as well. For a Quiver to keep up with them, despite the differences in strategy, a Quiver has to push constantly. They have to be on it all the time.
Yeah, it looks like in the last pit stop Mads did, lap 221, they did 55 seconds, so, and Charles did 33 seconds. So Charles had a fuel stop, while Mads had a fuel and tire stop. So he lost about 20 seconds to Charles there. That's why Charles was able to get back onto Mads and able to pass him. So next time, when Charles goes in for a tire stop, and Mads only go for a fuel stop, then that's when they can make up time and hopefully get that. But at this time, don't know how that's gonna really work out that well, but we'll see.
Well, it's worked to them a little bit, but definitely need to continue to make more of an impact with this. Oh, as we see a bit of a moment there for a Quiver as they had to go around the outside of one of the Ferraris.
Yeah, but looks like the sort of announcement between Stage 1 Racing and Team DRC Blue, it's gonna be no further action. It's gonna be classified as a racing incident. So that's good.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, Mountains Racing with a big walk up into the, I think that's Mulsanne at the end of the straightaway.
Kink, yep. Yeah, Mulsanne Kink there.
Mulsanne Kink, yeah.
I call it Kink. I don't really know what's really called.
The Porsche, he's got, you can see the bent rear wing. He's going to be struggling a little bit with keeping the nose down all the time.
Yeah. But it's good that Steven was able to keep it from any type of damage there, so it's good he kept it out.
Slipping into the later hours of the night now. It is 14 hours into the race, so we should be only a couple hours from sunrise, if I'm not incorrect.
Yeah, we just hit actually 5 a.m. A little past 5 a.m. now, so about 2 more hours actually.
So it just clicked over 5 a.m. A little bit of wind. See, the track is still only about 20 C, but it will continue to heat up as that sun comes up. 21 C, excuse me. Will continue to heat up as the sun comes up.
Yeah.
So we will be starting to see these lap times, these incredibly fast lap times these cars are putting down will probably start to fall down a little bit, and it's going to come down to these teams and how well they can adapt to these conditions, because this is going to get difficult with this 100% tire rubber down.
Yeah, look at that. We've got 4 cars in the same lap for the LMP2 class that gonna try to battle for position with each other. So good amount of competition there.
I mean, credit to the leading Quiver car. They have run. They have put on a clinic for a long race in the LMP2. They're leading by over a lap now over the next 4 places. So they are very, very strongly in the lead. And
yeah, really fast guys. Yeah, definitely. Really fast guys. So they're doing exceptionally well.
Now, this isn't something we've talked about too much, but with the implementation of the kind of the garbage around the edge of the track and stuff like that, we are starting to see, as these races get later on, we're going to see, if you step off of line at all, you won't get any grip whatsoever. So these cars are going to have to be even more careful about these lockups and stuff like that. It's going to get more and more dangerous for them.
Are you talking about the marbles?
Yeah, the marbles, excuse me. I
Okay.
could not think of the word for me.
So the garbage, like what?
So with the marbles not being swept on a regular basis now, on a lot of these races not running constant marble sweeps, you can actually see as these race lines change.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like the real life in Le Mans. They have all the rubber on the outside, so once you go over there or you get pushed to the outside, you'll realize that how much less grip you have, and it just can be detrimental to any type of high-speed corner as well, especially go offline. Porsche curves, that can be bad for you.
Porsche curves being a very good example of that, because there is very little room for error in these corners.
Oh, definitely, yeah. High speed, liquid downforce. And right along with Timothy Vandenberg. Wow.
Oh, didn't hit anything.
Did not hit anything good. Was that the Porsche curves, I think?
Yeah, that's that's Corvette. Right there at the end of the yeah.
Yeah, right at the end of the Porsche curves there, coming into Corvette. So wow, there you go.
Aptly named. Probably not their favorite curves right now, but a good save from Timothy Vandenberg. Looks like he's gonna stay on track, continue on as he's going.
Yeah, that's what I mean. GG cars can be definitely unstable in there if go a little too fast.
the fifth place equivalent or the fourth place equivalent car jump into the pits and drop back down to fifth with Mads Grafson taking a spot back.
So we'll see what the strategy difference is going to be towards the end of the race.
Now, if I'm not incorrect, the Quiver Motorsports leading car has caught up to Fuga SimSport and is not very far behind them because they just put Quiver Motorsports a second lap down. So I do not believe that there is a very, very much room right now for Mads to make any errors. I think they may end up going another lap down if they're not careful.
Yeah, the Quiver Motorsports leading car is definitely putting down the speed and really needs to. And other cars really got to watch out for that.
Kind of looking forward, we start to see a little bit more light. It's still dark for sure, but we are starting to see a little bit of light on the horizon.
Yeah, look at all that picture of just all the traffic right there.
When we think about it, these drivers have now been at this for nearly 14 hours. We have just over 10 hours left in the race. So the exhaustion, the fatigue is going to start showing, especially for some of these teams like FTR Esports that have had to do so many hours.
Yep, exactly.
We'll begin to see, I think, errors happen a little bit more consistent. I mean, we've seen it in the last, 5 minutes? We've seen several GTE and LMP2 cars make mistakes. I think that will only continue to compound as we get later in.
Yeah, still doesn't look like Tyler Campbell for the FTR Esports team has not connected and has not done any type of laps as well. So I'm not sure. Will that disqualify them possibly?
I was actually going to go check the rules real quick. We may have to pull the steward in at some point and get a clarification on the rules because it is a curious question.
All right, how about that? I'll go kidnap someone.
Okay, yeah. See if you can find us a steward real quick, because I am curious as to whether or not we can get an answer on that.
Yes.
If they'll give a allowance in this scenario due to technical issues. I mean, I do know that at least for IMSA this year, the car that Jimmy Johnson drove. Oh, we see a BMW spin back there. Looks like he got it wrangled up, didn't hit anything. Back behind him a little bit. I believe that Jimmy Johnson's DPI car actually got disqualified this race, or this year at Sebring, due to Olivier, is it Olivier Panis that was driving with him, I think? Doing 4 hours and 54 seconds in the car in one stint, which you are not allowed to do. You're only allowed to do 4 hours at a time.
Yeah, it was very fortunate because they were looking really good for the win. I'm pretty sure.
I think they finished second. They were looking at a win, and they had a couple of minor errors, and they finished second or third. They were still allowed to do all the ceremony and everything, but I think officially they will be classified as last place.
As basically.
Correct.
DNQ or DN. Well, what would you classify that?
I think it's just a DQ. I think it's just
DQ. Yeah.
I think they go to the back end of the running cars.
Yeah,
we're back here. Mariano Struble. This is the second place car in GTE Pro, or GTE AM, excuse me. And
yeah, just try to.
Same exact thing.
Yeah, just turned way too hard coming into the
touch that
right there.
And just snapped it at Ernage. So a good save by him. Back on track.
Oh yeah, that was good.
We haven't seen a change in leaders, I think, in any class in a little bit. Everybody's holding pretty steady. The current leads are pretty strong. Excellent.
Excellent. We have Isaac to come clear up the thing. Welcome, Isaac. How are you?
Doing very well, thanks. Yourselves?
Pretty good. So we got a quick question to ask to you. So we've seen the FTR guys has not got their third driver yet. Will they get disqualified if that third driver does not race at all?
Now, to be clear, as we understand it, it's a power issue. He's been out of power for the entire race so far.
Yes. So when we set up the session in iRacing, we set it up so that there needs to be a minimum of 3 drivers and a maximum of 8. So that means 3 drivers need to connect and do the iRacing fair share rule. So that means that, unfortunate as it is, if the 2 drivers get to the end and the 3rd driver doesn't complete any laps within the next, I believe it's nearly 9 hours of racing, then they will be penalised. Although they'll be disqualified from the race via iRacing, not by us, however. That's also they don't comply.
For those who don't know, the fair share is, I believe, 1/4 of a equal stint. So they'll need something like 2-ish hours of driving. Am I correct in that?
Yeah, I'm doing this off the top of my head. They work out how many drivers, how many laps you do, and then divided by the amount of drivers, and then 1/4 of that time. I believe is how they work. So yeah, it's not long. It'll be like you said, it'll be like an hour, 2 hours. So it shouldn't be too long. If you can get it sorted by the end of the race, it'll be nice to see them finishing. Because the worst thing to happen is when you get to the end of the race, then you get DQ'd, because you don't have enough drivers. But hopefully they'll be able to
An
get there.
incredible run so far. So it's hoping that they can get it all figured out before the end of the race. We'll continue checking in with them and checking in with y'all to see what changes.
Excellent. Yeah, it keeps us all up to date, and hopefully they'll be able to get their powers issues sorted soon, because they're running really well at the moment, and we wouldn't want to see them having any issues.
So, absolutely agreed. Okay, thank you for clearing that up with us, Isaac. We appreciate you jumping in here.
No worries. Any more questions, don't hesitate to ask. You guys are doing a great job, and keep at it.
Thanks, sir.
Appreciate it. All right, we'll probably talk to you soon then.
In a bit, guys.
Well, there you go. Clears up everything for us, so... It was nice of Isaac to come talk to us about that, so that's good.
Yeah, absolutely. They've done such a great job of organizing this event. It's so well organized, and just in general, ISRC is such a well organized series. It's cool to watch.
Yeah, I think they can, if they do, they still have a little bit over 10 hours of racing left, and I think they should be able to if he can get the power back on. But if not, then yeah, that'd be a huge shame. Because then running second place. And then just being
that
able
would be a definite heartbreak.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
All right, well, it's about 11 o'clock here. We're about to roll over the 10-hour mark. I may take a couple of seconds to go run and grab a Red Bull. It's getting late here.
I will make myself more present. You are all right.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Yeah, coming to the Wars of Le Mans here. About to have the 10 hours left. Still, good amount of racing to go. So, lots of good racing so far. A lot of good battles to watch. Yeah, it's not bad.
Indeed. It's a unique dynamic with sim racing where it's not necessarily like the real Le Mans where all the drivers are on the same time frame. But in sim racing, some drivers are and some aren't. So you get this weird dynamic of different alertness levels, I guess.
Oh yeah, exactly. Especially on, let's say, like for Riley, because he lives in Australia, he's wide awake, so he doesn't have to worry about any type of fatigue for him. So he's gotten pretty lucky there. So that's good for him. But everyone else that has to deal with the so late times right now, it's just unfortunate, really.
Exactly, it's got to be some sort of an advantage, to teams that can, recruit wide.
Definitely, yeah. The issues with the American teams. I mean, the American drivers, especially when like the events start at like really just towards the European time, more in favor. A lot of time, American drivers get the night shifts, so we rarely get to drive in the daytime, which is unfortunate.
It's very true.
Yeah, it's sad for these 24-hour events, but yeah, it's for the best interest of the team. But yeah, it can be very hairy for us. Even the commentators again start to get tired, so it is what it is. But it'll be alright.
Yes, we took over the stream with about 15 hours of racing to go, and we are expected to pull it over at least until about 2 hours left in the race, at which point we will either host the end of the race ourselves or hand it over to ISRC. So we will keep you up to date on that and keep you right here. 287 over the last 5 hours.
Wow, it's been a long while. Yeah, no, I just want to say thank you to ISRC for allowing us to kind of buddy commentate broadcast this whole event, and thank you for everyone that came from the ISRC stream to our stream at Two Reigns TV. Really appreciate it. Yeah, I hope you guys are really enjoying the broadcast and the content we're giving to you, and hopefully you're able to be satisfied with our work that we're trying to give to you guys.
I feel like I'm doing good. I mean, personally, I'm pretty big about patting myself on the back for a lot of this.
Yeah.
And I have caffeine now, so I'm a much happier man.
There you go, perfect. Right, I'm just gonna step out for a quick moment here, so be right back.
So I do want to note something here. Quiver Motorsports is just pitted in the LMP2 class from the lead, and FGR Esports has unlapped themselves. So I do not know if they are closing the gap, but I believe if I'm not wrong, that's the first time I've seen them unlapped in a little while.
You are correct. That's been probably a couple hours since we've seen them on the ground. We saw Jackson already was pilot when that happened. Trying to hold that 330 gap at the time, but it'll be interesting to see if Jackson's got to get back later on the pit cycle.
So we're going to continue following the FGR Esports. It looks like somebody has graciously let us know about 33 laps in the LMP2 will be fair share for that car. So it's going to be a bit. They're going to have to get their third driver in for at least 30-ish laps, which with the 4-minute lap, 3.5-minute lap, we're looking at that's about just shy of 2 hours, isn't it?
A little over an hour. Probably okay. 3 total stints in a P2.
Yeah, that's
45
true.
apiece.
Okay. So we'll hope that they can get that worked out for them. That's kind of the drama of the moment, is seeing this team. Oh, we have a Porsche. Oh, just a little lockup. Back on the track now.
It's always hairy for the P2 there, diving in when the GT locks up. I mean, obviously the GT is probably a little nervous with the P2 coming in, so it's kind of a worst case, goes both ways.
Kevin DeWale in the Stage 1 Racing Junior car, continuing to put down laps, continuing to try and chase down those top 2 drivers. Raced against him several times. Very, very strong driver. Very, very consistent. One of those that's very hard to chase due to the fact that it's just always fast. And Mariusz Yankee in the Manatee Racing car for the GTE AM.
Yeah, good showing from the Manatee Racing ISRC guys. They've been battling back to P4 clearly over those 27 Motorsport team P5. They've been battling back. Probably P7, P8 since we've taken over the stream with that RSR Esports AM kind of dropping off with a few laps there. It must have had an incident. So good performance so far.
Yep. So strong from Manatee. They get involved in a lot of events. They have a lot of teams out and about, consistently out in the racing atmosphere. So good to see them out here as well. The battle at the front continues in the LMP1 class with Fuga Simsport retaking their position over RLR Silver.
Yeah, just an intense battle there throughout the field.
It matters in these cars. These little bits of lap times over the next 10-ish hours, which we have just crossed over 10 hours left in the race.
Indeed we have, so we will go over the hourly top 5 here with RLR of Bruzy Esports Black leading it off in the entire field. Fuga Simsports LMP1 and P2, Bruzy Esports Silver P3, SRA and IES Swiss Union in P4, Sapphire Simsport Alpha in P5. Jumping down to the LMP2s, Quiver Motorsport in P1, FTR Esports in the pits in P2. Stage 1 Racing Junior, P3, gonna overtake and take P2 here. Focus Sim Sport LMP2, P4. Sapphire Sim Sport Bravo in P5 of the LMP2s. Jumping down to the GTEs in the Pro category. Focus Sim Sport GTE P1. Team DRC Blue in P2. Kevin Vu of Lithia Motorsports in P3. Hashtag Racing in P4. And in P5, 27 Motorsports. In the GTE AM category, we have JD Sim Racing, who's actually ahead of 27 Motorsports White. P2 is Chaos Latin Gamers. Quiver Motorsports GT. Manatee Racing, ISRC GTE in P4. And 27 Motorsports AM in P5. So good showing by 27 Motorsports into P5s so far.
Excellent, excellent. I do want to make a note back to the FTR Esports for a moment. They have changed drivers. Jackson Lowry has moved out. Ryan Chevalier has moved back into the car. So I'm gonna try to get Jackson Lowry in here for an interview.
Good.
I pinged him to see if it's possible. But continuing with a very good run from them. Stage 1 Racing Junior in third has just moved into the pit lane now. So continuing to be a quiet race. It looks like everybody has fallen into their slots. I will note, Sapphire Simsport Alpha and the LMP1 car has continued to lose laps to the lead cars, going from, I believe, 14 laps down to about 17 laps down now. So they are starting to get dangerously close to Valhalla Simsport Royal having a chance of closing that gap to them. So they're only about 22 laps down, so the gap has closed slightly. With Riley Hayes in the car continuing to put laps down, we will see if they can make up that distance to them. Viga Simsport LMP2 has just moved into the third position. Now, given I believe they're off cycle with the Stage 1 racing car, but that means they are within striking distance of them now. So the LMP2 race, oh, no, there we go. It just switched back. The LMP2 race continues to be extremely close beyond the lead, with the leaders having about a 1 lap gap to the rest of the field, but otherwise being very, very close to the rest of the class. There are now 5 cars on the same lap now. So it continues to get that little bit closer.
Here we can see Stage 1 Racing Junior and the SimSport LMP2 teams going back and forth here. Really back and forth over the last 5 laps.
Oh yeah, the lap time jumps. It's difficult for these LMP2 cars because of the fact that they aren't that much faster than the GTE cars in some areas. In fact, some of the recent changes to the LMP2 a few months ago reduced the actual horsepower the car has, which has made it easier to drive, but unfortunately, it actually can sometimes get pulled out of the corners than the GTEs.
And being the middle class car in a series like this, you're really stuck with the most traffic. So you will see the most swings like that in terms of lap times affecting cars differently, you know.
Yeah, especially with the LMP1s and with how, I don't want to say use the word strange, but how strange the way they move is and the way they accelerate and such. So because they accelerate so hard, but are only slightly faster at the top end than the LMP2s or the GTEs, you don't see a huge, a lot of their passes come early in the straightaways, so it can be dangerous for these LMP2s as they kind of get up to speed.
Certainly.
They have to be very, very aware of the cars around them. Still a great run here from Stage 1 Racing Junior, sitting at the bottom of the podium right now, solidly with, if this is correct, they've moved up from 16th to 3rd. That's a pretty good run for a team, so credit to them as they continue to push forward. You're definitely slipping into the wee hours of the morning as it's slightly lightening up now. I think we're a little over 5:30 a.m. now. Right at
Should
5:30
be.
a.m.
As we take a look at our weather.
Yeah, just shy of 5:30 in the morning now. Wind is beginning to pick up. We're up to 14 kilometers an hour in wind. Track temperature has not changed yet. Pressure has gone up slightly. But we are quickly approaching within the next hour to hour and a half. We'll begin to see the sunrise, and we'll begin to see these temperatures begin to climb. Now, Spencer, you have a lot of experience in these LMP2s, so you know, after doing Sebring and other events, you know that it can change these cars. But you talk me through a little bit as these drivers get later into the race. What are they going to run into as the sunrise comes up?
Right now is just a blissful moment for these drivers. It's the perfect track conditions. It's the best mix of low temps and high track usage and rubbered in, and it's just providing the most amount of grip right now for these drivers. But as this race goes on and the track heats up, the sun rises, it's gonna get a little bit more slick for these drivers. The rear end's gonna step out on them, and they're gonna have to be a little bit more demanding with their right foot on the gas pedal. Make sure that the back end doesn't step out too far at once, and just keep that car pointing down in a straight line.
Exactly. Thank you. Now, I'm a little excited. We have Jackson Lowry in the waiting room, so I'm going to pull him in here. We're going to do an interview with him real quick.
Ooh.
All right, David's back. Excellent. Perfect timing.
Yes, I had a delicious lasagna.
Jackson, how are you tonight?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. I imagine a little tired. We've heard there are some technical issues on y'all's end.
Yeah, we got 2 guys right now. We're looking for a 3rd.
Is your 3rd going to be able to get back into the race at this point?
Doesn't look like it.
No.
We got some people in our team that we're trying to contact.
Okay.
Trying to get them in.
So y'all do have an opportunity here. Y'all do have an opportunity to
do.
get back into this, to stay in this race.
As far as I know, it's 3 minimum drivers.
Correct. We talked to Isaac Barkley a little while ago. He said that y'all do have to, by iRacing rules, have to have 3 drivers in this race. But they only need to do the fair share, which I believe is only something like 30-ish laps, 33 laps. So.
Yeah, something like that.
But y'all have been doing an excellent job so far. As of right now, y'all are still on the lead lap. You were, as far as I can tell, the only car on the lead lap in the LMP2 class. So, an excellent run so far. Are y'all feeling good? Otherwise, Ryan now into the car after a little break.
Yeah, we're feeling good. We're a little bit tired though. It's been a long day so far.
I imagine y'all are both somewhere close to 7 hours of driving each, I think.
Yeah, close there.
Well, I don't want to keep you too long. I'm sure you're tired. I'm sure you're gonna go take a break. But we appreciate you speaking with us. We were kind of curious as to what the plan was for y'all to try and get back into this race. With as well as y'all were doing, we would hate to see it go all for naught at the end of this. So
yeah.
Well, I appreciate you speaking with me. If you had any sponsors you wanted to thank, go for it. Otherwise, we will let you.
Yeah, I want to thank Race Pace Setups, FTR Esports, all those guys. Yep.
All right. Thank you so much, Jackson. I appreciate you speaking with us.
All right, appreciate it, man.
We all heard it there. They're looking for a solution, but it's a tough one. That's a really tough one.
I know, it's unfortunate. Also, third announcement with involving the Fuga SimSport GT and the 27 Motorsport car. No further action will be taken for that incident that they had.
Okay.
So, number 69.
Very professional.
I like to say nice. I hate it.
You have to.
Nice.
I hate that. Get out of my ears.
The ASMR.
The ASMR. Nice. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, you can tell him Jackson definitely did sound tired. Hopefully they can get that third driver so that they can finish the race and still have a good result, honestly. So
I will brag slightly and say that I did about 5 hours of our Sebring 12-hour run this year, and honestly, I don't think I got in my sim rig for like a week and a half after that. I was so burned out by it. I cannot imagine how they feel right now, knowing that if they want to continue, they still have another 10 hours left. So
Yeah,
best
that's
of
very
luck to
true.
them. Hopefully, they can go get a little sleep, load up on some caffeine, and continue pushing.
Yeah, hopefully they can get a driver before the 33 laps is not possible. But yeah.
Well, we're in the wee hours of the night. So, David, tell me about this lasagna.
It's a lovely lasagna that my neighbor actually made. She actually decided to bring it over to us, whatever, because apparently her and her husband made it too much of it, so they're like, hey, we'll give you some. So very delicious. Good old 5-layer of cheese and pasta, all that stuff. Nothing really healthy about it, but it was delicious. That's all I can say.
Is there anything Italian that's healthy?
Honestly, that's very true. Maybe like I don't know, a pasta salad. I don't know.
I'm sure the Italians can find some way to make that unhealthy.
Oh, of course. That's how it is. Yeah, it's very delicious.
Do love Italian food. Do love Italian food.
Who doesn't?
True. The continuing to watch Kevin Dwell. These GTE cars are starting to struggle a little bit later into the night. We're seeing the tire lockups a little bit more commonly.
Yeah, I think at this time of night, it's just drivers are going to start missing their braking points on accident. And it just can cause lockups, whatever, or even offs. So fatigue is definitely coming to the game here. So they really got to be careful where they brake and all that stuff, especially in the prototypes.
It's not just mental fatigue as well. A lot of these drivers running things like hydraulic or load cell pedals, you're gonna see wear and tear on the legs. I mean, just personally, after the hours I did during Sebring, my braking leg, my left leg was very tired. It was really starting to be a struggle to hit those braking points with that consistent, accurate pressure that you need to really get the most out of these cars. So.
Most definitely. Well, hopefully none of these drivers experience a Max Verstappen have their brake pedal fail on them. So. Or was that Lando Norris?
No, it was Max Verstappen, but you know what?
Verstappen, yeah.
They still won the race.
That's very true, yeah.
With some very...
Or maybe they'll pull a Simon Pagino, pull out a whole new rig. I love that.
And go
yeah, a whole new rig, play back in and go. Like, oh, I love that.
We talked a little bit, Spencer and I talked a little bit about the LMP2 and the challenges they were going to be running into in these, as the sun came up. What we haven't really talked about is the fact that the GTE cars are going to run into the same challenges, if not worse. They don't really have the downforce to lean on, do they?
Not really. The GTE cars are more mechanical grip than aero grip, really. So it just really just forces more wear and tear on those tires. So might be able to see the prototypes do quad stints throughout the night, and so can like the GT cars, maybe. But I think most of them are doing the triple stints possibly. So, and then throughout the daytime when it's hot again, they'll probably do the doubles because of that wear on those tires. So, because of that mechanical grip, so be really careful on the pressures. Just really tire pressures like they have to go off of from the track temperature itself. Because there obviously is that that like perfect profile, like that little it's like a couple of set of numbers that you want to be at to have the best optimum amount of grip without losing that much grip or tear on those cars. So.
And it's a difficult balance. It's finding that point where you want to get as much braking and turning as you can without pushing the car too far. As we see somebody get a little aggressive there.
Wow, was that LMP2 go inside of LMP1?
Silver. That was LMP2 Silver RLR Bruzy car, making a momentary suggestion that he might go to the outside on the first Porsche curve, and I think he decided against it.
Yeah, seems like it.
At this point in the race, the Abruzzi cars had to start pushing very hard to try and continue making up the room. We jump up to Alan Roth here. They continue to try and claw back into the top 5 here.
Yeah, but being about 5 laps down from the nearest driver, it's gonna be a really hard thing to do. So we'll see what happens there.
You know what I'd like
Still-
to do, if we could, is do most of a lap in one of these in-cockpit views with Patrick Pelchat, or some of a lap. 'Cause I would like to see his steering controls. Yeah, there we go. Beautiful. As he comes through forward, we're going to see him go into the corners. We just see how quickly these cars accelerate. It's unbelievable, actually. Such careful inputs, and you can hear the regen building up behind it.
Yeah, definitely. Takes a good amount of skill to really drive one of these beasts. Because LP1 cars, they can be relatively easy to lock up, and you can just you lock up for 1 split second, you're gonna go long, and you can lose a lot of time that way. But so you gotta be really precise on every braking point, and it takes a tremendous amount of skill to drive these type of cars. So it's just impressive.
I think we have to keep in mind that a lot of this track is, while less bumpy than say Sebring, it is still like a street. It's still a road, so it's not as smooth as something like Circuit of the Americas or Spa, where the surface is smooth throughout the race. This is a much bigger challenge, especially down these straightaways where mispositioning your prototype can cost you time down the straightaway. Oh, as we're jumping to a replay, Timothy Vanderberg in the RSR Esports AM car. That was a pretty good little save.
Yeah, so they just went too a little wide coming into the entry at the push curve. So good save for him. It's good that he backed out, and yeah, definitely wide there as well. So I don't know, maybe possibly, wow, I don't know if possibly some problems there. Oh my goodness,
Wow.
massive off right there from Timothy. Did he get punted by that LMP2?
We're going to try and jump back to a replay here momentarily. We get that set up.
Hopefully, because I'm really curious, because just snapped out of nowhere.
We'll see if there was contact here. He was off the track, coming out of the Corvette curves. I don't know if it looks like there probably was contact. Yeah, there was definitely
contact. Wow. Yeah, just did not make enough. Yeah, didn't give him room. And just sent him right into there. Wow.
I think that might mark the end for RSR Esports AM car with the Corvette hitting the wall very bad.
That's a shame. Definitely seriously gonna have a good look at that, because that was, I'm not really sure whose fault that was. RSR was driving a little bit dangerously, so I'm not entirely sure what's gonna happen there.
Yeah, I don't want to make too much of a claim. I do think that they were off the track on the way as the number 95 car caught up to them, but I think there is a difficulty of we are almost 11 hours into a race.
Yeah, it's not, that's above our pay grade, so we'll see what the stewards will decide.
I believe that was the Tronsu racing car.
Tronsu? Okay.
Yeah.
That hit him. That's unfortunate for them. Yeah, it looked like a pretty solid hit coming out of the corporate curves. So we'll see what happens with him, but it could be a terminal collision.
At the least, they are going to spend some time working on that. I think the Corvette has definitely struggled. We've seen several Corvettes struggling in that area of the track. It's just not comfortable for that car. While it is a good endurance car, it can get a little flighty at times. So, unfortunate for him for sure.
Yeah, seeing the how the Corvette is in real life, how dominant it was in the first season of its debut in the IMSA series, it was just absolutely just killing it, and just really just won its first championship on its debut. So really good, solid car. I'm really excited to see how it will perform at Le Mans this year.
I was going to note that they have gotten clearance from the WEC to convert the car over for Le Mans as well. So it will be running at Le Mans this year, which is very possibly going to be one of the final big races for the GTE car, with the impending end of the GTLM class the GTLM class in IMSA. We're seeing some of these cars having to shift over. The Corvette having been announced as in the process of shifting into a GTD class, car.
Yeah, essentially GT3 right there. But yeah, I found that interesting. So I don't know how that's gonna look like for the GT program for the WOC.
Yeah, I'm curious
We'll
as
see.
to what the switchover will be if they plan on eventually swapping to GT3. With GT3 making such a big push in recent times with DTM as well, switching over to GT3 only.
Hmm.
So I think it's a good move for DTM. It is a good move for IMSA, as the GTLM class has been showing itself to be, unfortunately, very quiet in the most recent events. I think at Sebring there was only 7 cars entered. It's 5 or 7 cars entered for GTLM.
Yeah, and then that marked the end of the Porsche factory.
Oh, correct. That's the
Yeah.
factory support from Porsche. So
Yep.
we're kind of
Official
seeing
factory there. Yeah.
we're kind of seeing the quiet end. Oh, as we see you and Bishop get a little wide there at Indianapolis. Got to wrangle back up. Excuse me. No, we're marking the end of the GTLM era, which is very sad. I do love all of the GTLM cars, and I will enjoy them continuing their life on iRacing, but I do look forward to the future.
Yeah, most definitely. Because there's only 2 of the C8Rs in existence, really. Because there is no privateers doing them. So.
Correct. So
does that mean they will just build more, or have 2 for the GT3 and then have 2 for GTE class, or how do you think that'll go?
I imagine that the GTE teams will probably just swap to GTD, with the fact that the 2 GTD teams, or GTE teams, excuse me, are both North American. It makes almost no sense for them to continue racing the C8R GT11 car without having a class and having to travel to Europe for it. So, I imagine they will probably make a full swap over to GTD. It is the most popular class in IMSA right now, or one of the most popular, so.
Yeah, but yeah, definitely. I don't know. I think it'd be hard for see Corvette go from the GT program because they've been in it for such a long time.
It would be sad to see the C8R get such a short lifetime in the GTLM class.
Yeah, that's very true, but it has been very successful, honestly. Definitely, yeah. But yeah, I think Corvette's won every type of generation event. I think they've won at Le Mans at least. They've won the C5, I think.
Correct.
C6, the C7 as well.
Yeah, the C6R won its class in Le Mans as well at some point, I believe.
Yeah, so maybe hopefully the C8, a C8 win as well. So back-to-back generations really for Corvette. But Corvette's been in GT for such a long time.
I'm looking forward to it because I think this will be the first return for a Corvette to Le Mans in 4 or 5 years. Let me see. When was the last time the C7R raced at Le
Mans? It raced 2 years ago.
Did it race 2 years ago? Okay.
Yes, because of COVID situation for Le Mans last year, Corvette was not able to attend. They would have attended their C8 car. But yeah, last year actually, no, 2 years ago, the C7 car for his last year at Le Mans actually had a really good chance of winning, but it had a problem towards the end of the race, which cost the win for it.
Oh, that's
which was very sad.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, it was really sad. I was really rooting for that car.
I think that the Corvette has continued to have a shining legacy in the world of GT racing as a whole for a long time now, and so I hope to continue seeing them in motorsports in general.
Yeah, definitely. It was fortunate how short the Ford GTE class was car. How short that was.
I think it made its statement. The whole point of that was just bringing it back to remind everybody that Ford could. I think they made their statement.
You know what, that makes sense. Yeah, they did win at Le Mans once, so with that new car.
That was their entire point of the GT40 program originally, and I think that the GT 2017, that was the entire point of that one as well. Just to show everybody that they could do it. Not that they needed to, they just could.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure the Ford GT was actually replaced by the C8R in this in iRacing, really. So.
Correct. So the Ford GT.
So that's why we're not seeing it here. Because I do remember it was actually kind of a popular car throughout the official races.
No, the Ford GT has made. I think currently the Ford GT is currently available in the European Sprint Series, and the BMW M8 gets its slot in the IMSA Series. So right now but I think for this event they specifically, as we see the Sapphire Sweeper Bravo car got a little wide. Oh no,
with Alan here. Can he keep out of the wall? He
did keep
does.
a good save from Alan Roth for sure.
Wow. Yeah. Way too fast over the into the force chicane. Send them right into that gravel over there, but it's good. He was able to save it from any type of damage. Very unfortunate. Hopefully there's no damage for the underneath the car there, because it did look like he hit those curves pretty hard.
I did notice something, that the Aquavir Motorsports, the second car that they have in the LMP2 class has been falling pretty rapidly. I don't know what's going on with them, if they had some incident, but they've kind of fallen back a little bit. They're down to 6 now, and they've gone another lap down from the Cuba cars.
Oh, really? The equipment car there?
Mm-hmm. They've dropped back a little bit. I'm not sure what happened, if there was an incident, but...
Maybe possibly so, but
yeah, as somebody said in the chat, the 40's in the European Sprint Series, but nobody's actually, it's pretty dead. Nobody's actually driving it.
Is it really? Wait, it is an ESS.
It is an ESS and in the Endurance Series.
But no one drives it.
Jackson Lowry is asking for the race to be ended early. Isaac has said he will go grab the checkered flag right now for him. Ryan Chevalier continuing to put solid laps down within a second or so of their fastest lap so far. We had a bit of a moment here. You talked about wanting to see all three classes side by side right there. There you go.
Love it.
It just makes for a cool look.
Almost definitely, yeah.
I think I'm safe in saying that Le Mans has brought the most unique spread of cars in history, right?
I think so, yeah. I think Le Mans has made the motorsport, like the world, how it is, really.
I would generally agree with that. I think the motorsport world has been molded heavily by Le Mans, so seeing them...
Yeah, definitely.
What makes
Unfortunately...
Oh,
go ahead.
What makes me curious is with the DPI ending, what happens with Mazda, Cadillac, and Acura. We touched on this a little bit jokingly about Mazda coming back with a rotary hybrid, but in realistic terms, Cadillac's DPI is no longer going to be a viable car. Are they going to make the jump to hypercars, as well as Acura?
I don't think so. I think I've read that they're changing over to the LMDH cars. I think it's what they're called now.
Well, the LMDH, the Daytona hybrids, or hypercars, are the same rule set
as the hypercars itself?
As the Le Mans hypercars. That was the whole point of this period, was to make the rule sets the same. So I'm curious as to see if Cadillac is going to make a full shift over to the Daytona hypercars, or if they're just going to back out of this world.
I don't think so. I think I've seen Cadillac and Acura, I think, say like, oh, we're excited to hopefully fight for the overall finish in Le Mans or something like that. So I don't know. Not entirely sure what's gonna happen there. So, but yeah. So what I was gonna say, unfortunately, Le Mans this year has been delayed again, but only to August. So not as bad till September, but still, unfortunately, can't get it on the Father's Day weekend like we always usually have.
I don't have kids, so I can't use that as an excuse to buy tickets, unfortunately. Someday.
Oh, I know. Oh, yeah. I would love to go to Le Mans. Definitely go some Le Mans for sure.
I think that is probably for most motorsports people on the bucket list.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
I think it's one of those pinnacle top 5 or 3 or 4 or 5 races that every big motorsports fan should go see. I think Daytona would be a good one. I think the Bristol, the NASCAR track, would be a good one. That is an excellent event. Last Great Coliseum and all that. I think that I'm trying to think, another good one. Sebring would be fun.
Sebring would be cool, yeah.
Liam Ahern almost get cut off there by a Porsche GT car as they split the middle with him.
Wow. There you go, another
Roth going past on the outside.
Wow, yeah, look at that. Another. Wow, this is just crazy how it is.
This is occasionally getting these moments now.
I remember seeing a shot. We have a replay here of Marius John from Mariani Racing in SRC GT. See what happens to him. Oh! Just losing that rear end.
Save from Marius, though. Wow!
Yeah, coming out of the second chicane at Mulsanne. Just saving it there. That was good.
We've talked a little bit about that. We've seen a couple of minor incidents there. That is a very, very difficult exit. You you're coming out on the throttle and still turning, and it's not particularly smooth. So an excellent move, excellent job by him to keep it out of the wall.
Yeah, definitely. Notice that I know that for a fact that the second chicane is much faster. And here we are with Zhao Darty, 27 Motorsport, the GT Pro class. Let's see, gets a little bit wrong. Ooh, oh, excellent save from him coming into Mulsanne there. But yeah, just getting a little too fast, a little bit wrong coming into Mulsanne. Has about half spin there, and has a good resafe, good rejoin as well.
I think we can discuss for a moment the fact that the sand traps in iRacing are not nearly as aggressive as the sand traps in the real world. Sometimes I don't think you can back into the sand like that in these GT cars.
Oh no, yeah.
I think it's so friendly as the iRacing one.
That's very true. I remember in Assetto Corsa, I actually had a DNF once from a league because it was the F3 league, the RSS F3 league, and it was at Donington because I actually got stuck in a sand trap and I had a DNF. Because if I go back to the pits in any time of that race, it's a DNF. But yeah, got stuck in the sand trap. It was so frustrating.
And we talk about this, there are some things that the tows on this track can be absurdly long, in excess of several minutes. So it is so dangerous to get into one of these positions where you have to tow because you lose so much time while towing on this circuit. So getting stuck, getting into a wall hard enough to have to tow is avoided at all costs.
Yeah, I mean, if you think this is bad, go to a place somewhere. Go to this place called the Nordschleife in Germany, and you want to tow there. Good luck.
I mean, towing at the Nordschleife is pretty normal.
That's very true. Yeah, that's a long tow. We want to get really technical.
With the Nürburgring 24-hour coming up in 2 weeks, I believe. Something similar to that.
I think so, yeah.
I'm sure a lot of these drivers are beginning to prepare for that, and that is...
Ooh. Johan Bishop going a little bit wide. See if we can actually get a little shot of that. A little replay.
Car, 5th place now.
Yeah.
As we talked about, the fatigue beginning to really show its teeth a little bit here for these drivers.
Definitely, yeah.
Gonna get that bit more difficult, especially as we do get into that. You can kind of see the inky blackness has begun, where the sun's about to start coming up, and it gets that little bit extra dark. And all these drivers have on this circuit, for the most part, is just their headlights. They have nothing else. They have no other way of seeing in front of them or around them. So. Continuing to watch Liam Ahern here real quick.
Yeah, so I'm placing the Verve Racing Team Black car, LMP2. Not a bad position there, about midway through the whole LMP2 pack. But good positive racing from him.
I mean, they're still here. We still have over 9 hours to go. So it is important for them to jump to a certain point where they can kind of hold themselves in the striking distance for any car that makes a big error. They're only 2 laps down. That's only 8 minutes. And a lot of the repairs at this track can be significantly longer than that.
Yeah, I know what you mean, yeah. Also, we've been joined by another Valhalla Sport member here, Michael Sagassi. How's it going?
I think he is jumping in for production.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he's going to be jumping in for production and swapping out with one of the drivers.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's JR.
Producer real quick.
Yeah.
So.
My apologies.
If there's any hiccups in the stream here in a minute, y'all bear with us for a second. But he is swapping us over so Spencer can get some sleep. So I have to ask, David, what is your experience at 24 Hours at Le Mans? Have you done the official one before?
I actually have not. I was wanting to. It's been a really big dream for me, really, to do it. I was planning to last year, but on that same weekend, I had my sister's communion, happened on the Saturday, so unfortunately I wasn't able to. But because of the hosted one that we did last year, actually, yeah, afterwards, after the official one, I was actually able to do the LMP2 drive with the new Dallara. So that was a lot of fun to do. I was really glad that I was just able to participate in the race and finish actually with it. So I was really happy to do that. But yeah, this year I'm planning to hopefully do it with you guys, probably in the LMP1 car.
Assuming it happens at all.
Oh, true. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
we're only making it because we're scared. It won't.
I know. Yeah. The 24 hours around some French track.
We see Liam Ahern moving through some traffic here in the Ford chicanes. We joke about it, but we do hope that the event can get worked out with the ACO and with iRacing. But
definitely.
Yeah. When the Dallara first came out, for those of y'all who don't know, there was a very large charity event that was planned that intended on running the HPD, and right after the Dallara came out, it was voted on to run the Dallara, and we had the joy and/or the horror of essentially testing this car in 24-hour races. And you know what? It worked. I think almost the entire LMP2 field blew an engine at some point, but it did work.
But it was built like a tank. You hit it into a wall, and like that, it would not get scratched. It was amazing.
My personal first ever meeting with Riley Hayes, who's now one of our drivers, was killing his LMP1 accidentally. I still think it was probably his fault, but I'll leave it alone.
That's funny.
We jump up here to Marcus Solholm, leading the LMP2 class, running consistently strong laps, continuing to hold their one-lap lead. It is, for them now, it's just keeping it clean, keeping it between the lines, continuing to hold this lead. Strong run from them so far. Like, excellent strong run from them so far.
Yeah, really good stuff.
Let's see if we can get one of these bigger drivers.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. They're really good fast guys, so I'd like to have a good word with them. Yeah, it's always fun to look at all the other 24-hour races that happen in the world as well. Oh, hold on a second. Got a car off somewhere.
Jump into a replay right now. Mark Mistress in the P1 Aeropigs Racing Team. Oh, little contact with their, I guess, was that an LMP2 that rear-ended them, it looks like?
Looks like an LMP1 possibly, but
Might
yeah,
have been
just
LMP1 with the pace difference. Doesn't look like they took too much damage. Might be a little bit of diffuser damage, but
yeah, just a little bit of bullying there. But yeah,
gotta put the GTLMs back in their place sometimes.
I guess so. Yeah, yeah. Looks like no damage really. Didn't really. I think just tapped the wall, so I think he's alright. Looks like that team is about 6th place in the standings for the AAM class, so good, not bad. Not too bad, but looks like we've had a huge majority of the AM class actually just retire their cars. So looks like there's only 6 cars left in the AM class, which is unfortunate for all those racers. But looks like Esports AM, after that huge shunt, is going to be retiring the car as well.
Yeah, I don't blame them. That was a big impact, and unfortunate for them. They were doing a really good job.
Yeah, definitely. I wonder if stewards ever got back to that, looking at that incident, but I don't know, I'm not sure. We haven't got the results from that.
Continue to watch the GTEM. There are still 2 cars on the lead. One more car on the lead lap. JD Sim Racing is continuing to run a clean, solid run, but they cannot stop pushing. They do not have that much room yet. So we're watching Lori Capella right now in Equator Motorsport GT, trying to catch up to the top 2, staying within that striking distance.
Yeah, really good stuff from all the GTE cars as well. nothing really too big of incidents. A couple incidents between all of them, but really nothing too bad.
Continuing to run, I'm gonna put some information up on them real quick, but
All right.
we have some for them.
A little team bio.
Oh, unfortunately, I do not.
Fortunately.
We are continuing to run a great race so far, though.
That's good. It's great to see that, honestly. So yeah.
We continue to keep an eye on all the classes, but for right now, everything has settled in. Seems like most of the teams are continuing in the kind of the standings they are right now. We're back up here with Rand Chevalier in the FTR Esports car. We know about their drama a little bit of their planned third driver has had a power outage at his house throughout the race and may or may not be able to make it back in time for the race. And they are in the process of trying to source a third driver. So a continued excellent run from both of those drivers, from Ryan Chevalier and from Jackson Lowry, but the difficulty of both of them being over 7 hours into this race now for each driver. That's a lot of seat time. That's with another 4.5 to 5 hours for each of them to go. That's going to be tough. So we're hoping they can find a third driver to hop in, but it will come down to a lot of things.
Yeah, definitely. Also bring your attention. Patrick Pelchat just put the newest fastest lap of the race with a 309.4. So about a couple of hundredths faster than his last fast lap, but still driving that car with a really big purpose. So trying to make up that gap between the silver car of the Bruzy guys. So
yeah, that's the Figo Simsport LMP1 in the third position, continuing to knock down incredible lap times. I think we might be able to jump to him here in a moment. But he has shown himself to be not just consistent, but incredibly fast and incredibly strong.
yeah, most definitely. Yeah, it looks like he's back into P2 actually of the LP1 standings. So really good on him. And here we are with him. Yeah, 309.472. So good stuff from him.
He's just getting faster. It's getting darker, and he's getting later, and he's getting faster.
That's what I'm saying. He's driving with a real purpose. So really good stuff from Patrick.
We talked about his gap to the silver car has continued to close because they're on slightly different fuel cycles right now. But his gap has continued to close each time that they come out of the cycle, and has dropped from early in the race about 34 seconds. And I think last time I looked it was 34. And if he's running laps like this, it can only be faster. I don't know if we're going to be able to get the comparison between him and the Bruzy Esports silver car up. I know we just switched to JR, and he's still getting used to all of this, but just incredible lap times right now from Pelchat.
Yeah, as of now, he's got a 15-second gap between him and Marcus. And I remember last time
look at
when
this. Look at you can see the gap jump, but it was 36, and with only, would we say the pit stops are only about 47 seconds?
Yeah, around so. They both, and looks like the Marcus came in for a pit stop for just the fuel, but Patrick, still in that car, really driving that.
So that means
really hard.
32 seconds after this pit stop, which, I mean, that's pretty incredible. They are continuing to do a great job in this Figo Simsport LP1 car, continuing to make ground up on the Abruzzi silver car.
Yeah, definitely.
As we say it right now, the Figo Simsport car comes into the pit lane, which means they will be handing this position back over to the Abruzzi silver car, and we will get a really good idea of what their gap is right now.
Yeah, I think Patrick's really just he knows that he was swapping positions back and forth. But if he gets enough time to when the pit stop comes through, that he can be in front of
as we see the silver car take back the second position, continues to be close. We the esports RLR Abruzzi Esports black car continues to gap the field with an incredible run from them. Oh, we see a BMW off the track. He might be able to get it. Yeah, he's fine. He's got it wrapped up again.
Yeah, don't worry about it. He's all right.
Bit of a moment for him.
Yeah, It's
We've seen Marcus Deck continuing to try and put as much gap between him and the Fugitive Sport car as he can. He needs that as badly as he can because they need the room right now. He needs to be able to breathe. He needs to be able to relax a little bit.
Definitely.
Might ping one of the RLR Breezy cars, or the silver car. See if we get a chance to talk to them.
Yeah, that'd be great.
We spoke
Talk
with
to,
we spoke with someone from the black car earlier, but I'd like to speak with them from the silver car as well.
Yeah, I want to see what they're trying to get to the other side of the Patrick, because Patrick's saying they're trying to run down him. See what they're trying to do in response to that. Yeah, Marcus Deck in that sub car is driving with a good purpose as well. Both really fast drivers, really impressive work from between those two.
Continue to be impressed as we close in on 15 hours down on this race of how consistent some of these drivers are and their lap times and their marks just over and over and over and over again, continuing to knock them incredible laps.
Yeah, it's crazy how each lap is a much faster than the actual IRL record. So
now I'm gonna keep an eye on
astonishing.
this because I think it's a glitch. It is. Okay. The RLR Bruzy. Oh, we got a close moment for the silver car. The Bruzy black car jumped down on the list for a moment. I was confused, but I wanted to make sure that they had not had an incident or something. I think they just exited the pits just now.
There you go. Yeah, Patrick's only 37 seconds behind Marcus there, so
It's still tight. It's still close.
oh yeah, it's still very tight. But I think he's gotten that gap down after the pit stops. So if he can keep on getting that closer and closer towards the end of the race, then maybe their one-off strategy of the pit stops can hopefully lead him to gain that spot from the Abruzzi silver cars and hopefully upset that 1-2 set by the Abruzzi cars. Hey Kevin, do you have any really experience with the LMP1 cars at all?
I do actually. So the first ever endurance 24-hour longs race I did here, right after Valhalla had just been founded, we did the LMP1s. We had 2 LMP1s, 1 HPD, and 2 GTEs in the first event. So and that was they all went terribly. I don't think any of our teams finished. It was it's pretty laughable, but it was a fun experience, and I do remember it fondly. But
Yeah,
I have done several races around here in the LP1. Be it not my favorite, I have enjoyed little moments of it. So we're watching here from the RLR Breezy silver Porsche from inside. Just a strong showing from them. Just outright a strong showing from them. So continue to try and close as much as they can. Now, if I'm not mistaken, they are closing on the black car very quickly. JR, is there any chance we can jump over to the black car here for a moment? Yeah, that's what I'm looking at, because their gap seems to have shrunk a lot, if I'm not mistaken, and continues to shrink a lot.
It does seem like that, possibly.
So this is eSports Black we're watching right now, and they're going to the Porsche curves. They seem like they're on pace.
Maybe it was like possibly like a pit stop that they just did. I think you said the black did do a pit stop.
They did do a pit stop, so I'm curious as to. But it was a pretty big gap that has suddenly shrunk down. But I think they're on pretty much the same cycle. Could we be seeing strategy coming into effect here with Silver's strategy finally paying off?
Maybe, possibly. Looks like the black car actually took a tires and fuel because they have a 30-second stop, so they took new tires as well. So that could be making that gap go down just slightly.
Okay, so we're looking at their last pit stop. So the silver car. Okay, so the silver car is about 6 laps off cycle with the black car, with the Fuga car being pretty close to the same cycle as the black car.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we see a moment. Oh, big moment there for Breezy Black having to dodge one side or the other, having to pick very quickly.
Yeah.
We talked about the yeah. So here, watch this gap right now. Is there a possibility that Breezy Black has a floor damage? They lost about 3 or 4 tenths of a second on that straightaway. I'm gonna continue watching them watch their lap times, but I think that look at the gap continue to fall. I think there's a very serious possibility that Hugo Valentine and the Aurelio Breezy Black car may have some issues here.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, but Hugo just got into the car, so not sure what's going on.
Sector 1 over 2 tenths of a second difference. We'll see here in a moment when Sector 2 completes for Aurelio Breezy Silver.
I have to go really wide trying to avoid that boat of a BMW there.
It does just get bigger every time, doesn't it? Every time you
Honestly.
go past the BMW, it gets a couple of inches wider.
I know.
Okay, so Valentine did pull about 3 tenths of a second on him this time.
I think everything's all good there, possibly. Maybe it was just a fuel stop with a driver change, possibly. Not sure.
It's very possible. And I think this might be Hugo Valentine's, at least since I've been in. I think this is the first time I've seen him in the black car, so we'll see if it continues to go smoothly.
Yeah, this is his second time in the car. Before he did a massive stint of about 60 laps.
Okay.
And then yeah, this is the second time in the car, so I think we'll be expecting another massive stint from him as well.
Yeah, right. Ryan Harding hitting me with the perfectly timed meme. Thank you for that, Ryan. That's exactly it.
Perfect. Oh, I love that.
BMW just gets bigger every year.
Love that one video.
See here again. Marcus Deck made up over 7 tenths of a second in the third sector. Now, in some cars, in some areas, this may not seem like that much, but when we're talking about these high precision cars, for them to be losing this much time is pretty worrying. We'll have to see. Another 4 tenths of a second made up. I think that RLR Breezy Esports Black may have an issue.
Could possibly be a slower driver as well.
This
Not sure how quick Valentine is.
Pretty big gap, so we'll have to see.
Yeah, definitely. But we'll see on towards the end of the race and see maybe Silver does catch up to him.
Over a
maybe
second,
fight.
second 6.
Yeah.
I don't think that they would be where they were if Hugo Valentine was this much slower. I think that there must be a mechanical issue now.
Not sure. Take a look at him when he goes down the Bullseye Straight.
I think they made an extra stop.
Look at the well, it looks like Marcus actually has 19 stops, while the black car of Hugo actually has 17. So I'm not sure.
Okay. What are we looking at for top speed for these LMP1 cars?
I've seen the. Okay, no, they're fine there.
Okay.
I've seen the black car get up to 343 kilometers per hour, so they're okay, and he just did that. So I think everything's fine there.
We are seeing a pace difference, so it may be a driver pace difference. So I don't.
Could be. It really could be.
There are some drivers
Hugo
that are more about safety rather than lap times.
Yeah, I think Hugo needs just to warm up just a little bit because he hasn't driven about looks like 4 hours. So I think he should warm up.
Oh, a big spin for the number 26 car.
Wow.
Got it wrapped up pretty good and got back on track fairly quickly. Good job from him.
Good job, yeah. The number 26 of the Sapphire Simsport Alpha team. They've had a couple of issues throughout the race a little bit, but because of that huge gap between them and Valhalla Simsport, they really don't have that much of a that much of a threat from behind, but they have to be
As
really
of now,
careful not to damage
yeah,
their car.
they've definitely been losing some time recently, so they need to definitely keep themselves with the hammer down.
Yeah, definitely.
I think Valhalla Simsport Royal believe they still have Riley Hayes in the car.
No,
No, it's Alan Roth right now.
it's Alan now, yeah. Alan's been in for a while.
See a little wiggle from him while he waits for this BMW. See, he moves to the left of it. Oh, a close moment, but all good. So they continue on and continues to push, trying to make up the gap to that next car.
Yeah.
So we're here with the black car. So can we see that gap to the next car now, real quick? Because I think it is continuing to fall. Down from, what, 49 seconds down, now all the way to 45 seconds. So it is...
It was at 50 before, but now, yeah, that's a little bit.
It's getting worryingly short.
So we'll see. Maybe in the next couple of hours, we might have a possible leader change.
6 seconds gained.
Yeah, look at that. Wow. Valentine must be struggling to find pace in the car, or really trying to push it, just pushing it too hard, maybe.
We'll have to continue to watch it. We're going to keep y'all updated on the changes here in LMP1, but this could mean a pretty serious...
Whoa, my goodness! Oh my goodness!
RLR
Massive drama here!
into the wall.
Wow!
He's going to get it turned around. He's going to get it back on track. We're going to have to look here in a moment when we get a chance to see if there's damage to the left front of the car. Very serious moment.
Wow, a near miss with the Stage 1 Racing green car. Wow. He was not gonna be happy with that. He flashed his lights before, trying to get past him, but he just came way too quick onto him, and just went wide and just lost his rear there. Holy cow.
A good save overall, a little bit of contact for them. Hopefully that it doesn't, it's not too punishing for them, but we'll have to keep an eye on their top speed. We may watch their top speed going down the second Mulsanne here momentarily. See if they can reach that magic number 343.
Wow. Wonder if we have a possibly replay of that. Yep, there we are.
Replay real quick.
Really inside of it.
So we see a hard left to try and not run into the back of the Stage 1 Racing green car.
It's near miss. It's really good quick reactions there, but wow. You can see how quick he just came out of him. That green car was coming out of the pits as well. That's why he was flashing. So, wow. Really close stuff there.
A mistake one way or the other. Definitely an unfortunate incident that has changed about another 10 seconds, shaved another 10 seconds or so off the gap. We'll see if he hits his top speed here. Worryingly, I see 327, 329. I don't see 340. I do not know if on the second Mulsanne, if they would normally get that much room.
No, this is the third Mulsanne. Coming into the actual Mulsanne itself, it's a little bit shorter than the first one.
Okay.
So it won't be able to get that much speed. So we gotta look for the next lap around. But I was looking at it before. It looked like he was hitting his top speed, but I think he might have boosted more and it was in the draft.
There's 340, so he might have a little, but we'll have to see. We'll have to wait and see as he gets around.
He might have gotten lucky. He might have gotten lucky. So that looked, wow. Definitely lost some time there, but wow. That was amazing. Good reaction time. Stan just slamming into the back of that LP2 car.
Closing in on about 9 hours to go, and I think, if you would like, David, you could walk us through the top 5 in each class. I'm going to take a short break real quick. Let you walk them through, you and JR walk through the top 5 in each class, and we'll continue from there as we break into 15 hours down in the ISREC 24 hours Le Mans.
Yep, sounds great. So yeah, number 1 to the first place. You got RLR Brucey Esports Black, having a really close call. You just saw moments ago. Then we have P2, the RLR, the Brucey Esports Silver car, running really closely, trying to run down the black car there, it looks like. We've been paying attention to their lap times, but going really fast there. We have third place, the Fuga SimSport LMP1 car, making great time towards the silver car. Patrick really putting great times put there. Then we have the SRA and IES Swiss Union car in P4. Just doing casual Sunday stroll now. Doing really good pace there, good times. Then fifth place, the Sapphire SimSport Alpha car, which has been a couple of troubles, spins here and there, but we're doing really good. Now for the LMP2 car, LMP2 class, we have Marcus Soma in the Equiver Motorsports Hutu Kapwa, Horokapa car there for the first place in LP2. Then for second place, we have Ryan Chevalier for the FTR Esports. We all know their problems with the third driver, so hopefully they can find someone soon. But making great pace doing what they do. And then for the third place car, we have Hendrik van de Peer in a Stage 1 Racing Junior car in position number 3, doing great work there as well. Then for P4, we have the Fuga Sport LMP2 car class there. Vehicle there. So good work from them. Mads trying to get that pace back. He's been there for a while, but doing good work. And then fifth place to end the LP2 class is going to be Lit Witchell and the Quivier Motorsports AA Relisant car for Quivier there. So really good pace out of them. Now switching to the GTE Pro category, we have Jan Schmitz and the Fuga Sport for P1, doing really good stuff there. They've been really consistent and doing really good work there. And for P2 in the Pro class, we have Kevin Vu and Lithium Motorsports doing really good work in that C8 with a good livery as well. Beautiful as always. P3, we have the Team DRC blue car and the big old boat of a BMW there, going for his laps around the circuit. Then P4, we have Rui and the hashtag racing car. I like the little hashtag in front, but yeah, P4 there, good race. Then for a P position number 5, we have JD Sim Racing. Oh, actually, yeah, JD Sim Racing for P1 class of the AM class. So doing really good work there. Still in a leaders there. And P2 for the AM class is going to be the Kaus Latin Gamers. So same positions there. Nothing's changed there as well. P3 we have the Lori Kapoor of the Quivier Motorsports GT. So another Quivier team there. Position 4 for the AM class, we have Marius Junk for the Manatee Racing ISRC GT team. And then to finish off the whole order for P5, we have Petrov, Gomes, and 27 Motorsport car. And that takes us for our hourly update around the 24 hours of the ISRC race.
Thank you, David. I appreciate that. We continue the drama of RLRBG Esports continuing to lose a little bit of pace, and that gap to the silver car continuing to close. With those two cars now, that leaves Fuga SimSport about a little over a minute behind, within striking distance. They are continuing to fall a little bit behind Silver. I think Silver is putting some incredible laps down. Fuga SimSport still holding the fastest lap of the race right now with Patrick Pelchat. But we will see if the RLR Brazil Esports Black car continue to hold the lead or if they're going to lose it at this point in the race.
Yeah, still the top 3 contention, so still anyone's race there for the top 3. Really good stuff out of those guys.
Yeah, been a solid race for them so far. It would be pretty disappointing to see them to lose it from here, but we'll see if they can continue to hold it.
Yeah, we'll see how Hugo can really be in the car, but so far, not really the best start of a stint so far, but I think he is now starting to get used to it, and hopefully we'll start getting some time from the silver car.
Now we talk about close racing when we talk about these endurance events, and a lot of endurance events end in huge gaps. Like right now, there is a total of about, I want to say it was a 1.4 kilometer gap for the RLR Breezy car, which is not very much if I'm honest, or about 4 kilometers, excuse me, which is not very much if we're honest. With the greatest margin of victory in a Le Mans race being about 350 kilometers in the 1920s, so that's a pretty big jump. But the closest real finish was only 120 meters between the two cars in 1969. So that is pretty amazing for it to finish that close, but we're kind of lining up for that right now. We have several cars that are very, very close together and very, very tight.
Is that it for the overall P1?
Yeah, right. Well, no, just in general, the closest finishes. But right now we're only about 4 kilometers between the top two P1 cars and closing. So
yeah, it's not bad. So it's really interesting how this will shape towards the end of the race.
We'll do a weather check here momentarily. I think we are getting very, very close to sunrise. We can see the blackness starting to turn to gray as we get closer and closer to that sunrise. The track will begin to heat up. We talked about how much these cars are going to change and how important it's going to be for these teams to adapt. Yeah, there we go. Beautiful. So we are sitting about 20 degrees still on the track, about a 16 kilometer an hour winds. The moisture has continued to increase a little bit from about 35% earlier to about 44% now. So we are going to continue to see these cars struggle a little bit more on the track as we get a little bit later into the race. It's getting more difficult for these cars to continue putting these fast laps down. All right, a Breezy Silver has gone into the pits. Gives Black a little bit of breathing room, but not much. We're going to see Fugitive Sport overtake them at some point.
Yeah, we'll see if this will be we'll see what type of stop this will be. Yeah, just for fuel or just for tires or as well. But we'll find out.
We see Patrick Culchad having to make a bit of an aggressive move there to move through the traffic a little bit, but he's continuing to put these incredibly fast laps down. RLR Breezy out after 37 seconds. I believe that's a set of tires then, correct?
Yep, it's gonna be a set of tires as well. So they're gonna be a little bit back. So you make a little bit of a big gap between the Fuga Simsport car and the RLR Breezy Esports Silver car.
So we're going to see a pace difference now for Silver. They have an opportunity here to really, really make some time up. And I know with these LP1 cars, it matters. We're getting to that point now where tire wear is going to become a lot more of an issue. Right now, we're in these late nights. We're in this cold weather. These tires
we got a car off at Indianapolis here. Who's that? That's the Sapphire Simsport Alpha.
Oh, another incident with them tonight. Waiting to see.
Yeah, let's take a look at this.
I think that might be.
Wow!
That might be it for them. A big hit in Indianapolis. I don't know if that was a braking failure or what just happened there, but
goodness!
Very hard hit for the Sapphire Simsport Alpha. They were already struggling a little bit, and that's.
Look at their car. Their front end is just totally messed up, and they're really down the front line.
They have a lot of repairs to do. They only have about a 4-lap gap to the next car. This is a bad news for the Sapphire Simsport Alpha team.
Could this possibly be the miracle that the Valhalla Simsport has been wishing for?
This might be this push into the top 5. So we're about to pull Martin Pearson in here, and he can join us. Martin, welcome. We just witnessed a pretty bad moment for Sapphire Simsport Alpha, but talk to us. How does it look from y'all's end, from the racing standpoint?
It's looking all right. So I went to bed about 6 hours ago, and we were in sick with us at that point. Yeah, Louis just had a bit of it off at Indianapolis, unfortunately, but he was near the end of his fuel stint anyway. But no, he's done a fantastic job. He's been up for probably bordering 24 hours now,
Oof.
and like some
Wow.
other people up and down the grid. So yeah, he's one of our ISRC TV organisers and helps out with the streaming side. And streaming start of the race to come in. So yeah, he's been pretty much non-stop. So
Well, I can understand it. At this point, it's exhausting, and the fatigue gets to you pretty heavily in these races. So
yeah, no. So I think he's a few options now, and yeah, he's been doing a cracking job after an early setback. Yeah, we're just going home picking up the pieces. It's unfortunate that Valhalla, I think they've had an engine change whilst I was away.
yeah, I believe they did.
Yep.
They were 20 minutes ahead of us and we were 20 minutes behind, so that's a real shame. And then, yeah, Backmarker Racing Blue, they left after their issues just before the night UK time. So yeah, no, we're just having fun, enjoying the circuit, enjoying the car, and yeah, enjoying the stream as well.
This has kind of lined y'all up for a bit of an interesting race here between y'all and Valhalla Sport Royal. If depending on how long y'all repairs take, it could make
Actually,
this a
looks
fun
like
racing.
they're back on the track now, so
Oh,
wasn't
okay.
not that long at all.
Were you blessed by the gods of netcode today? It looks like y'all might have been.
Yeah, well, the gods of netcode giveth and taketh away.
Of course, yeah.
There is no rhyme or reason for anything that the gods of netcode do, but yes, they are the rulers and you must abide.
I think in this moment
true,
y'all
yeah.
may have been blessed by a little bit of a blessing here, but continuing to run a good stint. But y'all have put on an excellent event, and we're enjoying the very close racing in several of the classes. Actually, LMP2 is close from 2nd through 5th. LMP1, we're watching a little bit of drama unfold between the two Abruzzi cars, RLR Abruzzi cars, getting closer and closer and closer as this race continues. So excellent job from y'all.
Yeah, thanks very much. It's brilliant to... Yeah, this is the first 24 that we've hosted as part of the championship. Isaac, before I joined ISRC, Isaac hosted, along with probably with some of the other Sapphire guys, hosted a 24-hour quarantine this time last year. So
I think I remember seeing that event. I remember it going very well as well.
yeah, we didn't even have any live streaming, no podcasting, no nothing, and it went incredibly well. And then we've just absolutely piled on the complexity this year. But no, it's been a lot of fun putting it together. And yeah, the fruits of our labour are on the screen right now. I think we've managed to almost somehow bring in two RLR Abruzzi esports cars, and they're just phenomenal. Where I was genuinely worried that Fuga. So Fuga have been walking away with the championship since they joined. But yeah, I was genuinely worried for Fuga. Although we know the Fuga guys are incredibly quick, and Patrick Colchette
I was just saying, he's got the fastest lap down. He is flying and he is pushing for it.
Yeah, like so those are some of the quickest people on iRacing in the Audi. But yeah, even still, I was like, oh, hang on a minute, we've got some more big boys turning up, so this should be an absolute cracker. And yeah, it's absolutely fantastic to see a three-way fight at the head of the field of LP1. It's amazing to be in the same class as them. Well, the same class, same type of car. I wouldn't say quite the same class.
That's well put. That's well put. I think that with us working, with the Hawson Sport guys, I think we're in the same boat, watching all going. Oh, these guys are otherworldly. These are the aliens to the aliens right now.
Wow, they're fast.
Yeah,
I think.
Sorry, I'm okay. I'm not bad. I'm only I think 2.1 KI rating, but I think I'm actually should be a bit quicker. But I don't do many races, especially officials.
I think there's a reminder that there is a gap, like the jump from the 2 and 3K drivers to these. I assume most of the RLR guys, if I remember correctly, are all like 5, 6, 7K. A lot of them are really, really high I rating, if not higher. That you're reminded that there are people that are just on another level in these cars, especially the hybrid prototypes, which require a very delicate, very specific type of driving style.
Yeah, so I started driving the car in the last 6 months. And as I say, I go at reasonable speed reasonably quickly, and do okay over the course of a stint in terms of keeping it on track and consistency. Gives you pace and speed at the end of an endurance race. But yeah, I got about a month or two in, and I'm like, oh, hang on a minute. These guys have been driving this car for probably 3 years.
Yeah.
And there's no way I can catch up on that. I don't have any of this. Just absolutely. A, I'm not as talented, but B, I can't.
It's you don't have the muscle memory. I was when I was talking to one of the the Hall Sim Sport drivers about Alex Truber about driving the car, and he was kind of learning the car as he goes along. He's driven it a couple of times before, but was kind of relearning it for this race. And we talked about the struggle of constantly doing everything, and everything has to be perfectly on time, and your braking point has to be perfect, and your turn-in point has to be perfect, and your throttle point, and everything has to be perfect. To the point that he said that it was almost frustrating to drive because these cars require such precision to be fast. And then you see these guys putting these 309 laps down, and you go, wow, there's some serious pace here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you, for whatever reason, forget to boost out of a corner, you can lose half a second, maybe a second.
Yeah,
especially
it actually
makes
that much of a difference.
Yeah, absolutely. If you just are tired and come out of a corner and just forget to press the talent button, as we call it, then you've lost a second, and then you're like, okay, right, and you'll never get that second back. It's gone instantly. And as we're doing Louis' last lap, his last lap was a pit lap, but his previous, it's like 3:17s, and he's doing alright, but to see these guys at the head of the field that
consistently running these 3:10s,
yeah, it's just absolutely unreal.
Well, we have to keep in mind that while these cars are probably a little bit faster than the real world versions, just through the fact that it is a simulator, we have to keep in mind that these drivers have been pushing these cars within their average regular lap times are 2 and 3 and 4 seconds faster than the fastest lap ever around this circuit. So we're keeping in mind that these drivers are incredibly talented and incredibly practiced. To the point that they know this track with their eyes closed. They could do laps with their eyes closed, probably.
Yeah, absolutely. And as per real life Le Mans, we do have a wide range of talent in the other classes that you have to avoid or navigate it as well. So
that's an LMP1 speaker if I've ever heard it. It's just avoiding them.
Yeah, sorry. I'm not long out of bed.
I like it.
I mean, from an LMP1 standpoint, it is like having extra chicanes on the circuit.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's fantastic. We think round 6 of the ISREC Championship was at
big moment.
Wow, yeah,
great move by him.
Close.
Great decision.
Yeah, good decision to take the slow down.
I was gonna say that's giving a warrant slow down, but yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It's worth it.
Yes, worth it not to punt off the AM leader.
Oh god, yeah.
Not to kill the current AM leader that's been in the lead for like 9 hours.
Oh god, that'd be terrible. He must have been scared.
Yes.
He's like, oh god, no.
But I think this highlight right here, the difficulty of the LMP1, you are coming out of these corners, especially these faster, longer, these fast, sharp corners where y'all are carrying so much more speed than these GTLM cars.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're not going slowly. That Porsche will get up to 180 miles an hour or 250 Ks or whatever it is. Slightly more than that. Down the straight. And I used to drive them. I then started LMP2, and then I was like, actually, I've been coached into LMP1. But yeah, you're still not slow in a GTE car. But then to be passed almost twice the speed at times by an LMP1 on a boost out of a corner. Yeah, it provides some interesting moments and a great challenge.
I think that's a great example of the differences in this class, of realizing that GTLM cars are some of the fastest racing cars on the planet. They are outright incredibly fast, and if you put them up against any road car or any other kind of slower GT4 style car, they blow past them like they're standing still. And then you see these hybrid prototypes and you go, oh, oh, this is a different world. This is a completely different category of speed, and you realize how hard these are and how much these drivers have to work to keep themselves moving.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and that what is further makes the LMP1 car so busy. Managing your hybrid strategy, making sure that you do hit it every single corner, every single lap. I mean, we're now on 261, but I'm sure our leaders are on 270 odd plus.
274, I believe, right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
So walk me through that real quick. So you talked about the blue strategy. For those that don't know, that don't know the LMP1, talk about that for me for a second, real quick, and tell me, like, you don't have to give me your exact blue strategy. It's trade secrets.
No, that's fine.
But give me a rundown of what that means to those that maybe only have ever driven the GTE or the LMP2 and never driven the LMP1 car.
Yep, no worries. So the LMP1 cars, as we say, are hybrid, and the Audi regenerates energy into its battery in braking. The Porsche generates battery power on acceleration as well as braking. So there'll be a slightly different strategy between the two of them. So we actually don't use the full braking capability of the cars because we need to lengthen our braking zone to enable the battery to charge back up. And therefore, by going slower into the corner, we can actually come faster out of it. And then beyond that, it is about trying to manage your battery level across the lap so that you don't ever run out of boost. So every time you cross the start-finish line, you have enough boost to sustain you with the charging and boosting for that next lap. And then the way I think of it is that when you're going your slowest and you have a combination of that and your longest straights ahead of you, that's when you want to use the most boost, because that's when it's most effective. Because then you can get so out of each of the chicanes and onto the Mulsanne will boost quite a bit, especially out of Mulsanne corner, because that is the longest run down to Indianapolis. It's the fastest run. We use a little bit underneath the Dunlop Bridge at the start of the lap, and then once we come out to the end of the lap, we shall dump it down to a specific battery charge as we cross the line, because then I know that is sustainable, and we kind of
little contact with the wall.
No.
Oh no!
Oh my goodness!
I'm afraid that might be my time to leave.
Yes, thank you, Martin. We'll let you get to that. We apologize.
Oh wow!
Oh no, he's been driving so well as well.
Yeah, thank you for speaking with us, Martin. We'll let you get to that.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Not a problem. Enjoy the rest of the race, Joe.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you
thank
too.
You.
Oh no!
The timing on that was terrible. Unfortunately.
Oh, let's take a look.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
terrible. As it comes around the outside, the Porsche just gets off the curve.
GT.
Yeah. GT
and then
Porsche
boom,
gets off the curve.
could not save it off that bump.
Yeah, there's nothing to do there. For those of y'all that don't know, on the exit of that corner, there's a very, very large bump in the asphalt way on the outside next to the wall. And if you hit that on a car this low, it is near instant death. Now, Louis is going to have to do the entire track without headlights at a very slow speed due to the fact that he's missing a very large portion of the car. There is some good news. These prototypes have quickly changeable noses, so as long as he can get it back, and
he's missing a rear wing as well. I'm looking at it.
Yeah, so hopefully that they can replace the aero panels. A lot of these body panels are quickly replaceable, but we will have to see for now as he tries to just navigate the circuit without headlights. So
I don't know. It looks really twitchy, so I don't know if he has suspension damage or not. But because he has no lights, yeah, he has no lights at all, so he's actually a hazard to other vehicles as well. So people have to watch out. They obviously get that call, like, hey, slow car ahead, whatever, but they won't see him until they come. Oh, look at that! Yep. I think he just has suspension issues there too. So that could be really bad.
Maybe severely crippled at this point.
Yeah. We got another car coming as well. Hopefully he does see him.
We have
wow.
We have stewards putting calls out to the drivers, trying to warn them of this car without headlights, trying to get around the track. This might be. We talked about the Awesome Sport World kind of needing a miracle for them and a curse for another team to be able to break through that tie.
Yeah, commentator's curse possibly. Wow, that looks, that's a lot of damage there. Oh, that's so upsetting for sure. Oh, that's such a shame. They were doing good on pace there. They really
Yeah,
were.
they were solid. They were holding up.
Yeah.
We're gonna jump forward a little bit. It looks like the RLR Breezy silver car. We'll come back to the Sapphire Sport car shortly, but the RLR Breezy car has changed drivers, and we now have Leonard Rart in the car, continuing to try and close the distance on the RLR black car. Fuga Simsport is only 23 seconds behind silver. They are continuing to close the gap. Are we gonna see a three-way battle for the win?
That's what I'm thinking. That's what I was saying.
We're
Like,
closing
hey,
in on the two-thirds mark on this race, and we have 3 cars within a minute of each other right now.
yeah, it looks like also Louis also towed it right at the Porsche curves.
Okay, so Louis feels he's unsafe moving through the Porsche curves, has pulled a toe. We may see Valhalla Sport Royal finally have their chance to break into that top 5. They do have a very, very large gap to the next car, so it will require a very major incident for them to move up from there. But we talked about this is not just a race of speed. Pace is not everything here.
Yeah, definitely. Such a shame. Right before the sunrise as well. So they almost survived the night, but unfortunately they just didn't. Like we were just talking about the GTEs, they are a rolling chicane, and they just learned that really terribly the hard way.
We just saw the incident,
so
and you know we try not to throw too much blame, but we did see that GTE come off of its line right on the curb. So unfortunate end of the race for Valhalla Sport Alpha, or excuse me, Sapphire Sport Alpha.
Yeah, maybe just the
that
Sapphire
may mark
team
the
just
end of the race. For
possibly,
them.
yeah. Maybe they just weren't expecting him to come back that hard or anything like that. But yeah, definitely a big issue there, and hopefully they get their car back out. But if not, then they had a great run.
Yeah, they did a great job. It was hopefully they can get their run back up on, but we may or may not see the front end damage being crippling at this point. So we see Little Rart catching up to a couple of LMP2s as he gets through the 4 chicanes here, trying to take it easy, but trying to close that gap. You see he loses. You can see right there with the interval how much time these LMP1 cars lose, even being behind other cars for a few seconds. Because that was about a 1 second, 1.5 second loss total. So we'll see if they continue to put the gap down as best they can. Fuga Simsport continuing to push hard. I believe, is it still Patrick Pelchant in the car? In the Fuga Simsport LMP1? It is, okay.
Yep, Patrick's
so he's
still in there.
continuing to put laps down and push as hard as he can. But we can see right here, look at Leonard Rart is on it. He is going for it. I think both him and Fuga Simsport can smell a little blood in the water, and they are really, really wanting to get after it.
Oh, just
Alpha. Yeah, I saw that. Go ahead.
Yeah. So just received news. It's gonna be a 20-minute repair for the Sapphire Sport Alpha. So this could be the chance that Valhalla Sport Royal is looking for. But that's a shame there.
20 minutes will definitely put them above the Valhalla Sport car into the 5th place with a couple of laps to spare. We will see if Sapphire Sport can get back on track and have any pace to actually continue competing for that top 5. We'll have to see and wait.
Now having the Brighton Suns come back up. Oh, drama. We just had Riley. We just had a Riley Hayes from the Sport just have a spin coming out of Indianapolis. Actually has a damaged rear wing now.
Oh wow, we see the Valhalla Sport car.
Let's take a look at the replay here.
Coming into Indianapolis, gets hard on those brakes, and it just gets away from a touch on the sand. Oh, a big hit on the rear wing.
Oh, terrible.
He gets it moving again, but we'll have to see. It's heating up here in the back of the LMP1 field here with the cars that are still running.
That's
Is he crabbing?
I don't think so.
We'll have to check and see if he's crabbing. It looks like he's at least running normally, but he may be severely down on aero, so we'll have to see how bad the spoiler damage is and go from there.
Yeah, such a shame. They were just given such a great opportunity, but now they've kind of thrown it away just a little bit. I don't know if hopefully the repairs aren't that bad that they will be able to get 5th. We'll see. Maybe just new rear wing change, but
I've been waiting several hours to use this, by the way. It's really slacking off.
Yeah,
Sorry,
you're right, right?
inside joke there. Inside joke there.
Oh
Riley
my
made a
god.
snarky comment during a race earlier this week, so he deserved that one. But it is unfortunate to see Valhalla take a hit like that. Hopefully, the repairs will keep them in front of the Sapphire Central Alpha, car. Can get them back in front of them still. We'll see how long the repairs are.
Oh, what a shame there.
Very
but
hard hit for him. Unfortunate
yeah.
for sure. I think he is planning on joining us in the box here pretty soon, but might need a break after this. Probably Jake could take a jump and look at the LMP2 class and see if anything has changed there. I know that it was getting close in the middle of the pack, but it seems like the intervals. Chica Sport LMP2, a quiver has moved back up into the 4th position, so a continued good run from them. Marcus Solholm in the equiver, who's some Hudu Kaplan. I can't spell that, or I can't pronounce that. I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah.
Equiver Motorsports HU car continuing to put on an absolute clinic of a race. So far, almost 16 hours in, and they are just consistent and sharp as can be. So they will continue to pull away, continue to put gaps on FTR Esports, who I do not believe has found a third driver yet. We are still hoping for them.
Definitely. Also, good news with the our car here. It's actually back out after 44-second stop. So.
Okay, so short stop. Got to straighten all that carbon fiber.
Yep, all that stuff. But unfortunately, it was an unplanned stop that they really did not want. So now just head down, just try to make up that time to that Sapphire car.
It will be close. It will continue to be close. If Sapphire Sport Alpha can get back on track, they might have a chance here to continue to put pressure on the Valhalla Sport Royal car. Ryan Chevalier in the FTR Esports car continuing to just pound laps around after over 8 hours in the car now, folks. Remember that. That is 8 hours in the car already. That is a long time to drive one of these cars around Le Mans. Le Mans is a very kind track in some ways, as you do have the Mulsanne to give yourself a break, but it's still exhausting. He's still going to get beat to death in this car. So continuing to wish FTR Esports the best. Hopefully they can find their third driver. Ryan Chevalier continuing to put good laps down and continuing to try and keep up with the Equivalent Motorsports car up in the lead. Stage 1 Racing Jr. continuing to fall a little further behind, but still running cleanly. A good run from them one way or the other. Especially seeing as the other two Stage 1 Racing Games are far behind them, so a good run for them. Maybe showing up the older guys a little bit, if you will. We'll continue to follow the FTR Esports. We'll check in with them here in a few hours and see if they've found a replacement for their third driver.
Hopefully they can figure out something with them.
Excuse me. Kind of watching the. We have continued to hold pretty steady the rest of the field. There's a little bit of fighting in the back. Kairos and NSR are only about 5.5 seconds apart, which is pretty close overall. It's a great shot right there. I think we have been joined by Alex King here shortly. I think he's getting set up. He's gonna. David, I think you've been doing this for a while. You need to go take a break.
Yeah, I think I was gonna say I think he's here to tag team with me. So tag me out, whatever. Yeah, Riley should be joining us about an hour or so. So,
okay.
But yeah, Alex will be here to take over from me, I assume.
I'm also having a snack and some wine, so it's very
Wow.
long.
I want a snack.
Wow.
That's fine.
Very French of you.
Made pizza earlier. Didn't offer anybody any.
I did
That's true.
actually.
Oh, he did. That's right. He did.
Yeah, but you did from Illinois.
He teased us. That's what he did.
Wait, Illinois or Iowa? Iowa, sorry.
No,
Yeah.
Illinois.
Illinois. I was right the first time. Okay.
But here at Le Mans, we actually finally have the sun rising. It's about almost 7 o'clock, but we finally see the sun start to come up. So congratulations to the drivers that have survived the night. It's a huge thing to really do at Le Mans, but that's really, really awesome.
Yeah, less than 8.5 hours to go. The inky blackness is beginning to fade. We are seeing this little ray of sunshine for these guys, but I don't think that this marks the end of the struggles for these drivers. With more than 8 hours to go, and now the heat begins.
Did our FTR driver find his power source?
They have not yet, I do not believe, but they have more drivers registered for the event. They are trying to source a third driver, so they are working on it as we speak. So we spoke to Jackson Lowry for a few minutes, and they said that the biggest issue right now is they don't think he'll be back on in time. So apparently, it's a total power outage, not just a computer issue.
Oh boy.
Yeah, so unfortunate for them right now. Hopefully they can get it worked out before the end of the race. We did speak to Isaac Barkley about it, and he did confirm it will be a DQ from an iRacing standpoint rather than just a steward standpoint. So.
Oh, bummer.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough.
Yeah, that stuff comes about sometimes when you can't control. If you don't have any power.
No, that isn't the unfortunate.
You're literally powerless, you know.
I liked it when we weren't here. I'm kidding.
He's been in here for like 30 minutes and it's already dropped.
I know. It's already wanting me to leave.
I know. I'm like really with the dad jokes, guys. That's all I do.
Get back up here, checking on Hugo Valentine in the LMP1 RLR Breezy Esports Black, waiting to see the intervals pop up. But we know that this has been hotly contested, as the top 3 LMP1 cars would allow less than a minute apart. So we're waiting to see what the gap shows. Yeah, about 41 seconds. So he's holding steady now. So Hugo Valentine has been able to hold steady with the silver car, and the Hugo Sim Sports car has begun to fall back a little bit. So a solid run.
That's a brutal pace.
It's getting difficult. I mean, all of these cars are starting to push harder and harder and harder, and the black car began losing some time, and I think he has finally found his stride and is beginning to run again.
Yeah, really a massive moment, which just lost, like, just had a hard skip there, which was very scary for all of us. Almost in the back of a LMP2 car.
Fuga Sport GT continuing to lead the GTE Pro with Lithium Motorsports and Team DRC Blue trying their best to run them down, but they've just run such a clean race so far. Jens Mitchell's been in the car for a little while now, and it's just continuing to just take away the laps. So over a minute over Lithium right now. So a strong gap for them.
Yeah, definitely. Same thing with JD's SimSport. They've been doing really, or Sim Racing, doing a really good pace with them as well. Just been commanding the whole of the all of the AM class so far, and it's been really impressive what they have done. And I really hope that they can keep on pushing strong and see if they can take the win.
They've pulled Philip Reck out of the car and dropped in Andre Karasek. We will see how he does overall. Seems to be
give a little wave there to us. Looks like
little flash.
Like yeah.
And we have it. It has happened now. Valhalla Sim Sport World has overtaken. Oh, we have actually an overtake.
Do we?
Can we check on LMP1 leader right now? The black car.
Oh wow.
Quick.
Oh no, it's a glitch, I think. No, yeah.
It just moved back.
Okay, it was a glitch.
Yeah, glitch.
Okay,
oh my god. I was gonna say, if they're going back and forth during pit stops, then we have a race.
But the Valhalla Sim Sport World has taken over the 5th position from Sapphire Sim Sport after that unfortunate shunt out of the second Lausanne chicane. Riley had a minor incident out of Indianapolis, but has gotten it back on track and is continuing to set laps down, so they will continue chasing. So.
Great.
Now we see
stuff.
with the next pit stop cycle, who takes tires, who does not take tires, and where the drivers all land within their stops.
Well, not great. I'm sure there's a disappointment on the guy that ran out of the Valhalla took the place of, but you know, one man's loss, another man's gain. And Riley's really fast around here, so hopefully he can get that thing moving.
Yeah, he's continuing to put down good laps, continuing to kind of tick away at the gap between him and the next car. There's a big gap. Valhalla Sport has a lot
Yeah.
of work to do in this regard. 18 laps to SRA Swiss Union. They're going to have to really push it with the last 8 hours or so to go.
Yeah, definitely. To me, I don't really see him doing getting possibly a podium, but you never know because the performance coming from the top three is just amazing. Now we're right along with Jan Schmitz here, coming into the four chicanes. Oh, gets too much of the right curb. Yeah.
GT Pro lead. He does have a gap, so they have the room for these kind of mistakes, but
it was only a minute last time we checked, so it's gonna be down most definitely.
Especially with him having to do.
Oh yeah, like this Austin Powers a little bit. Yeah, that's gonna allow Lithium to get back into the fight there, so that's gonna be really nice for them. But unfortunate for Jan Schmitz, just a little bit too much of that right sausage curb coming into the four chicane there.
We were just talking about them too.
Yeah, we did. We casted Christian him a little bit. The BMW is known for being a pretty good curb hopper, but even then, these curbs in the four chicanes can take away from you a little bit. So, unfortunately, they're back on track, getting anything. Just gonna have to deal with their interval.
Also, the P2 car, the RLR Brute C Esports Silver car, setting the fastest lap of the race of a 309.07, about 4/10 faster than Patrick. Now he's stepping up the pace, trying to get into that, trying to get the Hugo.
Leonard Herrera is absolutely on it now. He wants everything from
wow.
Your car. He is going to your car down.
He said to his sister, "All right, you've been leaning enough. I'm gonna come for you now," and that's exactly what he's doing. That was impressive.
You
lap
can just
time.
see him the way he's turning in the speed he's carrying into Arnage. You can just tell he's on it.
Can we get our lap comparison for the last few laps here up? JR?
Yep,
So we can
there
see
you go.
We can see the gap inching down a little bit. It went back up during stops and such, but I think they're going to start inching. There we go. You can see. That's between Pelchat and Rara. Look at the gap that Rara's putting on Pelchat right now. Over 3 seconds.
About 11 seconds for the last 4 laps.
Yep. And Valentine versus Rara it's a big gap. So we're waiting for Valentine just at a 3:11, 4:14. But if Rara can continue this 3:09, we have a car off the track and right in front of the lead of Valentine. Okay, he's okay. They got out of the way.
LP2, yeah.
But we'll see here momentarily when Abruzzi Silver puts their lap down just how fast they can be. If he can continue this 3:09-ish pace,
then maybe he can, fight for that lead right there. That'll be awesome. Look at that. Already second and a half to the Hugo in the black car.
He is just cutting into Hugo's lead. Oh, the Abruzzi Silver car has pitted. So they've just pitted now. So we're going to see a bit of a change while these pit stops cycle through. Fuga Simsport will probably retake second place temporarily. We will wait to see if anything changes. But we do see it. We do see this black car has lost a little bit of pace. I don't know if they have some damage. I don't know if it's just a driver difference. We will continue to watch them and keep an eye on it, keep going for them. Fuga Simsport, Pelchat, I do not believe is going to go down without a fight. So they have the championship in the bag if they finish third. So I do not think they'll take any fights that they can't afford to lose. But I don't think they don't want to. I think they want to win this race. I think they're preparing to run for this.
Oh yeah, definitely. These guys, these two, top two of the Brute Esport guys, just insanely fast, and they've been proving it so far throughout the whole race.
Fast and consistent too. It's just like...
Oh, definitely, yeah. But Fuga Simsport is really set on trying to upset that the 1-2 there. So I'm really gonna see how it'll turn out.
Yeah, everyone's feeling pretty comfy pushing, so it's potential for some fireworks. We'll see. We just have, another quarter of the race to go. Third of the race. That's what I meant to say.
Yeah. Yeah, rounding down to the almost the 8-hour mark. But yeah, so far so good.
And our boys
It's finally
across the
daytime.
pond. Yeah, it's daytime, and our boys across the pond will probably be waking up pretty soon too.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, trying to get ready for their morning stints in lead cars. Waking up to some actually waking up to possibly seeing their cars already getting already retired from the race, seeing that maybe they've gained a position, done it out, but wow, look at that. The
This is the
black
best
car
it's
just
been.
using so much of that.
So much verb, just so
Yeah,
aggressive. And this is the
every
best
possible
time
inch.
to drive.
Oh, yeah, aggressive driver.
Yeah, I mean, you could just tell they're like on qualifying mode, but in a race.
I want to make a point, by the way. Pelchat, his pace is from a very obvious point. Him and a couple of his other drivers have been driving this car since early 2019 and have a lot of extremely good finishes, both in LMP1 and in other cars. He's about 5.3 KI rating, so definitely showing his strength there. Has won it in GTE. He has finished second in LMP1. He has won a very widespread series of events: 6 hours at Silverstone, 7 hours at Le Mans, 6 hours at Catalina, 6 hours at the Nürburgring, 24 hours at Daytona, ELMS of Spa, 1,500 miles of Sebring, the Virtual Endurance Championship, 24 hours of Le Mans. Just here last year was a victory for him as well. So this is Patrick Pelchat is not going to go down without a fight, and he intends on bringing it to the RLR breathing cars.
He's iRacing's Jackie Eakes, is what he is.
He kind of is right now, so we'll continue to watch him as it goes.
Jackie Eakes, like 1971, 2, 3, when he's running everything.
It is exactly that. Like, he obviously is running this car as much as he possibly can to get as much experience in it and continue to improve it as he goes along. So
I mean, those are a lot of successful track. I mean, to be successful at those tracks is, you need to know them very well, and this car as well, and just where to boost and how to drive it and how to make it. The pace is just so high. You just need to be 99% the whole time.
I'd like to see who in the if the esports silver team changed drivers. I don't think they did, but I'd like to check real quick.
Yeah, I was looking at these standings for Fuga Sinsport LP1 team. They've effectively won the championship. Doesn't matter if they don't finish at all, anything like that, but they have actually
Okay, so it no
effectively
longer
won.
matters for them.
Oh, because
Yeah.
there's the other cars are out. You mean?
Yes, the Backmarker Racing Blue and Twisted LP1 Blue were the top contenders really for that that first spot, and then the Sapphire, since we're Alpha, which is still in the race, but that's only 8th in the LP1 standings with only 12 points compared to the 132 that Fuga since we're have. So major difference there. So Fuga basically have won the championship there. So obviously they want to keep on going and go for that P2 spot, and maybe even for the whole thing if something dramatically happens. But they're doing really well in this race.
Yeah, the Leonard Ward, the current driver, is 5.3 KI rating as well, and has a 25% win percentage in the races he does.
Wow.
So that should tell you
That's
a little
high.
bit
That's high.
about how aggressive and how fast he is in this car. So I think he'll continue to scratch away at that lead that the black car has. So we'll continue to see. Did a little bit of light stuff, just to see.
Yeah, I love seeing him go under the 309 mark. That's just crazy awesome.
It's insane driving.
Definitely.
I mean, he's just driving that car, even in that little corner. It's not a big corner, but just the speed going through it is, visibly bigger than what I was watching some other cars do in the middle of the night last night. So it's like it's daytime, but still you can just see that car is on its edge.
Mm-hmm. All of these. think all three of these LP1 teams are putting their heart and soul into these cars right now.
Yeah, but I don't know if you guys said this, but look, good news. Sapphire Sport Alpha is back on track with Martin driving the car as well. So that's great to see him back out.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Martin.
The beauty of these LMP1 cars is because the bodies are so interchangeable, the damage can usually be mostly repaired.
Yeah, with only 20-minute repairs, so that puts him 2 laps down from the next continuing car, the Valhalla Sport. So a couple laps to make up, but you never know what happens.
Is Riley in the car at Valhalla right now?
Yep.
I believe he is still.
All right. We got our
There he
Aussie.
is. Our man from the land down under.
I call him Wiley Riley.
I like it.
He's a hound on the tires, but man, he goes fast.
Right now, that might be what they need, just to continue putting a little bit more room between them and Sapphire Sim Sport. Continue to try to close the gap on the SRA drivers.
Yeah, he's done a great recovery drive from the little incident he's had, but really good recovery so far.
Yeah, the car's looking good. Yeah, it's interesting. There's another livery that looks just very similar to that one, which is kind of I was surprised.
Yeah, I've seen it a couple times too. Yeah, I think it's the esports black car. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Similar colors but different pattern. Yeah.
But yeah, always thinking, of course,
There's
moments.
Patrick.
Yeah.
There's Patrick. Yeah, he's. I mean, look at that. Look at that. Just like using all the road and taking that position. Commitment.
There is an incredible amount of commitment from these P1 drivers that just constantly putting pressure, constantly eking out every little bit of speed they can find, and it is going back and forth. Like, it is making for a very interesting back and forth race between these drivers. We see Pelchat. There's only about 12 seconds between him and the Abrizi Esports silver car in between stops. So the Fuga Sim Sport car will have to pit fairly soon. I think within the next couple of laps, and then we will be back onto our normal cycle of driving. So. As we break into the daytime, we're kind of going to start getting into a category where these teams are going to have to decide between stinting tires longer and risking slower lap times, or going all the way up to 8 mark.
Oh, wait, I mean.
Oh no!
Just got
no!
A hard hit in Mulzan.
I don't know. I couldn't tell. Let's check it. Let's see their damage. I don't know if we can switch different angle, but click on the left front.
Left rear here pretty shortly. Left front, left rear. See if there's any damage. You see
a bit.
Oh yeah, and the wing as well.
Yeah.
He's not getting that top speed either, so he's taking it. Oh
Ooh.
no!
Yeah.
Definitely got aero damage.
Yeah, this might very possibly mark the end for Sapphire Sim Sport, unfortunately for them.
Oh, that's amazing.
We will see him preparing to get back on track, safely rejoining.
Yeah, look on the back. That back left is really damaged.
Definitely showing the wear and tear.
Look how twitchy it is just on that straight.
Yeah, the steering wheel is straight at least. That's a good sign. But definitely screwing up the aero. The aero in these cars is so important. Similar to a Formula One car or something like that. These cars depend heavily on their aero to keep them straight. Like that large dorsal fin on the back of the car is very important. And when you do get a bend in some of these aero parts, it can cause some very severe instabilities in the car.
Oh yeah, having the shark fin, whatever, be bent slightly, it could definitely mess up the whole balance of the vehicle.
And shout out to Martin's Stefan Bella helmet. That was pretty cool in that Porsche, so that's pretty cool. But yeah, hopefully they get back to the pits and they can see what the damage is.
I think it should be a quick rear wing change. Then this should be on their way.
You'd have to wonder with these the real world teams. I wonder how many body panels they go through on a regular
They've
basis.
got a whole car or a few cars. You know, they got everything.
You said they have a few cars.
No, I mean we were talking about the other day, like earlier in the broadcast. It was like Audi was the first one to be like, oh, we've got a whole new rear end. We're gonna put on this car, in 30 minutes.
Yeah.
And that
Yeah.
everyone's like, what? It's like in Ford versus Ferrari where they put on the brakes, and that was like the first move.
Oh, wow. Wow. Looking back at Martin, just had a massive little shunt coming to Porsche curves.
Porsche
Okay,
curve
so that car is having some issues.
Oh, yeah. He just came way too fast.
might be it for him, I think. Oh, yeah, okay, didn't hit anything too hard. Definitely a hard hit on the front.
Yeah, he just pushed it way too hard into a high downforce section. So far, just try to limp back.
Coming back to Hugo Valentin, continuing to lead the race, continuing to keep them out in front of the. We have a car spun out of our.
We do. There's a Ferrari. I'm fairly sure.
Let's take a look. Wow. A little bit of overstart. Oh.
Big hit onto the wall.
Big shunt.
Yeah, that hurt.
We will.
Just that correction. Yeah, oversteer on the entry, huh?
Yeah.
That's weird. Like, coming out Tetris as well. I guess just came in way too hard coming in to the left hand.
Tetris can be a very difficult corner with the amount of trust you put into the downforce, and if it at any point slips.
Yeah, especially in a GTE car, which there isn't that much downforce as the prototypes are.
Yeah, the rear wing on those cars is a great help until you start to slide, and then it suddenly does not help you anymore. So, unfortunate for them, the Orion's race team is going to have to take it back in, get a little bit of repairs, get back out on the track as soon as they can. We will continue to follow this lead race because these cars are all so close together. It's going to matter here near the end.
Yep, there we go. Yeah, also figure sense for Patrick coming into the pits. I wonder if he's going to be changing drivers. And he is. It's going to be Marius Danhausen going to be coming in for Patrick. Good job, Patrick. A really good couple of stints there. Really strong pace for sure.
Holding the fastest lap for much of the race. We're going to get a fresh set of tires on it for...
And looks like Valhalla is also coming in.
Okay.
With, I don't know if Riley's taking over or it's going to be Roth, but we'll find out.
I think Riley's going to be heading out of the car. But yeah, half of the LP field actually in the pits right now, so pretty impressive.
You can see Hugo Simpson back on circuit. Hugo Valentin continuing to put laps down, continuing to try and distance himself from the rest of the field, keep their gap. Continuing an extremely clean stint from him, besides the one spin early, which almost unavoidable, and otherwise a good dodge of any severe incidents. We are closing in on the 8-hour mark, guys. We are 2/3 of the way through the ISREC 24 Hours Le Mans. 24 hours around a French track, depending on if we're going to get in trouble with the ACO if I say Le Mans.
So also looks like...
the 24 hours of Lassard.
24 hours.
Too.
Western France. Eastern France? Southern France?
Western.
Western France. Western.
Yes, Western.
All right, with Steve the RLR Brizzy car coming into the pits, so we will get a chance to see our true gaps here momentarily. Once the esports RLR black car goes back out on circuit, we will see.
Yeah, also Martin's back out in the Sapphire Sunsport. I mean, close call with the BMW actually, but it's good he's back out again.
So they did get that car repaired.
Yep.
That's good. That's good. The interchangeable fenders, man. It makes a difference.
Yeah. Prototype.
We take a glance back at the House for Royal, continuing to try and stay in front. Oh, he's got Martin Pearson right behind him. We better run. You never know what's that first.
It looks like Riley's still out in Valhalla. He's doing another stint. So
okay.
He's on the move.
It's on the move, yeah. No, I think he just put another lap on the Martin there, so it's about 3 laps down. Martin is.
Leonard Rart in the RLR Breezy Silver car trying desperately to catch up to their sister car.
He's using all the road and more. I mean, that line through there was full bore commitment.
Yeah, definitely.
Right now, RLR Black going through Tetra Rouge right as Leonard Rart comes across the start-finish line. So we are It's close, gentlemen.
That's the
Definitely
race.
close.
That's the race. Basically,
Top three.
at
Top three
40
shootout.
seconds. 40 seconds after. 40 seconds after 16 hours.
16 hours of racing, and we have less than a minute between the top 3 cars. That is pretty
Yeah,
spectacular.
that's awesome. Really good stuff. But looks like we've gotten past the 8-hour mark now, and it's time for our update again. First place, we have the RLR Abruzzi Esports black car, doing great times with Hugo there. And then with position 2, we've got the RLR Abruzzi Esports silver car going back and forth with the Fugo car, which is in 3rd place as well. Give a little flash there. Marius Denhausen in the Fuga Sinsport LMP1 car, taking it from Patrick there. Then we've got Adria Tommy in the SRA IES Swiss Union car as well. And P5, finally making it into the top 5 here. Finally can say it. We got Riley Hayes in the Valhalla Simsort Royal car, making it on the finally in the top 5 there. P1 in the LP2 car is going to be the Aquavir Motorsports Harukapat car as well. And then P2, we're going to have the FTR Esports with Ryan Chevalier, pressing hard as he can with that car, making do as he can really. Then we have P3 of Stage 1 Racing Junior, the number 72 car, doing great work out there as well. P4, we've got Quivier Motorsports, AA Relissanti, second car of the Quivier in the LMP2 class. And then the finish off the LMP2s for the top 5 is going to be Ruslan Barlamlikov in the Fuga Motorsport in the LMP2 class. Now going to the Pro class, we have Jan Schmitz, still in the car for Fuga Sinsport GT, blinking just a little bit there. Then we've got, looks like we've got a P2 change as well. Used to be Lithium, but now it's Team DRC Blue. Good stuff for them as well. Then we're going to have P3. There they are, because they had a pit stop. That makes sense. All right, P3, Lithium Motorsports. So keep an eye out for that battle right there. Going to get really nice and juicy. Then for P4, we've got the hashtag racing car for the Pro class. And then finish off Pro category for the top 5 is going to be the 27 Motorsports white car.
Are they related? Just a pause for a moment. Ricardo.
Which one? Oh, Dorate brothers?
Yeah.
Ooh, interesting. That's cool. All right, now we got JD Sim Racing, keeping it P1 for the AM class, doing a really consistent job out there. Really good job. Then we've got Chaos Latin Gamers P2, trying to make up the time to the AM class, but still haven't not got there yet to the AM class sleeper. Then for P3, we've got Quiviar Motorsports GT in the 3rd place for the AM class. Then P4, we've got Mariti Racing, ISRC GT official one in the AM class well. And then finish it off, P5, 27 Motorsport once again. Position 5 in the AM class, which is the only car I think left in the AM class, I think. But that's it for the whole top 5 leaderboard for the hourly update. Fortunately, that's gonna be the last one for me. This is when I'm gonna head off for the night. I wish all the competitors really good luck. Hopefully everyone finishes. Thank you. Everyone finishes to the end. Everyone does well. Thank you guys for having me out here doing some talking. Getting late, so yeah, I'm gonna hand it over to you guys, finish it off, and hopefully Ryan get in and all that stuff. But yeah, thank you guys. Thank you ISRC for giving us the opportunity, of course, able to broadcast. But yeah, David Penna signing off.
Thanks a lot, David.
Have a great night, guys.
We are going to wait momentarily, but we will have a chance to talk to Fuga Simsport LMP1's driver. Just got out of the car, Patrick Pelchat. He's going to hop in the waiting room for us here in a moment. We're going to continue following this LMP1 battle as it continues getting closer and closer. Can we get the intervals up there real quick? I kind of want to see how close we are right now. because it is continuing to be very close. Yeah, it's only 30 seconds between the silver and the black car now, so the gap continues to get that bit tighter and that bit closer. Hugo Valentin can continue trying to put distance between him and his teammate, but it's getting difficult. It's getting really difficult now. So we'll continue following that. We're under 8 hours here. The sun is coming up. The track is going to start warming up here momentarily. We're going to start seeing the rubber stick a little less for these cars. We'll probably see the lap times fall down pretty hard as well. So. We kind of watch these cars and we think, oh, that looks kind of easy, that looks kind of fast, but I don't think we realize until you sit in these cars for a minute and you watch from these in-car cameras just how quickly things. Oh, as we see the Hugo Valentin cut the Ford chicane a little bit, take the slowdown.
Yeah, he definitely evaded hitting those curves, which is the key. Is, you know, if you're gonna bail out, you bail out soon. There, you know.
Yeah, commit to the bailing out.
Yeah, I mean that's the idea. Is just.
And we have a spin here from Dion Nouvelle in the Stage 1 Racing senior car. And another one from the other Stage 1 Racing car, Stage 1 Racing green. A solo spin, great job getting himself out of the track and getting back on track. So
things come in threes, and we just saw that there, a Ford chicane and a Mulsanne chicane and that's all it takes just to have a four-wheel drift in one of these hybrid bad boys. So sun's coming up, everyone's feeling the track's probably changing quite a bit, so I'm sure there's going to be some exploratory sliding going on here soon.
Yeah, probably. Do we have the can we pull the weather up real quick? Because I'm kind of curious as to if the temperature has already started to climb. I'm sure the air temperature has, but I'm curious at the track temperature. So the air temperature, my screen's all blurry. Air temperature is still holding at 20 degrees Celsius. So the track temperature will not start climbing here for a little bit longer. It is still clear. The wind is still picking up about 16 kilometers an hour, and the moisture continues to climb just a little bit. It's all up to 44%, from 41% a little while ago. So it won't affect them too badly yet. We're still going to be in these good lap times. The track's still going to be solid, not too oily or anything. But yeah, so we'll continue kind of following that and keeping you updated. As soon as that sun comes all the way up, we may see a pretty severe drop in lap times as these cars struggle for grip. Or sometimes it's the opposite.
But, you see that driving like just through those corners, and you're just like, he's still cranking. I mean, they're going fast.
He might be leading, but he has not settled down. But I mean, we see the silver car is continuing. Leonard Wright is continuing to just chew into the lead of the esports black car, like the RLR car.
I mean, you can just see the car rotate around that corner just so beautifully, and he's got it so hooked up.
These cars having a slight Space AG four-wheel drive system with the front electric motors, helping the car pull itself out of corners faster. And it makes a difference for these cars as they turn. You can see him flashing as he goes to move past a GTE. Leonard Wright just continuing to just beautiful lines, beautiful laps, beautiful lines. So,
I mean, it's the entry into that corner for me. It's that using pretty much all the curb, having two right tires on the asphalt, the rest, it's just using all the track and more of it. And the entry here too, just like the commitment.
Yeah, you can see one of the things that they talk about with these cars, one of the most difficult parts. Oh, as we get a little close there, you can move.
Gnarly.
Very, very tight move, but he is on it. One of the things you have to commit to with these cars that depend so heavily on their downforce is committing to these corners. You cannot slack off when you enter these corners at full speed. You have to let the downforce do its job. And Leonard Wright has complete faith in his downforce and his
right. It's basically kind of turning in and keeping it, not turning in twice, which is something I do all too goddamn often. But it's that sort of like turn in and just let the thing. Right, the thing will just. It's better if it doesn't have to change direction twice. If it just changes direction once and gets in that groove, then it'll stay there, and it has complete traction, and I think that's right. So we just have this precision going on, and there's been a lot of laps around here. You can see it. I mean, he's just like, he was even on the white line on the entry going in there. You know, just every lap, it's every millimeter.
Well, and these cars are very precise. The shock and spring travel is extremely short, and the weight transfer on these cars is extremely important. So as these drivers do these single turn-ins that you just spoke about, that the turning in once thing, it may seem like an arbitrary comment of, oh, you know, what does it matter if you turn the wheel a little bit more, a little bit less? Reloading these tires as you turn can actually upset the balance of these cars enough to cost you a large amount of time. So only loading those tires one time smoothly, consistently, every single corner means you won't wear the tires out as quickly, you won't damage them, you won't upset the car in any way, and you can get on that throttle a little bit sooner. You can get off those brakes a little bit sooner, carry that little bit extra speed. And that's something Leonard
Right. That's where it's like hooked up, and that's the edge.
All right, cool. Patrick Pelchat is waiting for us. I'm going to grab him and drag him in here. We're going to speak to him for a few minutes.
Great. Hey, Patrick.
Thank you for joining us. Y'all are making for a very exciting race as y'all continue to close in that little bit on the two RLR Abruzzi cars. I'm assuming y'all are going for an upset here on them, right?
Yeah, we're pushing the boundaries of what we think was possible with that car. So
I think the competition has forced y'all to this point where it is necessary for everybody to continue clipping some incredible times. Now, as I understand it, y'all are mathematically have won the championship, correct?
Yes.
Y'all cannot, because of the teams you were competing against are no longer in the running. Y'all are locked in. So for now this is just for bragging rights at this point almost. Just to seal the deal a little bit more. So y'all are, I assume, basically have nothing to lose at this point, right? Y'all can push as hard as you want.
Yes, exactly. Like we're using this as a learning experience. I mean, the Abruzzi cars teams are reference in endurance racing in the LMP1 class. So just being able to keep up with them or challenge them slightly bit. I mean, it's just great. Like, it shows that we've made some great progress.
Yeah, no, y'all are showing some incredible pace here to keep consistently with them, and if I mean, y'all are within that striking distance of if they make an error, if they make a bad decision. We're gonna make a quick jump over here. Silas and Kojin out of Trouble Racing. They might have blown an engine. This might be it for them. They are limping very, very slowly, pulling over. Yeah, that's a go right there.
Patrick, what do you think the sort of the margins you're finding as it is it on getting the turning right? Is it getting the braking? Is it, you know, what section of the track are you finding that you can just eke out a little bit more time as the race kind of progresses, especially during the night stint because the track was getting so quick? What did you find out there?
Well, I think in terms of pace, like if we compare them to our pace to the Abruzzi, I think during the night we were a bit quicker than the Porsche, a bit kind of the same pace of the Audi. Mm-hmm. But I think it's in the Porsche curves where we have the edge on them. Like top speed, I managed to set the car so we matched them. But I think Porsche curves, like bringing a couple kph more there, I think we have the edge. But apart from that, it's pretty close. Like they're very, very quick running in the 310s. All three teams, so it's pretty tight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, y'all have shown some incredible pace on that. What do you think is going to happen between the differences between the Audi and the Porsche as the track begins to heat up? Do you think one or the other is going to have an advantage?
Surprisingly, I think both are pretty close. They have their strengths and weaknesses. I think the Porsche has a bit more deployment, so they're able to boost a bit more a couple places where we don't in the Audi. I think the Audi has the edge on the straights. It's a nice fight at the. I don't know if you guys look at the start, but I was fighting with their Porsche, the silver team, and it was just like we had completely different boost strengths. So I was like going ahead of them before the first chicane, the Molson straight, and after Molson Corner, they were boosting a lot more than I did, and they were going back ahead, and it was just like back and forth. So both cars are very different.
No, it's shown that y'all are consistently within thousandths of a second on average.
And how's traffic been out there? Have you been finding everyone's been pretty good, or what's the feeling there?
I think traffic has been great. Honestly, like it's been an improvement since the beginning of the season. It got better. Obviously Le Mans is a great track for traffic. A few teams out there a bit more difficult, but I think we have. Overall, it's a great improvement from what it's has been at the start of the season.
What challenges have y'all run into doing this race, with it being, twice as long as the longest race in this event or in this in this series? What new challenges have y'all run into?
I think the challenge has come from these new teams just showing up today for this one-off event at Le Mans. I mean, there's some some very like high-end competition showed up, and it's pushed us to work a bit harder on preparation for this race. As a team, Fuga has registered a P2 for this event, which we didn't participate in the championship, so that's a new challenge for the team. Just trying to get our feet wet in that class. We're looking forward to next season, obviously. I don't know what we're going to register. Most likely P1 and GT, but might be also registering a P2 for the next season. So a lot more challenges for the team.
And y'all have a GT Pro currently leading as well. So like y'all are really in some serious running here for some pretty serious hardware at the end of this race if all goes well.
Exactly.
What do y'all see as your plan? What is y'all's kind of the ace up your sleeve to get to these RLR breezy cars? Is it just going to be raw pace? Do y'all have a different strategy from them?
Yeah, in terms of strategy, what's happening is that they're able to run 12 laps much easier because they probably practiced it a bit more than we did. We're able to push the 12 laps per stint, which it's all right, but we're losing so much pace trying to do it. So, and we're not gaining anything by doing 12 laps. We're just keeping up with them. So we started a bit too late doing it, and right now it's we're just playing catch up, but it's pretty hard. It's only on pace.
Very narrow window to make that work,
Exactly. Yeah.
So here's an interesting thought. As we're watching the silver car continue to catch up to the RLR black car, do you think that them battling could actually give y'all an in to this race with them going back and forth a little bit?
Well, if they could crash together and do a Mercedes at Barcelona 2016 kind of thing, that'd be great. But no, don't think it's gonna happen.
I think there's probably there's the term team orders, a little bit of team orders there. Do not
I hope for them.
Absolutely, under no circumstances. We're gonna jump here to NSR Bronze real quick. Joachim Loritzen. Looks like he might have had a moment here going into turn 2 and 3. Didn't hit anything. Nice little pirouette. Oh, it was a dunk on purpose. And we're continuing watching Marius run around, continuing to put good solid laps down, keeping the car clean. What do y'all see? Y'all just gonna continue just scratching away at it, trying to inch a little bit closer to those top two cars?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're just gonna keep our head down, keep going at it, and see if they make a mistake. We'll be there to capitalize. But apart from that, I think it's just like getting it to the end at this point. We've learned a lot of things. There's a lot of lessons to learn from all this, and we're just gonna come in stronger at the beginning of the next season if Broodsy or anyone of their caliber shows up, and we'll be able to fight them. So.
I was gonna say, stronger after winning the championship. You're gonna be that bit more scary, aren't you? That's the whole point of it, right? Come back in as strong as you can be, a little bit stronger than you were.
Oh yeah, we never stop moving forward. I mean, there's always room for improvement. You're never as fast as you could probably be. So we're always gonna push forward.
Absolutely.
Just more tire testing and racing in open lobbies.
Exactly. More practice, more setup work, and always go faster.
So we'll see the RLR silver car go into the pits. We're continuing to watch Figa Sim Sport chase them down. I like the little back and forth. I like seeing y'all jump up into that top 2 spots. You're welcome to, if y'all have any sponsors or anything you'd like to talk about, anyone you'd like to thank, go for it.
Well, I think everyone in the team. We've been in a big rebranding and just like management shifting recently. So I think all the team has put a lot of effort to get ready, and a new paint, and you just getting a P2 car in the entry ready, and I think everyone just put their hands to it, so it's great. But Quick Setup Shop also supporting us, supporting the team. I think that and the league, obviously, ISRC has done a great job putting this event together and making sure we have a full grid. Just like that's been much appreciated, and it's been a great event so far.
Well, I appreciate you coming and joining us, Patrick. Continue to run those incredibly fast laps. At one point in the middle of the night, you dropped a 3:09.4, and it just I can't believe how fast these cars are. So continue to run. Good luck. We'll very much enjoy watching y'all continue to fight with the RLR Brizzy cars. Thank you for joining us in the booth.
Well, thanks, guys, and keep up the good work on the broadcast. It's great.
Thanks, sir.
All right, see you guys.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it. Well, there we go, guys. We've just spoken with Patrick Pelchant. If you get him, SimSport continuing to chase the RLR cars down. We'll see what happens with that.
Oh, I see JR is here in the commentary box too.
I think he's running cameras for us right now.
Oh, he is. He's just
running cameras.
quiet. He's a quiet mouse.
So what do you think, Alex? We listened to Patrick talk a little bit. Do you think Fuga has what it takes to catch these two? I mean, RLR and Brizzy are both professional grade teams.
I don't know, but I mean, it seems like once you get into the morning hours, everyone's gone to the hardest part. So it's like you really need to have something really go your way to claw back. I mean, given how close it is and how capable it seems.
Yeah. I mean, we're looking at closing in on the 300th lap, and with this next round of pit stops, we may see Wart drop under 20 seconds behind Valentine, and that could be a world of difference right now.
Yeah, I mean, 20 seconds.
We also have another interview, actually. Marcus Soholm from the Aquiver Motorsports HU team. I'll have to get him to tell me how to pronounce that. The current LMP2 lead is available for... So I'm going to grab him and drag him in here real quick. Marcus.
Hello.
Thank you for joining us. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I appreciate you wanting us in here.
Y'all are continuing to put on an absolute clinic of a race.
Yeah, thank you.
It's beautifully done so far. So kind of talk to us. Are y'all feeling as confident as you should be right now with about 16 hours down?
I think the main mindset that we have in our team is that we try to never feel overconfident, because everything can happen in the blink of an eye. You might be crashed out and totally ruined. Then we try to just stay calm and keep our heads down until the end.
So y'all found your stride for sure. That's a good mentality to have. Of at this point, you have the lead. You have this breathing room of about a lap. Where do y'all stand with? Are y'all happy with your pace? Is it kind of something where now y'all can breathe and kind of let yourself slow down slightly?
Yeah, definitely. We had a couple of incidents just with our own mistakes and stuff during the race, which I think the last one we had was during the night, but we've definitely tried to cut down on that since we had a huge gap. And I feel like now we're actually, just chilling. I arrived a lot through my sim, and of course with the absolutely epic sunrise that's now here.
It is absolutely gorgeous as the sun kind of just cresting the trees now. It's going to get a little blinding for some of the drivers, I'm sure.
Yeah, I just got on my final lap. I just came out of the car. I got on my final lap. I just got the sun straight into my face, and I couldn't see the apex.
Just like, here, Jesse, have the car.
Good luck. Yeah, thank you. I guess 7.5 hours is still quite a long time. So.
Yeah, you'll have some time left, so you'll have to forgive me. Can you pronounce the last word of y'all's team name for me?
Yeah, it's pronounced Hutu Kaupet.
Who took how bet? Okay.
Yeah.
Now I can say that throughout the race and not feel stupid.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
as
we
y'all,
had that early on with the ISRC broadcast as well. They also asked us how to pronounce our sponsors.
makes me feel a little better now.
Yeah.
You know, as y'all continue to put laps down, you know, are y'all expecting a big change as the sun comes up?
Not really actually. I think the track teams are slowly gonna rise. I think we're gonna do Jesse's gonna do his quad, and then Daniel's gonna do his quad, and then I think we're gonna switch back to triples because then I think the track teams will be quite hard, and we don't really have anything to risk here because we have quite a big gap. So
Yeah, the what you would gain from quad or quad static tires at that point would outweigh the value.
yeah, exactly.
Okay, well, it's y'all are continuing to just cleanly put laps down. It's been a really, really sharp first 16 hours from y'all. So with another 8 or so, a little 7.5 hours to go, y'all will continue to pound around. Alex, did you have any questions for him?
No, I'm just here on the journey.
Well, you know, feel free to if you have any sponsors you'd like to thank or anything like that, feel free.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure. So of course our two sponsors sponsoring our LMP2 entries, Ruta Kaupa and AA Really Sonti, and then of course just the team for putting in a shit ton of practice laps for this and really just be nice about everything.
Yeah, how many practice laps do you think you did?
I think in the official practice sessions, I think both of our LMP2 teams were above 200 laps.
Wow,
That's crazy.
that's half the race. That's 12 plus hours of practice. That's fantastic. I mean, it's showing. It's you know, if I ever asked you what's your secret, I mean, 200 laps of practice is a pretty good secret.
Yeah.
I mean, I think y'all are showing that practice does make perfect in some of these scenarios. You know, y'all shown just a consistent, steady pace. You're staying out of trouble, staying away from making big mistakes, and just continuing to put really strong laps down.
Yeah, that's also the goal for the rest of the race. So.
You know, that's I think all you can really hope for. So y'all we'll continue to enjoy watching y'all put the laps down. Good luck for the rest of the race. We appreciate you speaking with us.
Thank you, and good luck for the rest of the broadcast.
Thank you, Marcus. We'll
I'll see
continue
you around.
caffeine. Or caffeine.
Buenas noches.
Yeah.
Thank you, Marcus.
Yeah, thank you too. Bye.
It must be 7 a.m. for him.
Oh God, I didn't even think about that.
Yeah. Well, whoever's watching that's also in Europe. I mean, I don't know if it's probably 7:30, 8.
And I think it will be bumping over to early morning for them, mid-afternoon for Riley, who's I think the only Australian. And it's
So I can be like, JR, switch over to Riley.
yeah, it's actually kind of cool. He's kind of just
Oh my God, he's like my robot. This is amazing. Hell yeah, I've always wanted, you know, I'm like his camera dom. Cool, I get it. Okay, so Riley Hayes in 5th place. We'd love to see it. He's out there. The sun's coming up. This is the best stint, man. This is the best time to be driving.
I mean, it is beautiful and blinding, but it does.
Well, right, you got to turn off that HDR. But you know, it's pretty in HDR if you can mind a crash.
So nice. I mean, yeah, I usually crash with it, but it's so pretty. We're definitely enjoying the beautiful western French sunrise. Probably more than the drivers are because obviously as that sun comes up, it's going to be a bit more difficult to see.
Oh yeah, you can see it coming up there. Are there some good battles going on in GTE right now?
We'll have to see here momentarily. I think we've had a moment for the cameras. There we go. We're looking at Lithium Motorsports. It looks like they have caught up to DRC Blue. Oh boy, here we go. We have a battle for position with 7.5 hours left to go. Over 16 hours into a race. We have two cars less than half a second apart.
What do we love to see? It.
We're going to see the Lithium Motorsports Corvette catching up to that DRC Blue BMW. And we're going to kind of see here, is that BMW as strong as when we spoke to JD Sim Racing earlier in the race, is that BMW as strong as they said it was? You know, they said.
I mean, both those cars are very good here. I mean, I haven't driven the Corvette in a while, like since Spencer and I were cutting our teeth on IMSA doing this race a lot. But I love the Corvette around here, and look at this. I mean, he's within a second. So I mean, that's pretty extraordinary.
I mean, but I think it has to be said right now. This BMW is not being caught in the drafts. Like the Corvette is not closing too much on him. He's not been able to make a move yet. So we spoke.
And
to
then
some
also might be set up too. You know, like a lot of this is dependent on how these cars are going through the Porsche curves. So that's always the big thing. But you know, I mean, this is 12. We're 16 hours in, and it's this close. So it's marginal, and we don't know.
It is coming down to these very tight races, and Lithium might be currently just saving some fuel. You know, the way they see it, it might not be worth the full throttle passing and back and forth with DRC. So they may take a decision to kind of take their time getting up to DRC Blue and see what happens with this.
I mean, it's fever pitch.
Patrick is right. I think the lead team right now, Focus Sim Sport, I believe their lead car is a BMW as well. So it's probably okay. It's probably all right. I mean, they're only leading by like a full lap. It's probably all right. So we spoke to JD Sim Racing at Simbera earlier in the race, and we talked to him about the Porsche, and he said that they're definitely stronger through some of the high-speed corners, like the Porsche Corvette in that area, but they do seem to be struggling a little bit on the straight lines when that BMW power comes in. So, and performance and all that stuff seems to make a difference.
Yeah, we'll see how they go through here. I mean, it looks like the BMW's doing amply good to stay in front of that Corvette, keeping it out of the tow.
God, the CAR is really just a good-looking car, isn't it?
The Corvette?
Yeah, it is just a good-looking car. I hate the road car, but I think that this is a...
Yeah, the race car looks great. I did notice that I feel like the lights were brighter at night, but are they off now? I just don't understand. Oh, look at that. We've got a pit stop for... Oh,
it actually might have thrown Lithium off their game a little bit.
Yeah, I think they didn't expect that.
A good bit of kind of brain games there.
He got a little slow down too, so he's gonna have to. If he's gonna undercut him, he's gotta put his head down now.
So yeah, a little bit of mind games there from the DRC Blue car. That dive into the pits might have thrown the Lithium driver off a little bit. Matausik, a little bit, not too bad.
That was just maybe not even an unintentional mind game. Is what I'll call that.
Just to dive into the pits, and
or you can call it a reaction.
Fair enough.
But yeah, I mean, he just like didn't expect, and he was just like maybe a little caught off guard. You know, it's like
might have been afraid of an accident happening and just kind of wasn't. Paying attention to everything else, and that's fine. That happens.
It's like you get in the zone in these races. You know, you just like lap after lap, and you're just trying to be consistent, and trying to focus on that. And there's like a variable that changes, and then you make a mistake right after it. You know. It's
and keeping in mind that these drivers have been at this for over almost 1,000 minutes now. So 250 laps of 3:48, 3-minute, 50-second laps, where they have a lot of downtime. Le Mans is one of the few tracks where you do get a lot of downtime. After a few weeks ago at Sebring, there's very little downtime in comparison. You get a very short back straightaway, and that's about it. So to see these drivers having a lot more breathing room is a unique experience for these drivers, because most of the tracks do not offer this kind of great downtime.
Sebring's even more exhausting when you do a double back, or you do a back-to-back race in 12 hours.
Yeah, I forgot you did both a race in the BMW and then jumped in with myself and JR in the.
Well, I was practicing the car with us that we did with the P2, and I was pretty comfortable there, and I didn't realize I was be driving the BMW only a day before And so I did some practice. I was like, okay, well, here we go.
I think you you scored 2 excellent finishes too. You had 6th in the BMW and a 4th in the P2 with myself and JR.
Oh my gosh! But we missed the pit lane. I mean, somebody else did that in this race, and they didn't make it around the whole time. And I was like, well, at least we didn't do that at Le Mans. So
it is a little bit harder to make it back around Le Mans with
yeah, it's a little longer.
fuel. Yeah, that was us, by the way. That was Valhalla Sport. Missed the pit lane.
Yeah. That was us.
So we're good at that, folks. If you ever need someone to miss your pit lane for you when you really need fuel, we are the people to call. You know, we're good at it. We're good at it. And we do
so, Jared, take us through the GT, the amateur.
Let's see if it's still JD Sim Racing. It is still JD Sim Racing. Continuing to dominate the class, to be honest. But we do see the closing distances a little bit. They have slowly been inching. House Latin has been slowly inching their way towards JD. And we spoke to Simbera earlier, and he said they were comfortable, and now at this point they feel like they have room to breathe and to be careful. But I think that Cal's going to put a little bit more pressure on him.
It's still pretty exceptional to have, you know, the top 3 within a minute and a half, and then
it is.
You know, the top 5 within a half a lap, or you know, almost a full lap basically. But
Alfredo Sanchez doing a great job in the Cal Latin Gamers car, continuing to push. Despite it looks like a little bit of front end damage, they might still be struggling for top speed.
But man, it's not a game; it's a sim. What are you doing that to us?
Team DRC Blue continuing to try and get back up to where they were. We will see how this all works out for everybody. Looks like Riley may be joining us here shortly. I might take a break when he gets here. But we'll continue the coverage of the fight here in GT Pro. Fugue Simsport continuing their shall I say dominance? They've been leading for several hours now. About 6 or 8 hours, I think, lead, if not more than that. So it's been a strong run for them.
Classify that as domination.
I think that's classified as dominance. Jan Smits
You might ask a Dom. This is the second time we brought that up in this whole broadcast. That's maybe we're a family channel.
A different category of Twitch streaming. Oh, Stefan Kirschman in the Manatee Racing car.
That's a short way through, but you know, you get a penalty.
You know what? Honestly, if you can survive the off tracks, it's pretty quick. Stewards don't get very happy with you, but it works.
You save a little fuel, you know.
You do save some fuel. I've taken that route several times.
Yeah.
That was my excuse. Fugue Simsport GT continuing to just heavily outweigh the competition here at the start. Now, given they are in the BMW, so they have a huge weight advantage, huge width advantage as well. Is that how they've been doing it? They've just been blocking the whole track.
Wide girl, the wide boy.
Yeah. Big old wide boy. Can we get
the whole track? Nobody can get by you in the BMW, but the BMW is good to drive. You know, I drove it initially when I got iRacing about a year ago, and then I kind of gave it a break and thought it wasn't so good, and then I returned to it. I was like, actually, no, this car is really great, and it just gets consistent, and it just you can just pound those curves just like
as you said that Jan Smith just jumps the forward curb. And if you're still in chat, can you get me another one of those BMW memes? That'd be much appreciated.
Yes, bring in the memes.
It'll pop up eventually here. We see Marius Danhausen of Fugue Simsport LMP1 is in the pits. They are getting a fresh set of stickers for him. So it looks like they are done with his first set of quad stints, and he is back out on the track. So hopefully with these new stickers, he can really put some laps down as they continue to try and run down the leader. But we do look at a 21.9 second interval between the eSport RLR Black and RLR Silver cars. So they are holding steady. It's getting closer. I mean, it's genuinely getting closer. These cars are going to have to really... There's not really a lot of room for error for any of these teams, is there?
No, I mean, you know, 20 seconds is mistake, or I mean, just think about how little damage you have to get to lose 20 seconds in, the next 7 hours. I mean, so it's but these guys have been practicing a lot. We've heard, whoa.
Oh, that was a.
I thought that was a dive to the pit lane, but everyone uses the track there, so I guess you can.
We talked about the BMW being a great curb muncher, and obviously the Corvette is no slouch in that category either, as he takes a lot of curb through the 4 chicanes. Now, you've driven a lot of GTs, so talk to me. With a track like this, how much can you get away with, and how much do you have to be careful here?
I don't know. It's just kind of like when you bounce over them, it unsettles the car a little bit. The biggest place I would always have trouble is coming out of here, going on the Mulsanne straight. That just how much curb you can take on the outside. Oh, we got a replay here. It's like we do have. Oh, I don't know what that was. Couldn't really tell. Okay, well, we have to see what happened there, but maybe he had a little pirouette, but the car looks fine. Doesn't look like he hit anything. Maybe he just.
It's the Skynet rebellion that's begun. SDK has decided to do whatever it wants to do. It's the Skynet rebellion.
Yeah, I mean, blame that on Arnold Schwarzenegger or Kim Kardashian or whoever you want to blame this week. But I like to blame them usually for moment problems or Skynet. Yeah, the
Skynet.
androids. Yeah. Jeff Bezos. Fill in the blank.
It's the Skynet fault. Jeff Bezos is pretty target too.
Right.
He's been the target of a lot of media criticism, so I'm gonna stay out of that one this week.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. Who's gonna protect the billionaires? Honestly.
Seriously.
Sorry, I got out of that subject. Only took till almost 2 a.m. for me to do that and be in delirium. You're gonna get a lot. You're gonna get a lot tonight. The longer I go. So.
Last thing I need tonight is a lot. Okay, just give me a break here. There we go.
I mean, I'm gonna be testing some material tonight. We're getting the sideshow aspect of this broadcast.
I'm kind of tempted to have JR throw that meme up for a moment.
Yeah, I mean, JR said he was going to do some stand-up, but maybe he just lied to me about that.
Okay. Well, let's get back to something a little bit more relevant, which is right now there is less than 15 seconds between RLR Silver and RLR Black. The gap continues to be chewed into.
That's exceptional. What's the difference of the pit stops here?
I think, if we can get the lap timer or the last pit stop up, there we go. So Silver is definitely pushing a lot harder. I mean, seriously, the 2 more stops for Silver than Black, but it seems to be working. So, I mean, obviously, as they continue to close that gap further and further and further, it matters in this scenario. So, yeah, we see the interval less than 14 seconds now.
How about them apples? We love it. I mean, that's a spin or off track away, basically.
Yeah. And with them continuing to close the gap, with Leonard continuing to close the gap on these guys, we'll see. We'll have to see here momentarily about just how much they can actually close. I mean, you can see right now he's about to drop within 12 or 13 seconds of him. So there is definitely a pace difference here.
I mean, what's so interesting about this race is it gets into a trot. It has these phases, and everyone kind of responds to each other in terms of time and speed. They have to sort of apply to their skill to go faster or slower. I mean, not even ever slower. It's always just faster. It's never like, oh, we got to slow down unless you got to save fuel. But I don't think there's much of that going on. It doesn't seem. It seems like the pace is pretty ballistic.
In response to that, when we were speaking to Patrick about the gap between Fugue Simsport and the RLR cars, he mentioned they're getting 12 laps. Fugue Simsport had not practiced to do 12 laps per stint; they were only doing 11, and so now they're having to stretch. And where These, oh my god, the send into the Porsche curves, just unbelievable.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. That's the turn for me. That I go, okay, yep, they're doing something I'm not.
Yeah, there's some difference there. You know, we talk about the aggression that he's showing, but they are continuing to do whatever it takes to get to that 12 lap mark, and it's making a difference for these two cars. They're continuing to put a little distance between them and the Fuga car, and I mean, look how much Leonard Rard is closed on Valentine.
And just look how much faster you go through that turn when you don't chunk the curbs. When you just get that little bit of tire right on the line. You know, not even on the big slopey part, just on, you know, it just sails right through there, that car.
Yeah.
That car likes to be flat.
Leonard Rard shaved 2.5 seconds off of Hugo Valentine's lead that lap. He is on another level right now, and I think Hugo Valentine is really going to have to push as hard as he possibly can, and then some, to continue to hold this lead from the RLR silver car.
Yeah, you better get in that mode, man. Get that head down. Hopefully they will, but it seems like we got a motor race on our hands. Yeah, it's 11 seconds now.
Continues to fall. We're going to continue following this. We're focused on this a little bit extra right now, folks, because most of the other races are pretty spread out. I think all of the other races have a bigger gap. We might check in on the LMP2 class here momentarily before it gets a little too heated here in LMP1.
Did we get to have a chance to talk to Wiley Riley?
He will be in momentarily, I believe. He is getting some food and settling in after a pretty long stint in the car. So.
That's true. He did do some time. Is Alan in the car now, or?
Actually, we'll check here. Yeah, it is Alan Roth in the car right now. So the director for Valhalla Sport continuing to put laps around, putting a little more distance on himself between him and the Sapphire Sport car as much as he can. The best they can hope for now is to try and close some distance on the SRA car. There's still over 7 hours left in this race. Anything can happen. One major mistake can be it. Did a Bruce Silver just hit? Okay, never mind. There was an error.
I don't believe so. I think they just pulled another second in this lap.
Okay. Yeah, it jumped to 40 seconds for a second there, and I don't know what was going on with it. But yeah, back down to almost 10 seconds down. Leonard Rard continuing to chew into that lead. And, you know, as we talked about Patrick, we talked about, you know, proud to be chasing these two. These teams are professional teams. The RLR Breezy cars consistently compete in the top split of major events and some of the bigger events in the iRacing atmosphere. So it's cool to see them, to see Fuga and SimSport really keeping up with these guys. You know, as he said, they're pretty proud of that, and having won the championship, that feels pretty good. So now,
for sure. You know, it's just being there.
To be
right
with
at that same level.
You know, less than tenths of a second per lap over the almost 300 laps, over 300 laps that they've run now. It's pretty impressive, and that is a pretty proud achievement for these teams. Excuse me. Yep, under 10 seconds, closing on 9 seconds now.
Yeah, he's got the grit in this team.
Is it the fastest lap of the race, actually?
I'm pretty sure he just did.
What is that, a 3? I can't read it. You have to read it for me. Is that a 308 or
309, I think. I can't read it either. 308.989, okay.
That is unbelievable. So we have officially in the race broken the 309 barrier with RSR Silver. So I spoke earlier about the car. The track is starting to heat up, and it looks like we're gonna have a little replay here real quick. Jumping back to RLR. Now, who is this? Okay, replay system Skynet still coming for us.
Skynet says, "Watch this." Why? Oh, looks like we got a full car.
That is an LMP2. What car number? That is number 98, I believe.
It is, and they reset. I wonder what happened there. Maybe out of fuel, but they stopped pretty hard. I mean,
I believe that's the NSR Bronze Sim Performance car is pulled over and towed. Not sure what happened there. We'll see if we can get a hold of somebody, find out. All the while, the RLR Silver car continues to climb.
I mean, this is incredible reeling speed. I mean, it's a second a lap. I mean, that's massive time.
Yeah, the pace that Leonard Ryder's showing right now is unbelievable. You know, I mentioned that as the track heats up, it will slow down a little bit, but I think while we're still in the cool and that air has heated up a little bit, that these drivers
Well, it's cool and it's no longer dark, and I feel like sometimes when the morning spurs a little bit more edge too.
And that's fair. They can see a little better. They can be a little bit more aggressive. We're closing on 6.5 seconds between the two RLR cars. This is going to be interesting. A little bit of Civil War action going on here, but we're not very far from the RLR car being able to see each other.
I mean, the way he's going into Arnage is just wild.
We're going to see the number 49 car pull to the left and allow the RLR car through. That's Alan Roth being put down another lap, but honestly, I mean, watching these RLR cars just push hard. That Porsche hunting that Audi right now. Yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit of a civil war here.
Battle over brands.
I mean, just keeping in mind, we are under 309s now. Oh, it's a big hit for which Porsche? I can't see which one that is yet. That's not the JD Sim Racing car, is it? No, okay, that's a Clipper Motorsports GT. Oh no, they were doing such a good run. They started running down the other GT Pro cars, so that's really unfortunate.
It does look damaged quite a bit.
Yeah, left rear wing for sure, or the right rear wing, excuse me, for sure. So they have about a 3.5 minute gap over the Manatee Racing GT car, who has been slowly inching their way towards them. But I mean, this is gonna be some repairs at least. Leonard Ward under 5 seconds to the leader of RLR Breezy Esports Black.
Wild, and look at that per lap. That is effing insane.
Absolutely incredible lap times. I mean, his last lap was a 3:09.5. He's running 3:09, 3:08s, and 3:09s consistently. Hugo Valentin has slipped into the 3:13s. I still think there may be a possibility that RLR Black has taken a little bit of underbelly damage at some point. So we will see exactly what that includes, but hopefully we can find out at some point if it's just a pace difference or if it's some belly damage, excuse me.
I mean, we're gonna bring up the Amazon graphic and say striking distances within lap here.
We're getting close to that point where we go from...
Unless there's a pit stop, so there could be that.
It looks like Ryan Harden just looked back at the number 98 car for us, and it looks like they took air out of Tetra Rouge, and that is took some serious gearbox damage.
Who is that?
That was the car that pulled over on the replay.
Oh, okay. So they hit a rumble strip.
Yeah, they jumped a rumble strip really hard, and it looks like it may have severely damaged something. We're rejoined here by Riley Hayes.
How's it going, fellas?
Welcome back, sir. Slacking a little bit in that run.
I was quad standing tires, so I was starting to drop off.
Yeah. Excuses. I was driving the Mercedes. You were just quad standing tires. Get over yourself. We are. You're joining us in a very exciting.
This is not how we talk to a guest. How was your stint, Riley?
My stint was excellent. Thank you, Alex. I went off for once. I bottled it in Indianapolis. Luckily, it was in Indianapolis, so I was able to get
you were able to scrape yourselves back up to the top 5, which is excellent. Doing a really good job there. Well done overall. We've talked a lot throughout the last couple hours about just how difficult these LMP1 cars are to drive. Even talking to the Fuga Simsport team running in 3rd, and they agreed that this car is just a monster. It's very simple to learn and very hard to drive fast. So
I can definitely echo that with the easy to learn, hard to master.
Exactly. So we're watching the RLR Sports Esports Abruzzi Silver team has set a new fastest lap of the race at a 3:08.9, and has now jumped within very, very near striking distance of the leading black car. They've just pitted shortly ago, but still, the gap is within 5 seconds now. So we are seeing it get that bit closer now.
But what are you learning out there on the track? Yeah.
The traffic is really annoying to pass through sometimes. There were many times where I had a butt punching where traffic just moved over and I was squeezed between a GT and a piece of Armco. So
yeah, I mean,
so
there's a lot of
definitely-
near code rounds. You know, you just like a 3 abreast. You saw a lot of 3 wide, kind of like with a P1, a P2, and a GT, kind of all at the same point on the track. You know, it happens a lot.
you got to really be careful and be very aware of your surroundings. Because if you think, okay, if you're a P2 and you're like, okay, I'm gonna move around this GTE, you don't see, typically, I'll be the first to admit that. I wouldn't probably look at my mirror to see a Porsche 919 traveling at me at 40 k's above my speed limit. So, and for a P1 to come off boost, come off throttle onto braking to avoid something like that, it's pretty difficult to actually pull off without having some kind of incident.
Yeah, we've talked about the closing speeds between these 3 cars, and while by no means are the GT LM cars slow, that's what it looks like when you watch an LMP1 go past them. So, has that been one of the biggest struggles for y'all as a team, as a driver, to kind of avoid those incidents?
Definitely passing the GTLMs is pretty easy. However, passing them through a technical section like the Porsche curves, you can easily lose 4 to 5 seconds through there if you just got a bad run and stuck behind like 2 or 3 of them. Definitely lose a lot of time, but for the most part, no, it's actually pretty easy to pass them.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we're kind of watching here is this, the pace of the lead cars, and just the way they, can set these fast laps while going through traffic is just pretty phenomenal. And a lot of it is just that commitment of, it's like another level. It's quite interesting.
It's definitely a testament to the high school level.
Well, you're here. You're here and you're competing and you're running in 5th place. You should feel pretty good about that. This is a hard race, so kudos to your pace today and this morning. So you got the car to the daylight, and now it's in your team owner's hands. So.
And we're keeping in mind that I did a little bit of digging earlier, and the guys that are in the RLR racing cars are a lot of them are 5+ KI rating, and they've been driving this car for 2 or 3 years now, almost nonstop. So I think you have a little bit of an excuse, being that these guys are essentially professional teams running as hard as they can because they're pushing each other as hard as they can, and they really don't have that much to lose in this scenario. We talked to Fuga Swimsports, we talked to Patrick Pelchant about their race, and he said, with them being locked in championship winners, like they have won the championship at this point, he said they're just going to send it. Not to quote the meme too much, but they have nothing to lose at this point. Now it's all about going aggressive. We just talked about those LMP1s moving around as Alan Roth has to go way over on the shoulder to get around Ryan Chevalier in the FTR Esports car.
God, I can't believe Ryan is. I mean, how many laps has he driven at this point?
God, can we pull that up somewhere? I don't know if we have a.
They just have 2 drivers. I don't know if you caught this, Riley,
Yeah.
but
The third driver for FTR Esports. If y'all are just joining us, or if y'all have not followed this part, FTR Esports is running in second in the LMP2 class, and their third driver has not yet been able to reconnect due to his, as far as I understand, his house not having power. So they have had a power outage at his home, and so there have been only two drivers that have run up to this point. Now that's 17 hours into the race, so we just crossed over to less than 7 hours to go. We're going to do a quick run through of the field real quick. We're going to jump over here to the LMP1 class first. Currently, your overall leader in the first position in the RLR Breezy Esports black car is Hugo Valentin, trying to keep himself in front of his teammate in the second place in the RLR Breezy Esports silver car of Leonard Rart, who is currently the fastest lap of 3:08.9. Hugo Simsport LMP1, we talked to them a little while ago. They were working their butts off to try and catch up. Marius Donhalsen keeping them in the third position, running extremely good laps. Running in the fourth position with the SRA and IES Swiss Union car. Running about 4 laps down, but continuing to kind of keep the pressure and kind of be there in case something happens to one of the other cars. Caillou Bassiner doing a great job. And then in the fifth place, the Halcyon Sport Royal, after that incident for Sapphire Sport, they have moved up to fifth. They have taken over the fifth position. Alan Roth, the director of Valhalla Sport, continuing to push that car as far as he can. Kind of put himself in a position where if anything happens to any of the other cars, they might have a chance of kind of being up there and ready for it. In the LMP2 class, at Quiver Motorsports, I still can't pronounce it even after he told me to. Hudatakapa? Yes, something like that. Excuse me for that. At Quiver Motorsports, Jesse Kramer continues to lap that car, continues to put solid laps down and keep them with over a lap full lead over the FTR Esports team. They've had a bit of drama with only having 2 drivers for the last 17 hours. Ryan Chevalier, I believe, is closing on his 10th hour in the car now, so hopefully they can get a third driver and continue to race. In the third position, Stage 1 Racing Junior, Audi Boschart. I've raced against him before. Solid driver, continuing to put good laps down, continuing to try and close the gap to the FTR Esports car. Probably can with, I'm sure fatigue will start to show on them. In fourth, Fuga Simsport shows up again. Ruslan Berkulov, excuse me again, continuing to try and close the gap on Stage 1 Racing. Only about a minute behind now, so as they continue to do these fast laps, they'll get there. And Quiver Motorsports shows up, running both first and fifth now. Charles D. Presley continuing to run solid laps, continuing to chase after the Fuga Simsport car, only about 11 seconds back, so we're going to see a fight there. Running in GT Pro, Jan Schmitz is continuing to pilot the Fuga Simsport GT car with a over 2-minute lead over Lithium Simsport right now. Lithium Motorsports, Michael Matisek continuing to run. That Corvette is fast. It looks really good. I love the livery. The green looks excellent. And they're continuing to keep themselves within about a second of their fast lap. Team DRC Blue had a little bit of an issue earlier. They are back up and running. Fedo Koman doing a great job in that BMW. Good-looking livery, continuing to push hard, try and catch back up to Lithium Motorsports. Hashtag Racing, they're in the fourth position in another BMW. Interesting color scheme, I actually like that a lot. Ricardo Duarte doing a great job, continuing to run solid laps, continuing to keep themselves clean. Another only about a minute between him and the DRC Blue car, so we still have some competition here between all these cars. 27 Motorsports, Marco Piera. He's about 2 laps down, but they are continuing to keep themselves in that running. If anything happens, we still have over almost 7 hours of light racing to go. Something can still happen, so he's going to continue pushing for 27 Motorsports to try and keep themselves in this race. In GTE AM, we will continue to see JD Sim Racing leading with a good, solid margin over Chaos Latin Gamers. Martin Karasak doing a great job. Alfredo Sanchez also doing an excellent job, continuing to try and run down JD Sim Racing. Acavera Motorsport GT, Hendrik Lichtenhagen, had a little bit of a shunt earlier, but seems to be back up to pace now, continuing to run as hard as he can, keep it close as he can. Manatee Racing ISRC GT3. Stefan Kurzman is piloting that BMW right now. Is continuing to close on Acuvera, especially now that they've had that shunt. He might have a chance of getting to them and taking over that 4th position. 27 Motorsport will round out the top 5 for GTE AM. Fabio Magahales running good laps. 351 is actually an excellent lap right now as the track continues to heat up. They're going to continue pushing. We're going to continue following along. You're joining us here, 2 Ravens TV, as we cover the ISR EC 24 hours of some French circuit in the middle of Western France. Now, 24 hours Le Mans here. They're doing a great job. The racing has been excellent. We are watching a very, very close battle in the top, in the LMP1 class. So we will continue to follow that as closely as we can.
We have a lap update from Ryan Chevalier, 172 laps right now. Very, very committed here.
That is absurd.
Guys, that is 10 hours in the car.
Just a bit of a weather update here at the French countryside, not Le Mans. Ambient
You're
temp
really good
is,
at this, Riley.
the ambient temp is 20 degrees Celsius. The track temp is 21 degrees Celsius. So we're going to start to see the track warming up here in a second. It's currently 8:25 a.m. in Sim. So once that sun comes up over the horizon, start warming up the track, we're going to see lap times come up a bit. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see what all of the leaders can do at the current point in time to see if they can either extend their lead or if need to maybe jump up on them and take advantage of the increased track temps.
I have a quick note here. Oh, Polder Racing looks really hard into the second Mulsanne chicane.
Just looked like he overcommitted there and missed his braking zone and tried to slider on through.
I think there's a technical term for that. I think that's called brain fade.
We are 17 plus hours into a race. Brain fade is a pretty serious issue at this point.
I mean, with all due respect, it's an issue for me all the time, so I get it.
That's fair. Let's be fair. You live in Illinois and you're from California.
Yeah, I don't know where I am.
You're just in a cornfield somewhere.
Almost, yeah.
Almost.
Even by a lake.
Even with my 3 double stints in the Porsche, I was still struggling just to stay awake. My first stint in the car was about 9 minutes, and I was struggling to stay awake.
Oh, Mons Racing. Oh, wow, what a save.
Just parked it perfectly on the exit of the second wall.
I mean, it's talked about more in NASCAR a lot, but locking it down is a common term in the oval racing scene, and it's something important here that we don't realize, but when these drivers can lock these cars down and avoid hitting anything, there's really nothing lost other than a little bit of time. And with the size of the intervals here, it doesn't really matter that much if you lose a few seconds that way.
Yeah, it's just not hitting anything. They say those incidents come in 3s, so we only got 2 there. So maybe we're gonna break that mold.
Actually, Ryan Chevalier just posted a little update saying they're trying to get the P2, trying to get a 3rd team member to drive, but so it's definitely never going to try a 24 with only 2 drivers over again. Now, Riley, you have some experience with this now, don't you?
Yeah, I'm going to go with yes.
I mean, until I killed you, you all had some experience with this.
Well, actually, that experience actually stemmed beforehand as well. My entrance into endurance racing was the 2020 Rolex 24 in the iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona. That was with myself and Lockie Brown, who was also accompanying me today in the car for that Holliston Sport Royale. We drove the DPI for 24 hours with just 2 drivers. It was not a pleasant experience. I do not recommend it.
We see Ryan. Yeah, let's take the shortcut.
That's where he went off the lap previous, correct?
Yeah, it is. It is the same place he had the little slide.
So there's something going on there. Maybe technical issue or just again, it's late in the race.
I mean, I talked about this earlier. You know, one of the biggest issues I've seen with some of these long endurance races is, especially as load cell and hydraulic pedals become more popular, we're seeing issues where, you know, leg wear. People are tiring out. You know, you're seeing your left leg begin to go sore and begin numb, and you can't get as much pressure out of that pedal as you want.
Especially with the Fanatec pedals anyway. I believe it's about a 50 or a 90 kilo load cell.
Yeah, I have.
If you
I have mine turned up as high as I can.
Yeah, same. And even if you get the brake booster kit with it as well, it would be even more pressure.
Correct.
And that I would classify that as an entry level load cell brake pedal. So it's just going to go up from there. I think the physical pro one is like 150 or something ridiculous high. So yeah, definitely endurance, especially on your mental fatigue, physical fatigue, and your strength as well. Especially with people running direct drive wheels. If you have the direct drive turned up, like what I've got, it's definitely gonna feel it.
Exhausted, yeah. I mean, your muscles are just gonna be gelatin at the end of this. You're gonna look like that strongman meme.
I know which one you're talking about.
The dog. It's actually, yeah, it's the strong dog and the soft dog, soft boy dog.
We're kind of, you know, we discussed it, especially I'm kind of curious from Ryan to hear from Ryan Chevalier and Jackson Lowry about what wheel and pedals they have. Because I know after only 5 hours from Sebring, my left leg was like, I couldn't walk the next day very well. Like my leg was sore, and I cannot imagine for these guys what they're dealing with at this point. I can only hope he's playing on a controller.
Yeah.
He's my keyboard.
You know what? If he could come in the second with a keyboard mouse, I'd pull over if I was leading. You see, Hugo pitted last lap, and I think we see it now, boys. It's happening.
3 seconds, yeah.
We are now seeing both RLR Breezy cars in sight. We jump back here to Mario Stanhausen real quick, continuing to run good solid laps, continuing to try and catch up to these RLR cars, but dear lord, are they fast.
Yeah, the RL cars are really scooting, and now they're only 3 seconds gap between each other.
You can see him right there. Here comes the leader, this car right now. And then following him is Leonard Wart, continuing to chase him, continuing to just shave that gap down as much as he possibly can. I mean, we could see this. We could see the first lead change since, I believe, the beginning of the race, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, I think we're going to see it here in the next lap or two.
Yeah, I will have to check with, I don't know. I think Ryan Handridge, you said, or Hardinge, I think you've been here since the start of the race or close to it. I believe they led almost every single lap to this point. I only joined about a little under halfway before, through the race.
It's too late for me. Too early in the morning. Just want to make a point as well. Both the Abruzzi guys are running different LMP1s. So the Abruzzi Esports Black is the Audi R18. The Abruzzi Esports Silver is the Porsche 919. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see if they, sorry, I'll restart that for a second. Definitely interesting to see the two vehicles with their drastically different engines, drivetrains, even hybrid regeneration systems. How they're so close to each other. It's just.
Well,
I mean, it's within a second, guys. I mean, this is happening right now.
We spoke to Patrick Pelchin, and he talked about racing against the silver car and saying, you know, with them being in the Audi and Patrick being in the Porsche, or no, sorry, Leonard being in the Porsche, they, you could see the difference in your boost strats, and it was actually causing him to go back and forth because of their new strats. So we are going to see some differences between the two.
I think we're going to see a lead change.
Yeah,
this
Ryan
next
said
lap.
they have to let every single lap, but he can't remember a time when they weren't leading. So we are very quickly approaching a possible lead change in the LMP1 for the overall lead between the two RLR cars. I mean, this is important right
You
here.
just see him. He's just like, he is.
Here we go. Here it is.
That's it.
RLR Abruzzi Esports Silver has taken over the lead from its sister team in the RLR Abruzzi Esports Black in their Audi R18. And, I mean, with the laps Leonard Ryder's been running, I don't see him letting go of it anytime soon.
No, he's on the move.
Traffic's going to continue to be out of the way as much as they can for these LMP1s.
But now he is the leader of this motor race for the first time since the start. So we have a lead change, which is pretty exceptional.
Oh, cool. We have Ryan Chevalier real quick. I'm going to pull him into the broadcast booth. We'll give him a quick talk over.
Can we also get him a massage?
Yeah, seriously. Ryan, thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
How are you holding up?
I imagine you're pretty tired right now.
Yeah, I've only been, I think it's 21 and a half hours I've been awake.
Yeah, and you're closing in on 10 hours in the car alone. So, okay, I have to ask, what pedals and what wheel?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
I said, I have to ask, what pedals and what wheel?
I'm running a Club Sport 2.5 wheelbase and V3 pedals.
Oh, God.
Yeah, it's a
How bad
remote cell, like second stiff as you can do, so it's starting to add up, especially with the high braking forces of the P2.
You know, I talked to your teammate a little earlier on, to Jackson. We talked a little bit about the issues that your third driver was having with not having power. Have you been able to talk to anybody on your team? Is there anybody that can fill in to at least just cover the 33 laps so you don't get DQ'd?
We're trying to find something that works. So basically we have 3 other drivers who could potentially jump in. James, he's been swamped with life, so we haven't even been able to get in contact with him just because he's been super busy and just everything.
Yeah.
Garrett is in Daytona running jump car and was trying to convince his dad to do the 7-hour trip home to his rig so he could hop in and do it, but wasn't able to get that ride set up.
Oh.
So our hinges now hope on getting Rich to be able to do the last 2 hours of the race around having to watch his kid throughout the day. But
just tell him we will pitch in for a babysitter. I'm not joking. I will start a donation right now for a babysitter.
We love to see this outreach community-wise.
This is community outreach at its best.
Yeah, so Ryan, tell me about how your mindset going in there as 2 drivers. Like, how do you maintain focus, especially through the night? Because you must have been quite exhausted.
It's just kind of our plan all along was we just kind of never really made a solid plan. We're just winging it out. One person hops in the car, takes it until tires are shot, and then we throw the next person in the car, which is kind of how I ended up with doing the majority of the driving, because I have this magic ability in prototypes to stretch the tires way farther than my teammates do. So Jackson's been doing 3 stints during the day, 4 stints in the night on his tires, but I've been able to pull 4 or 5 when I've gotten in. But it's just at the end of some of the stints, it's just zombie mode. Everything's kind of fuzzy, and you're just driving off muscle memory, which is not exactly the greatest state to be in, but.
I mean, you're still in second. You're still in second. Y'all are still holding steady, so I mean, your muscle memory is obviously good enough. And I gasped there a little bit as we watched the Equiver Motorsports GT car almost take out our Abruzzi Esports Black. But no, I mean, y'all have definitely shown that y'all have the commitment to keeping yourself on track. Is the fact that this is a race at Le Mans where you kind of have some breathing room down the Mulsanne Straights definitely benefiting you here?
Yeah, it definitely benefits just how Le Mans is a very nice track for traffic just kind of filtering past each other. There's not many places where you really have to make a move, but the only real place where you kind of have to take a move and make it stick, being the Porsche curves, everything. Everywhere else, you can kind of sit behind a GT car for a corner or two and not lose too much time compared to like if you're at like a Silverstone or a Sebring or something, like just having to throw moves all the time.
So y'all kind of gotten to this point. I mean, are you committed to driving the rest of the race, you and Jackson, even if you can't get a third driver, and just accepting the DQ and kind of taking it as, well, we finished second, but only because...
Yeah, that is absolutely our plan right now, is take it to the finish, bring it to the finish. It's, for both of us, the best run that we've had in an endurance event like this. Previously, like 24-hour stuff, we were both in the HVD. We ran for the official last year where we got 4th, but we've never been P2 for, I guess we've been there for 8 or 9 hours at this point.
Yeah.
So
no, y'all have consistently held yourselves up there at the top, and y'all are doing an excellent job. I mean, I can't imagine. I did 5 hours in Sebring, and my V3s had my left leg shaking the whole time, so I can't imagine twice plus that. So continue pounding away at it. We will catch up with you later and keep us updated if anything changes with your third driver.
Will do. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Ryan.
Thank you, Ryan. All right, so we just spoke with Ryan Chevalier. Oh, NSR Bronze. Okay, looks like they're going to be able to roll out of the line. We had a couple of minor incidents while we were in that interview, including one that was very close to taking out second place in the LMP1 class. So we'll continue to keep up with FTR Esports as we go on. Oh, wow, we're starting to see a bunch of these. Yeah, this is the one right here.
Yeah, that was quite something.
Oh. It was butt-clenchingly close. He just,
That's, Code Brown right there.
Ran it wide there through the midsection and just came on, but just the camber of the road just transitioned it not ideally, and upset the car and just spun it.
Dangerous moment for him. They luckily made it through. We talk about these big endurance races are as much luck as they are skill. You can definitely make your own luck a lot of this, but you can't control moments like that, and you just have to hope they don't happen.
Yeah, wrong place, wrong time is still a huge component of racing, no matter what the skill.
Mm-hmm. We're following the JD Sim Racing car with more than a lap full interval now, continuing to just do exactly what he said they wanted to do early on, which was just consistent laps over and over and over again. They're getting room here to kind of do what they need to do. The gap to the from silver to black has continued to expand, so we will continue following them, but it looks like silver is going to make a run for it, at least for now.
Well, guys, I am pretty exhausted, so I might leave it to you, Riley, to take over for some tonight. I am fading fast, but I'll probably be back before the finish. But it's been a pleasure. Hopefully, enjoy the jokes. It's good racing. I'm glad this is happening because this is some of the better racing I've seen on this platform and in my time racing it. So pretty phenomenal stuff we're watching tonight.
Thank you for joining us, Alex. We really appreciate you.
Oh, well, I appreciate you too. Commentating team.
Good job,
team.
man.
and go Valhalla. Oh,
another good one from the
another half spin. Okay.
They're definitely struggling. I don't know. There might be some aero damage to that car that's kind of contributing to them getting to this point. But they seem to be doing an excellent job of kind of keeping it under control.
Yeah, it looked like through that chicane he locked up during the transition between the first and the second part of the chicane. So yeah, definitely could be some aero damage, or could be some suspension damage as well, upsetting the geometry of the car, and therefore could have affected the braking performance.
We're getting to that point in the race where very, very few cars have zero damage. have to apologize. My voice is trying to give out a little bit.
That's okay. Yeah, it is an oddity if you haven't had some form of damage in one point or another. I think we have another interview ready here.
Ooh, esports Silver, RLR Silver waiting for us. Are we ready for him?
Yeah, I'm ready for him.
All right. Ryan, thank you for joining us.
Good morning, gents.
Good morning. I guess it's morning now, 2:30 a.m. for us.
Oh,
Y'all are. Leonard's on fire, isn't he?
he is. We've just made a last-minute call now. Leonard's going to be in the car again, so we're going to go pull for 5 stints now on this this stint. The tyres don't seem too bad on degradation, so he's going to go again. Then I'm going to do 5, and then after that, I'm not really sure, but we're just trying to crawl back from the little issues we had over the race. So I got a couple of spins, we had a couple of penalties, but we're doing fine. Leonard's doing a good job, and we're just trying to extend this fuel run as much as we can. We've been able to do, well, Leonard's been able to do 12 constantly, but I think in these conditions it's max 11, but the temperature's going to go up. Should be able to do 12 laps later on, and try and catch up to our fellow Brutesy car, the 18, who's doing a stellar job, Hugo and the gang. So,
y'all are through them now, so now it's just a little bit of a pitch strategy difference. Y'all have made more stops than them. I assume some of those were the penalties, but y'all have definitely shown some incredible, like, just conviction of being able to push to this 12 laps while still running the fastest lap of the race right now. Talk us through, like, what are y'all doing? I'm sure there's a little bit of its trade secrets, but, is this part of your strategy of pushing as fast as you can and still getting 12 laps out of a tank?
Not really, to be honest with you. I mean, I can't do 12 laps. I'm not. The team knows that I like to burn fuel a lot, so I can go full 100% pelt through with this car. Benson, Marcus didn't do any fuel saving throughout the night when they were in the car. Leonard's the only one who's been doing the fuel saving, so he's been doing 12 laps constantly, and I think he's doing that. He's going to try now, but at the moment, it's very close to 12 laps on this run right now. But as the temperature goes up, as I mentioned, he should be able to do, and then maybe the next stint, maybe 12 laps, but we'll have to wait and see.
I mean, I assume as the temperature warms up, y'all are going to slow down a little bit just by the nature of the weather.
Yeah, we're going to see times in the, I would say 12s, 13s, maybe, if it's the same temps as we had at the start of the race, but we're going to have to wait and see on that one. But it's still reasonable temperatures now, 21 degrees, so it's still 11s, maybe 12, well, high, I would say 11s constantly, but just depends on the traffic as well. It's very congested out there with the LMP2s and GTEs at the minute, but it's got to keep it clean, get through the traffic, and get them in the right spots.
Yeah, y'all are doing a fantastic job. We spoke with Fuga Sim Sports' Patrick Pelchin, who held the fast lap for a long time until y'all really turned the heat up. And he talked about he was very impressed with Leonard being able to run these 12 lap stints and still be able to put these incredible laps down. So it has made a huge difference for y'all, for sure.
Definitely, and I've got to give props to him as well, Patrick, because I think he's done 2 triples, I believe, on his own. Like he's done like 60 odd laps by himself, which is quite impressive, and in VR as well. So I've got to give him full props for that, and he's keeping his team in. I mean, I've not seen, obviously I've been sleeping, so I'm not really sure the pace of Marius and his teammate, I believe, is Rick. So we'll have to wait and see. But I mean, they are a lap down to us, but I wouldn't count them out just yet. I think they could come back at us later on, but which would be good. It'd be good to have a three-way scrap for the win in this race. And but yeah, definitely I want keeping an eye on those guys, because I think they could spring a surprise, I think, later on.
They've definitely shown the pace, and if at any point y'all have to slow down for whatever reason, I mean, I think that they're still within striking distance, but y'all have shown some incredible consistency. We've been watching Leonard and kind of just, and all of y'all's drivers just enjoying the precision that y'all have. So talk us through a little bit. You know, we talk about these hybrid LMP1 cars, and we talk about them being one of the most precise cars on the service, and just in general in the world. You know, how much of this is practice in the sense of, I mean, how much of this is just laps after laps after laps after laps in this car?
It varies. I mean, we've based this, I believe, off Monza set, just to start off from there as a baseline, and doing a couple of laps. You know, we've obviously got other things, like for myself, I've just had a puppy and I'm spending quite a bit of time, you know, getting settled in and all that. So I've had a little lack of running for this event, but I have been jumping in, maybe doing a couple of hours a day just to get up to speed. But in a short period of time, probably in about 4 days of practice, so it's about 8 hours for this event, plus what I'm doing now. So just building up, as each stint went on for me, I was building confidence in it. And the car as well was a car that I used to drive religiously, like constantly, a few years ago, but then I took a step back from it and went to Element 2, drove that for a bit, and I've come back to it now, and it's like I've never left it, getting back up to pace. But the one thing really is about boosting with the hybrid system. Like, the Audis are pretty good around here, I think, for boosting, whereas the Porsche, like for me, I sometimes get 100, like all the way around, but it really depends on how your driving style is. Like, Leonard can do 100, I can do about 95 to 97 roughly on average, but Benson Marcus can do it as well. And it's just real, for Leonard especially, he's driven this car like all his life on iRacing, so he knows this car, the Porsche especially.
I did a little bit of digging on him and pulled up his account, his profile, and was wowed just a little bit. He's obviously been driving this car for a long time.
Yes, he's driven for some big teams in the past, and made the venture over with this project that we're doing with OLR M Sport in real life, and a Bruzy. So it's good to get them involved, real life team supporting us and taking us around here for Le Mans for this event, along with the sister car, and hopefully we can give them a good impression after we won the 24 Hours of Daytona, the official one, in January earlier this year.
Did y'all win the top split?
No, we won. I think it was third split,
It's
second split.
It's still, like, anything in the top, like, 6 splits for these big events is incredible. So, I mean, and for y'all to be running 1-2 here shows that y'all have not just the pace but the consistency. You know, these 24-hour races are grueling, so you know, just consistency and you know, just incredible pace overall. We joke the fact that y'all are 6 and a bit seconds faster than the fastest lap ever around the Mans in the world.
It's the tire model. That's all it is, mate. The tire model is it's very grippy. I can say that with this tire model. So you can get those quicker laps.
Well, we appreciate you speaking with us, Ryan. You know, if you have sponsors, feel free to shout them out. We want to make sure that y'all get the airtime.
Yep. So obviously OLRM Sport for supporting the team throughout this year, and partnering with Abruzzi as well, and other sponsors, Bridge, and also SimLab and Motul as well, and also to the sister car as well. You know, in second place, Hugo's driving. I think he's coming out now as well when he makes his final stop, and then I think it's Lewis in the car next, and then obviously Jan's going to be back in. So shout out to those guys, and obviously to my teammates as well, Leonard, Marcus, and Bence have done a good job, and to you guys as well for a brilliant broadcast as always.
Thanks, sir. Y'all keep it up. Good luck. We'll continue enjoying this very, very, very close race after almost 18 hours, and y'all are still less than 10 seconds apart. So, best of luck to y'all. We'll continue enjoying it.
Thanks, boys.
All right, thank you, Ryan. There you go. Y'all heard it. We have a little replay here from Stage 1 Racing Green. Coming into the first Mulsanne. Oh.
Hit the curb on the inside and just upset the car.
Yeah.
This Mulsanne 1 seems to be catching out a lot of people at the moment. Again, I reckon it could be just down to driver fatigue as we come into another replay.
Little blinky.
Very blinky.
I think he's done this several times now.
Yeah, again, first milestone, just catching everyone out.
It might be part of it as just the mental break that you get going down the Mulsanne. That it's hard to get yourself caught up, or it's easy to get yourself caught up, and you kind of come back to the real world for that little bit of breather moment you get. Even myself as professional that know. During the 24 Hours of Le Mans this last year, in an HPD, I made the error of just missing my breaking point going to the first Mulsanne. Just zoned out for a moment.
Even I did the same thing literally a couple of hours ago. I almost missed my braking marker. I was thinking to myself, because there was this GT in front of me, and I was like, why is this car just stopping? I'm like, wait, hang on a sec. I had this like panic moment of like, hang on, I haven't broke yet, but I luckily got around the corner.
Why is he stopping? Oh, I should be stopping.
Yeah.
Oh, we just catch Jerry Ewing. Oh, okay, never mind. Got that wrangled back up again. Big jump over the Ford curb. Got it wrangled back up, but we're gonna continue watching. I think I am at this point. I think I'm gonna hand this over to Spencer. It's about just shy of 3 o'clock in the morning. I will probably hand it over to y'all for the rest of this run before I fall asleep at the microphone.
Absolutely, Gavin. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And I really enjoyed having you for the last few hours here.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for having me. Thank you, ISRC. Great event, guys. Y'all did a great job. Signing off.
Cheers, buddy.
What? Just over 6.5 hours to go here. As Gavin leaves us to go have a snooze, as it is about 3 a.m. currently at least in America. As we've got people all over the globe, I believe anyway, who are actually competing here today. For example, I'm from Australia, so it's about 5:47 p.m. As is one of my teammates as well, Lockie Brown, in the Valhalla Sport Royale. There are people from the UK. I think there's actually I'm not going to start listing off countries because I'm probably gonna butcher it all, so I'm gonna keep quiet on that.
No worries, but it's definitely interesting to see the dynamic between teams that do have drivers from different time zones and teams that kind of don't, and you can kind of tell based on fatigue and kind of those mistakes that we start to see now as we wind down 18 hours in this race.
Yeah, because obviously if all of your teammates are from one country, you're all in the same time zone, and unless the other people in your team work night shift and are used to being up at 3, 4, 5, 6 a.m. and pushing 100% all the time, you're gonna have fatigue issues. And even if you're all spread out over the globe, I know I suffered from this anyway. When I started in the car back at the start of the race, took me out to the second stint, just really suffered in the car because it was 1 a.m. local time. Unfortunately, there was really only one other person who was on to cover for me, and then went to bed, slept for 8-9 hours, came back at 12, and instantly had lunch, got straight back in the car again, and by the end of that stint, I was zoned, I was dead. So it is definitely, you do need to train yourself up to just do long stints in the car. Might also play a part on what car you actually drive. I would imagine that a GTE or an LMP2 would be considerably easier to drive around here than an LMP1, since you don't have to think as hard. At least I don't have to think as hard anyway when I drive a P2 or a GTE versus an LMP1. I think speed's a big one as well with my field of view, and also the time of day as well. I was racing mainly at night, so
I definitely think the LMP1's going through the track, running 311s now, 12s. That everything comes at you pretty dang quick. You know, braking markers, apexes, on throttle. So you gotta remember all that for every corner. So it's a lot to take in. You know, on some of these faster cars where you know, a car that's running barely, you know, a 350 something and just under 4 minutes. Everything's coming at you a bit slow. You relax a little bit, and then managing the boost as well with these LMP ones. That's got to be just absolutely draining. It's never something I enjoy. So props to those guys for doing that whole race.
Yeah. Another thing as well is traffic management. It's so, at least again, I'm speaking from personal experience. I'm not sure if any of the front runners can agree with me, but having to constantly think, okay, is the GT going to move to the left or to the right? Is he going to stay pliant to double and then get around? That whole thing is just another level of just focus, and I reckon that's where I get unstuck. It's just having to hyper focus on what traffic is going to do. I think actually during the driver's briefing, it was asked that everyone stays to their line or make it deliberate that they're going to move out of the way. And for the most part, that's what I've seen here today, both as a driver and as a commentator. Of course, there are a few edge cases where people get startled because they're not looking in their mirrors, they're not seeing the flags. But at the end of the day, just make sure that you're focusing on the relative, on the rearview mirror. Because even I was caught out in this race with traffic behind me. It was one of the other LMP1s who was actually a lap down on me, who was trying to unlap himself, and I moved to overtake a GTE because I was waiting because he was undecided on his line and he kept it inside, so I went around the outside. I actually almost cut the other guy off. So there's that sort of thing as well, that while I'm driving in the top class, I'm not the fastest guy, and I will acknowledge that I'm not the fastest guy. But yeah, it's something you just definitely need to be aware of. So yeah, fun times.
Oh, certainly, you kind of got a glimpse there of how difficult traffic is to manage. You saw 3 wide there going across the start finish. It was pretty crazy exiting out of the
You can see him just trundling down single file. Down, what is that, 6-7 cars down, trundling down to the first milestone corner here.
Quite crazy on the brakes there. 83 car have a little bit of a slowdown to be on.
They have some time there. Yeah, the LMP1s here pulling 340, 350 in a draft down the straights. So that's definitely different to the, I think, almost 300 Ks that the LMP2s are pulling, and vastly more than the about 290, I think, or 280 the GTEs are pulling down the Mulsanne straights. And that's not even the fastest straight on the track. Fastest straight, I believe, is actually after the Mulsanne corner, where you've got that run down to Indianapolis, those double right-handers. So yeah, that's where you're going to stretch your legs the most and where you're going to have the biggest break there, mental break. You've got to be careful not to touch those sausage curbs on the inside, otherwise you will upset the car a lot. And especially with these tight LMP1s, if you're overtaking traffic or you just happen to breathe a little bit too far right on the track, which we'll see in a second, yeah, you will upset the car and potentially head off into the Armco railing there. So just
massive slipstream here. Cars cutting through the area, making a huge weight behind them. Got a nice little toe behind, saving some gas, getting some extra time.
Yeah, it is definitely something you chase for in the around Le Mans here. Is the draft. Just yeah, either to save boost, to save fuel, or to just get past the people and just to save some time. with the, I know at least around the Porsche curves in the LMP1, I'm not sure if I mentioned this before, but I lost about probably 4 seconds sitting behind the GTE at some point. Getting the draft from Arnage through to the Porsche curves is definitely something you want to chase for, and definitely something you take advantage of around here, and especially down the back straights here as well as we're following Nicholas here. You can just take it and just overtake everyone. It's just insane. As you can see, Wes just getting up on 2 wheels there around the final Ford chicane. Those curbs are very dangerous if you hit them wrong. The first 2 in the Ford chicanes are actually pretty timid. They're pretty good. You can overextend them just a little bit. You can get a slowdown there if you're not careful. But the second chicanes is where it really wants to bite you. They're really tall, really aggressive, and on the final one there is a sausage curb there on the inside to prevent you from cutting it and getting a bit of run down the pit straight. So definitely got to be neat, tidy, and careful around there. Otherwise, you could overextend. Probably we've just got a LMP2, I believe that was, going off at Mulsanne there. I'm not sure who that was. Didn't quite catch that. As it was coming to a replay here, that was actually Gabriel.
Yeah, he was looked like just trying to turn and brake at the same time, locked up the right front. A lot of times these drivers, you really want to focus on braking in a straight line, getting slowed down, and having to move so that you're maximizing your grip in a straight line, and then turning so that you can really focus on the level of grip that you're using that time. So just a little poor technique there, but still a good save.
I reckon that'll definitely be a result of the fatigue that the drivers will be facing today. Missing a braking zone by either 5 or 10 meters could potentially result in that. Or even just being distracted, just looking at the black box. As I've just got an incident here in the Porsche curves. I think it was the LMP2. Just bumped the GTE and sent both of them spinning here. But yeah, a driver distraction is another issue as well that drivers will be facing as well. Depending on how they've got their team order set up, you could be just having a laugh, just having a bit of a chat, and you could miss your braking zone. I know definitely something that keeps me sane around here, and especially in these endurance events, is just talking. Just talking about what we're doing, what I've been doing recently anyway, and just talking a little bit of trash about the other drivers, but not too much, of course, because it's all in good faith. And you could get a bit carried away telling a story, and you could definitely miss your braking zone. I know I've done that once or twice. Even just looking at your black box as well, just checking how much fuel you've got. If timed poorly, you could definitely miss your braking zone because you're not looking where you're going. You're looking down a tiny black box in the corner of your screen, depending on where it is.
It's a fine line of doing enough to keep yourself focused, but not so much that you're overwhelming yourself. That was a great pit entry there by Alan Rock. That was just really diving it in and maximizing his time, like a racetrack.
Yeah, and Rob there just diving down the inside of the final turn out of the Porsche curves. Just really goes to show how much grip these LMP1s actually have. Being able to just cleanly overtake the GTs with no issue at all. Definitely a tribute to the manufacturers and the engineers behind these vehicles in real life, across the iRacing counterpart and the iRacing model as well. This is just awesome to look at and even to drive. I would do anything to actually see one of these in real life. But unfortunately, they don't run them anymore. So, and as of I think it is next year. I'm not too sure on that, but next year the hypercar, the Le Mans hypercar series, or not series, the class is coined and going to be produced. So definitely going to be interesting to see who wants to come back to Le Mans, because I know, Porsche, Audi, I think Peugeot was in LMP at some point. Definitely Toyota as well. Definitely it'll be interesting to see who actually comes back to Le Mans and to the WEC to see who has the greatest team, who's got the greatest vehicle. I believe actually in the rulebook at some point as well, I'm not sure if I was dreaming this, but it was mentioned that rotaries are allowed, like straight up. So I'm not sure if that's an incentive for Mazda to come back and to produce the 787B again, or another team to potentially start developing a rotary and to prove that rotaries aren't all as they cracked up to be with their apex seal issues. Yeah, definitely going to be interesting, because even between the two front runners at the moment, there are different engine configurations. I was going to briefly touch on it before, but didn't get the chance to. The Porsche, if you guys are not aware, the Porsche 919 has I think it's a V4 petrol engine that is turbocharged and has a supplementary ERS system that regenerates energy under braking and also under acceleration as well. So it'll sap a few percent of SOC or charge percentage down the straights, whereas the Audi, I believe, is a V6 diesel engine. That could be a V4 diesel engine as well, I'm not too sure. All I know, it is a diesel turbocharged engine with, again, with the ERS, as these LMP1 hybrids have. However, the Audi only produces their boost under braking. There is no boost under acceleration. So that's where Ryan, I believe it was, mentioned before with the different boost strats. Ryan, who we interviewed before, mentioned the different boost strats between the two Abruzzi cars. It's because they produce boost differently. So the Audis are probably going to have less effective boost versus the Porsche, but I believe the Porsche is actually limited based. Well, the Porsche is limited, I believe, on how much it can actually use, and I don't think it regenerates as much on the braking as what the Audi does. So that's where they sort of make up the deficit, make up the difference. So it is definitely interesting, because the main difference that I can see anyway with the boost strats is that under acceleration out of the corner, the Porsche is still going to produce boost. So you can afford to boost up just a little bit, like 1 or 2% more. As we've just got an incident here, massive shunt out of the second Mulsanne. That was Marcus
Third place.
Danhausen. That was third place for, I believe that was the LMP1 class, just being murdered. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't say murdered, but
they've been
definitely
having a beautiful performance. Oh my gosh.
So yeah, that's definitely Marcus Danhausen of the Fuji SimSport LMP1 team, just getting tangled up with a bit of traffic there, and just flipping and hitting the Armco barrier on the outside of the second Mulsanne chicane. That's going to be a big repair bill for Marcus. They see as the onboard there. I wouldn't imagine how that would look in real life on board.
That is incredible. Oh.
You can see he's still turning. It is in slow mo there, but he's still turning as he finally rests on his roof. I think he would have had to definitely tow from that. As yeah, he is definitely out of the car. They are getting
I want
repairs.
to see how this one developed a little bit. Oh, this isn't gonna show us.
Yeah, it just looks like the BMW there just ran him out super wide, probably expecting him to go down the inside instead of the outside, and just ran him out, and he had to take evasive action, run out that little bit further as well on the apron, and he hit some of those weird, mysterious bumps that exist on the outside of the second milestone chicane, and he unfortunately, that upset the car, and also combined those bumps with the collision that happened between the two vehicles, upset it and flipped him into the armco. There is no doubt about that. There is going to be a protest for that. Probably not adhering to blue flags. So, as again, coming to another replay here of Jelty, I believe it is, just getting it all sorts of wrong there through the Ford chicane. Fortunately, rolling it out of the way so the other traffic can roll through.
We've seen a few of those today, and especially as this track heats up, we'll continue to kind of see that back end slip out a little bit more as drivers get on that throttle quicker and quicker to maximize acceleration.
Yes, we're coming with a hourly weather check. The temperature here at Not Le Mans is 21 degrees with clear skies, and with a track of an increase of 1 degree to 22 degrees Celsius. If you're American, you can do the translations yourself, because I'm Australian. So there is a bit of wind, of course, with every racetrack, with every weather scenario. Anyway, there is weather. There is winds affecting the cars as well. Could be giving the vehicles a tow down the straights if it's being pushed in the right direction, or it could be a hindrance to you if you're getting a headwind. So, following Theo Schroeder here down into the Dunlop chicane. Not taking as wide an entry as what some of the other vehicles that I've seen take it today. You can pretty much extend all the way over onto and just sit your left tires on the white line and turn in early. Definitely interesting seeing the different driving lines that are coming about of the different drivers trying to navigate themselves around this course here. We're too wide coming into the Porsche curves, as definitely interesting from those two LMP2s. I believe that's an LMP2 anyway. I swear the Dallara and the Porsche look so similar from behind.
Exactly alike. That rear wing is just so hard to tell the difference between that Porsche and the Dallara V2, but the Audi has that angled aerodynamic rear wing there. So you can kind of tell it apart from a distance.
And also the Audi has the Audi rings on the back of the car. But yeah, I swear the Porsche has even the same lights set up as the Dallara with the brake lights on the outside. I believe that's could be indicators that the WEC use on the middle there, and I think those are rain lights on the inside, or there could be pit limiter lights too.
Yeah, I believe they might also flash for regen on the DRS ones.
I'm not sure if iRacing models that for the P1s. It could be definitely for the real life ones, much like the Formula One cars do when they're regenning hybrid deployment. They flash just to let the other drivers know that they're not as fast as they usually would be through the straights. It's generally a good indication as well of when they're braking through a corner. But obviously, because Formula One cars don't have brake lights. But WEC cars do. It's mandated in the rulebook, so let's make it a little bit easier, because at least the GT cars are based off road-going cars, and of course, road-going cars need brake lights, because you need to know when the person in front of you is stopping in traffic. So
very, very important, not only in racing, but in the real world as well. As we wind down, 6 hours to go. Riley, do you want to walk us through top 5 in classes?
I can definitely walk you through the top 5 in the classes. I will come out and say I apologize if I butcher anyone's names. I try my best. I'm not good with names, but in P1 overall, in the LMP1 class, the Arla Abrazi Esports Silver, piloted by Leonard Rath, currently has the track record, the session record at the moment of a 3 minutes 8.99. Definitely impressive here. Following is the Arla Abrazi Esports Black, the sister car for the silver, piloted by Lewis Woods. Again, still incredible that they're on the same lap. So just incredible. In P3 in the pits, we've got the Fuja SimSport LMP1 that we saw get brutally spun and turtled before. Unfortunately, not being piloted by anyone, as it's currently getting repaired, and there is a steward's announcement for a no further action. I believe that is for, unfortunately. In P4, the SRA and IES Swiss Union, piloted by Kai Yu Bassiner. I apologize if I screwed up that name. In P4, and in P5, the Valhalla SimSport Royale, my personal favorite team, piloted by my personal favorite person, Lockie Brown. Good man, I know him in real life. That wraps out the top 5 LMP1s. So, P1 in the LMP2 is the Equiva Motorsports. I'm not even going to try and pronounce that website name. That's piloted by Jesse Kramer. I apologize. Yeah, I literally...
Please come tell us how to say it. I have not heard it yet.
Yes. In P2 of the LMP2 is the FDR Esports team, piloted by Jackson Lowry. P3 of the LMP2s is the Stage 1 Racing Junior team, piloted by Rob Newlands. P4 goes to the Equiva Motorsports AA Realisini, I think, piloted by Theo Schrodinger. And P5 goes to the Fuja SimSport LMP2 car, piloted by Ruslan Baramkulov. That sounds like a Russian name. I want to meet that guy. He sounds cool. So that wraps out the top 5 of the P2. And we're going to go to the GTEs. The Fuja SimSport GT team, piloted by Mark. I'm sorry, I'm not even going to try and pronounce that name. He's P1. You can see it on screen. My tiny Australian brain can't comprehend. Lithium Motorsports in P2 is piloted by Michael Matowsk, I think. Matusik, yeah. So he's P2 there in that Corvette. P3 in the Team DRC blue car is Fredo Coman. We're looking really nice there in that BMW. P4 goes to Hashtag Racing, piloted by Flavo Saturino, who just netcode tapped the ball there through the Porsche curves. And P5 goes to the JD Sim Racing team that is being piloted by Martin Karisk, I think. There's a lot of foreign names that I really need to brush up my English for to pronounce it properly. Yeah, that wraps out your top 5 for each class here. We've got just under 6 hours to go, currently at 5 hours 55 minutes.
have
Again?
a interview ready from the 33 Fuga SimSport LMP1 car. Let's welcome Marius Denhausen in. Marius, thanks for joining us. So sorry to see about that wreck. Tell us a little bit about kind of how that developed and your thoughts on that.
Sure. Hi, good morning. So on the second motorcycle chicane, usually, like, we're in the race for 18 hours already, and if the GT in front sees us as a car coming up, he doesn't go all the way across the track on the exit and leaves us some room on the outside. Since this is a pretty high up the class car, there should be having a good overview. But the most important thing is that he ran the corner a bit tight on the left side. He pretty much went off the track, took as much curb on the inside as possible, pushed a bit wide, which then, told me, okay, he's just gonna stick to the inside. He just pushed too far. There's no reason and no time to gain on going across the track after the corner. He literally took the whole 10 meters or whatever the track has and just pushed me off. That was a legit move for like 18 hours into the race.
That's just horrible to see. Are you guys looking at some pretty quick repairs and getting back out there and fighting back up, or you guys hanging it up?
Well, if we had fast repairs, we would take one now, but the car has wheel damage. It's not straight. So that's it.
That is very, very unfortunate to see. But expected nonetheless with that contact there. Not only with the car, but then into the wall at such high speed. Very, very unfortunate.
Yeah, it's quite a shame to see it happening with such a high tier car. Usually we stay away from the lower ones quite a bit, but yeah, I took that move on him a couple times. On every other high class GTE you can do it, no problems whatsoever for 18 hours, and then just straight runs across the whole track. So nothing we could do.
Certainly. Anyone you want to thank or shout out for your sponsors or anything like that?
First of all, thanks and sorry to my teammates. Both of them did a fantastic job. Didn't have any incidents. I also didn't have too many incidents, except this one now. So I also want to say sorry to them for the incident now, but yeah, it certainly wasn't on me. And otherwise, thanks to the organizers for the whole series. We enjoyed it. We did win the championship still today, with Beckmarker being out of it already. So we got that going for us, but 24 hours of Le Mans, you want to finish it. And thanks for the broadcast. Thanks for you guys for sticking around. That's pretty much it for my Sunday talk.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. But again, very, very sorry to see what happened there. Regardless of how the stewards rule that, I don't think you can take that personally or at any fault of yours. Excellent racing, my friend, and hope to see you in the next season.
Yeah, thanks. Goodbye, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah. I realized while going through the runnings of the team when I mentioned that there was no further action with that incident. That was actually incorrect. That was posted 2 hours ago, so that was not related to that incident. I'm not sure if they're going to make a formal incident report on that or not. But yeah, as we come to the forward chicanes here of Emil, getting it all sorts of wrong through there, trying to push and overextend that Dallara P217 there. It's a little bit too much there, and doing a 50-50 grind there over the push, so over the forward chicanes.
Yeah,
hopefully not sustaining too much floor damage.
Let's take a little closer look at that, because I'm a little concerned the way it went over those bumps, that they might see some floor damage here. Look at that full lock, full right lock, and just look at how much. It's a rough
Yeah.
ride. Feeling
The
every
thing
bit of
you're
that
gonna
through
be,
the spine of the driver in
oh
real
yeah,
life, but
the thing you got to be careful with these Delaras is that the radiators for the cooling for the engine actually sits on the floor of the car. So something like that could potentially pop the engine if you don't pit and you don't watch the water temps. Throughout the next few laps. We've got another replay here of Arnold Omega from the Stage 1 Sim Racing Green Team, just getting it all sorts of wrong through the Mulsanne. Again, probably missing his braking marker, and fortunately, wasn't too much of a time loss. Another replay of Nicholas from the Verve Racing Team Black, getting it, just tapping the gravel there on the outside of Indianapolis, and just parking it on the line. Almost collecting a P1 there. I think that was an Audi.
that was, I believe, P2, Lewis Woods, RLR Abruzzi. I gotta take another look at that. Was close.
That was definitely some brown pants. We should get an on board of him to see what that was like from his perspective. But again, yeah, definitely just gets a little bit too wide there on the power, and of course will spin the tires.
He tries to whip it around here, but he just doesn't get the tire spin to really whip it around and slow it down here. Look at how close this comes.
That's too close.
Incredible reaction there by, I think that is the Abruzzi Esports Black there, number 18. Lewis Woods, impeccable driving. Wow.
And there he's there in the pits, probably repairing some damage that was caused because of the Armco. Something you need to probably invest in if you are, if you do spin, is a traction control or a no traction control toggle button. Basically, what it does is you press it, and then for 5 seconds you have no traction control. So you can, like what he was trying to do there, do a flick spin, and that will, if you dump the clutch, it'll spin up the rears and get you turned around in way less time than trying to do a 3-pointer across the whole track, potentially also crashing into someone else at that point in time as well.
Yeah, I definitely think that was the intention there, but trying to flick it around with any traction control on, that's exactly what's going to happen. You're just going to park it sideways right in the middle of the circuit, and a dangerous situation there that was luckily avoided.
As I've just received a steward's announcement from the incident that was from the Fuja SimSport LMP1 team and the number 172 Team DRC blue car. That was that Audi M8 that spun and flipped the number 33 Fuja, who was running in 3rd place. It was a stop and hold issue to the 172 car. So as they took full responsibility for that was the reason listed there. So definitely nice to see that they've taken ownership of that and they realise that was their mistake. So sometimes it's hard to bite that bullet, but sometimes you just got to do it. So
yeah, what's done is done. You can't fix it, but at least nice of them to go back and apologize and own up to it. Things happen. It's racing.
Sorry, I jumped up to shut my door for a second. So on board with Marco here into the 2nd Mulsanne chicane. You can just see how wide that Porsche there just ran it. Just using every inch of the track to try and get some of those lap times down and try to combat the weather. It's the quarterly weather check. We've climbed another degree. So 22 ambient and 23 track temp. I reckon we might be back up to where qualifying was this morning at about 39 Celsius, probably by the end of the end of the session here. Currently 9:33 in game, with just under 5 hours and 45 minutes to go here. Let's get to the top of the screen. As hang on, we've just had an engine failure from one of the LMP2s there.
Was that was?
I'm not sure. Yeah, that's what that was. I'm not sure who that was.
I believe that was Stage 1 Junior Racing.
Was that Rob?
Yeah, I believe so. Let's take a look.
It's coming through.
Yeah, you can hear it. And
Yeah,
there it is.
Poof.
Look at those RPMs just drop.
Yep. And he will be human in that car there. I believe for an engine swap in iRacing, I think it's a half an hour stop and, of course it's not a stop and hold, but it's a half an hour repair job. I think, to be fair, that's pretty quick for an engine swap, half an hour.
Yeah, not bad, but certainly going to hamper their performance here as the tight LMP2 field.
Well, as we've just had another incident here through the Porsche curves. The LMP just squeezes that of. Is that Jelty from the R&R Team Red? Tried to squeeze it a little bit. As we've got another incident here of I think it was that other LMP2 there, KY, I think it was, just getting all sorts of wrong through the start of the of the Ford chicanes here. I'm getting everything muddled up today. The BMW moved over on him and just collected him, and
that's a tough one. We're seeing a blink on our end. Not sure if Marco Pereira saw that as well, and that's kind of what forced the contact, or if there really was some contact there. But some edgy racing all the way through the Porsche curves into the Porsche chicanes. Just absolutely tight battling. Drivers aren't willing to let anything go. Stage of the race.
There's definitely something different between real life racing and iRacing, obviously. Even in perfect conditions, you're still going to have some netcode issues that is a result of the latency between the people. Even if everyone was sitting in the iRacing server infrastructure, there would still definitely be probably a 20 millisecond delay between everyone, and because of that, there is that sort of that ghosting of your car being even just a meter over from where you actually are. The other car might be even 30 centimeters over, and that could make the difference between you hitting them and you not hitting them. So as we've got a steward's announcement from again, that was that Fuji Sim Sports LMP1. Was the incident responsibility reason. That's a really nice overlap. I haven't seen that before. I believe the reason why the LMP2 car, the engine popped, was because of the. I'm not sure if it was the same P2 who did the 50-50 grind over the Ford chicane curb, or if it was one that we missed. But yeah, that's definitely one of the side effects of getting floor damage. And I always wondered as a kid why cars need temperature readouts in the car, like for the oil, for the fuel, for the water. This is why so you can monitor the car and see if it's going to blow up. And definitely, if I had some floor damage, some known floor damage, I'd definitely be watching that temp like a hawk. Just to see if there is anything wrong with the car, and if there is, definitely back out and try and preserve the engine and try to prevent a tow from happening. So, yeah. So
Martin. Martin, welcome. Martin is driving with the ISRC team, I believe.
Sapphire Sim Sport Alpha, that means us.
There
and
you
Bravo
go.
as well. Well, not driving for Bravo today, but yeah, we invited at some laps on track that were quite close to each other.
Yes, we did. I did not realize that you were that close behind me. I believe you're referencing the second Mulsanne chicane thing where I nearly collected you.
Yes, that was the closest we got, thank goodness. Yeah, it was a bit closer than I anticipated because, yeah, I was a bit surprised at your traffic management, I'll be honest. Yeah, it was, you seemed to be waiting for the, like, go right up behind them and then boost around, and I was just carrying a lot of pace, and I was like, I'm just going to go for this, and we'll see what happens. And yeah, no, thankfully no contact made and no harm done, but I did realise after that maybe that was a bit cheeky when I think we were 2 or 3 laps down at that point on you. But yeah, no harm, no foul at the moment.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, my reasoning behind my traffic management is that we're not the fastest guys on track, realistically. I'm definitely not the fastest guy, and we're
Yeah,
a 1 on entry, so I'm having fun. I'm sticking behind, and plus some of these guys, I've had bad run-ins before, and I wasn't sure where that Porsche was going, and he ducked in. Well, he looked like he was going to go wide, and he ducked into the inside. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna just boost around him, and then
Yeah, no worries. Yes, I've had.
Oh, hang on. Sorry, I'm just going to cut you off. As we've got just a P, I think it was a P1 off into the wall at the Ford chicane onto the start-finish straight. I'm not sure who that actually was. Looked to be one of the front runners, I think. Yeah, that was Ryan Littlemore of the RLR Brazil Esports Silver. The Porsche 919 collecting some of the curbs there and just running off into the gravel trap. Hopefully not having any floor damage there.
Yeah, the contact with the wall didn't look too bad, but I'd be concerned about that floor damage going over the curb like that.
Yeah, I reckon there might still be some floor damage from that. If you didn't get some from the wall, definitely from the curbs there. So not as bad in the P1s as much as the P2s in regards to the engine issues, but definitely still will be down on top speed if there is any issues. But they're still looking like they're pulling about 340 k's down the straight, so they should still be right.
Yeah, those RLR Boozy cars, they're just incredibly quick, aren't they?
They are missiles.
It's ridiculous. I love the fact that they've got 1 Audi, 1 Porsche each. Just, you know, hedge a bet each way sort of thing, and they're both at the top of the timing charts at the moment, so no, fair play to them.
Yeah. Definitely does. I think there is a minute gap between the number 18 and the number 17 car. So, yeah, definitely interesting to see the difference between the Porsche and the Audi, as I've mentioned a few times already. But yeah, it's just incredible to see both those cars at the top of the charts. So props to them for keeping it on the track for so long. I think a few of them's had penalties before, but still majorly impressive that they've had no significant damage to the cars at this point in time. So hats off to them.
Yeah, absolutely, and we're ashamed to see the Sim Sport car have a couple of issues in the last few hours as well, dropping them out of contention. And the 6 laps off the lead.
Yeah, we caught that live. That was definitely shocking, to say the least. We were both just like, oh, when that happened. So, but yeah, no, it was excellent to see the other, I think it was a BMW, took ownership of that and took the stop and hold penalty for that.
Yeah, I think I haven't seen the incident myself because I was in the car at the time, but and haven't got a replay of it. But I think very similar to how Backmarker Racing Blue and the P1 car ended that team's race as well. So yeah, as you know, right, LP1s we have a lot of close calls throughout the stint, and some closer than we'd like.
Oh yeah, just people just not looking Just running their cars just gradually out like they usually do, which is fine. They're allowed to take their own line, but when they've just sort of lagged out on it, and I've already decided my line. It's a little bit hairy when there's a Porsche next to you, and like a ruler's length between you and the Armco on the other side. You're just like, just praying that nothing gets bent.
Yep, as we see Sapphire car go around 2 GT cars there through the Porsche curves. Incredible downforce those things have got.
It is so fun going through the Porsche curves. Just absolutely just throwing it in. I think the breaking point, at least my breaking point, is it's that AstroTurf there on the outside. Just hit it, downshift twice, throw it in, and just make it stick, make it done. Get the job done. It is definitely satisfying going around the outside of GTs, I will say. It is half of it is like, lol, I'm in a better class than you, but at the same time, it's just shows how much downforce there is compared to the other vehicles. As we just see Luke Pennington of the Fridgetson Sport LP2 just going to the inside of there was Flabigo Senorino #racing down the inside of Indianapolis. He didn't want to be held up too much there. Because the GTs are definitely slower through Indy and through Arnage, so definitely ahead of them if you're in a faster class, I've noticed.
Yeah, and the dilemma I've had is that the distance between Indianapolis and Arnage isn't quite enough. I don't want to use any boost between those two corners to get past them. I want to use it all out of Arnage towards the Porsche curves. So you find yourself, do I, don't I, make the pass down the inside of Arnage or not? It's not an easy decision to make every time you come across it.
No, I think that's where you and I differ a little bit. If there's a GT E in front of me, I'll use 2% of boost to just go straight past them and hook it down the outside. But if it's an LMP2, I'm not going to, because they're pretty much the P1s and the P2s without using boost are pretty much the same speed in a straight line with just using the ICE engines. So yeah, I usually don't worry about it and just get them around the just hook it off the inside and get them done down to the Porsche coast.
Fair enough. I'll have to remember that 2% trick. Yeah, I can't say I've been driving the MP1 car for very long, so yeah, still trying to learn how to manage boost. Boost management and that sort of thing.
Do you find yourself running at a boost a lot, or are you usually pretty good with that?
I was managing to consistently reach 90% of the allocation for the lap. I kind of reset as I come across or come out of the Ford chicane and across the line. So I cut down I boost at that point down to like 60%, and that therefore kind of resets all of the errors that I've made the rest of the lap. So if I wanted to use a bit of extra boost before Tech Rouge, for instance, then I would, it makes up for it at that point, and I'd kind of feel the pain as I cross the start-finish line, being one of the shorter circuits, parts of the track.
So with your boosting strats, do you use the SOC as your indicator, or do you use the actual deploy percentage as your target?
I go by neither of those. The rhythm that I found is I do it on gears. So I use my right thumb and a right paddle to shift up gears. My right thumb is boost or talent button, as we say in Sapphire Sim Sport. And
remember that.
Yeah, no, it's a good one. I like it. So yeah, the talent button is my right thumb, definitely not my feet. And what I do is my theory is that, and it's probably wrong, it's probably been shown to be wrong by many others, but relatively new to the car, I will boost all the way up through one gear, and then I will stop pressing the talent button when I change gear. Because I'm a mechanical engineer, and my theory is that you're going to get the most advantage by boosting in your lower gears, because that is when you're slower. So that also stops me having to look at the number. So I use in iRacing, I don't have the hands of the driver on the wheel, but I do have the moving steering wheel. So I don't have a solid, like a stationary number to look at. So yeah, rather than looking at a number which is constantly moving around left to right potentially, then I just go on the gear change and I take my thumb off the button. And that works for me, it gets me a good rhythm, and actually it's not too bad. So Loic Marchand is more experienced than myself, and has recently come into the team, and he did a little track map with his boost strategy, and I'm actually pretty close to it, and yeah, I mean, he's a second or two quicker than me most of the time, but our boost strats aren't too much different.
Okay. Definitely interesting between both drivers. Personally, I use the deploy percentage as my target. So coming out of the Dunlop chicane, I'll use about 5% boost just to get myself going, and then I won't touch it until Tetra Rouge, which we're about to see now. So from here, I'll boost up to about 20%. That usually puts me to the base of 7th gear. In the Porsche, and then you trundle back to the first Mulsanne, go around there, boost up to 35, second Mulsanne 50, and then coming out of Mulsanne corner, I'll go up to either 60 or 65, and then from Arnage 80, and then from there on I'll just use whatever. I usually get around 90 to 95 every lap, but sometimes I run out of boost, and I'm just like, no, where did they go wrong? As we I just want to make note of Arnold here from Stage 1 Racing Green being held up, being boxed in by the Porsche and the Beamer here. The absolute wide boy Beamer just blocking him, so he's decided to take a side step.
Kind of started to go for that gap in the middle there, and then it just almost disappeared with him in the middle of it. And luckily he wasn't. He luckily kind of saw it coming and backed out of it. But yeah, well done on the heads up race.
Yeah, Danny unfortunately did get past there, so. It is, definitely interesting to see the different boost ups between people.
Yeah, and between the two cars as well, because yours obtains battery charge on acceleration, which I'm horrendously jealous of.
I think yours. I didn't realize yours was an Audi. I thought you were driving the Porsche as well.
No, driving the Audi. The diesel tractor.
Yeah. I think that was going to be my pick for this actually, but as a team, we collectively decided on the 919. I think you guys do generate more boost under braking though, and you guys have more effective boost. I think that's one of the main differences that I mentioned before for the Audi and the Porsche. So I think you guys get a little bit more kick. So as we just see the LMP2 there overtaking some traffic. I'm not sure what LMP2 that was. However, he did go over those painted white lines on the outside there, and I did hear a bit of a crunch. So could that be some floor damage there? That's Jeppy Kid, I think.
Tronzo Racing battling back from the incident earlier in the race, earlier in our coverage as well, about 5 or so hours ago.
Yeah,
it's a neutral. Sorry, I know a little bit more about the Tronzo racing team. Tronzo, I believe, is a school in Denmark, and they run and they do like a load of karting and things. And Marcus Sorholm's in the Motorsports help puts team at the head of the LMP2 field also goes to that school, so he's obviously managed to get a couple of people interested from the school in the race, and two of the guys, Jeppe and I think Nicholas is the other guy, are actually racing on rigs at the school. I think Marcus has gone back home to his own slightly better rig. He says he much prefers the triple monitors and his own, everyone prefers their own setup that you get used to after a while, so yeah, very jealous for these guys for going to a school which has sim rigs and goes karting.
I would kill to go to that school. But my schooling days are over, so let's take it how it comes, I suppose. But yeah, that is really cool seeing a school encouraging motorsports like that. Usually, at least in Australia anyway, we're all about football and like netball and stuff. Football
Rugby.
being the AFL.
Yes, as well. Yeah.
At least in my state anyway, we don't really focus on rugby too much. It's definitely broadcasted, but not. I don't think there's any local teams about it. And yeah, just motorsports at all, just nothing. There is a lot of sprint car tracks around here, so like all the dirt sprint car tracks, but just nothing about it, just at least in schools anyway. So, but it's definitely nice to see them encouraging it and giving people an opportunity. So giving kids an opportunity to experience what karting is like, and possibly could kickstart something in the future life. So it's gonna come true for 2 seconds.
Yeah, I think the school that the Toronto school is sorry, I probably didn't really state this earlier. It is motorsport based effectively, so the students are allowed to do a lot of motor racing whilst also doing their normal studies. So yeah, no, absolutely fantastic opportunity for them. I spent, believe it or not, Riley, I spent 10 years in New Zealand, so I know a little bit about Down Under. I used to love going to the dirt tracks over Christmas and New Year. That was an absolutely fantastic time of year because, usually you go to a motor racing meeting and you trudge there. You get up early in the morning, you drive 1, 2, maybe 3 hours to get there, or even make a whole weekend of it. But then at Speedway, you can just go for an evening. It's like going to a movie, so it's absolutely fantastic opportunities to just go watch some racing on an evening as if you were going out for a movie with your mates. Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah, it's just exactly how it is. And fortunately, with my area anyway, I live in Southwest Victoria. We've got tracks all over the shop. So, like, there's one that's probably half an hour away from me, and then there's one like another hour. I think there's some north as well. So it's definitely accessible if you wanted to do it, and it's really humbling when I drive to work, or just when I drive just in general in my hometown, and just see these cars, either like stock cars, it's like Holden Commodores that are just like rounded and just terrible, but they're fine for sim racing, not sim racing, but fine for racing, or sprint cars, and just trailers and just like trailers just full of tires, full of tools, full of spare parts, and it's so humbling. It really gets my racing beans going. So
yeah, it's good to get a fix on an evening. When I lived in Auckland, there would be the World Midget Series, so there would be one night, it would be the 30 lap feature, then 2 nights later you go 40, then 2 nights later it would be 50. And that was between Christmas and New Year. So being down under, as probably many of our viewers aren't, it's a lot warmer in Christmas and New Year. So you just go along in shorts and t-shirts, take an esky as you might call it, or a chili bin as I might call it, and have a good time.
For people who aren't aware, in Australia, we have, speaking of heat, there was lack thereof today. It was like 13 degrees, I think. It was really cold. we have fire rating signs. I'm not sure if you're following where I'm going with this, Martin, but basically out on the outside of like pretty much every jurisdiction and like every town, pretty much, there's a fire rating.
Oh yes, yes, yes.
The lowest setting that it can be is low to medium. That's the lowest, and then it goes like high, very high, extreme, code red,
code brown.
Yeah, yeah, pretty much. And basically, you look at those, and then depending on what the rating is, you can light fires, or you can't light fires, or if you're advised to like not mow the lawns or something because of the heat from the lawnmower with the dry grass, etc.
Yep.
I have distinct memories of being at my nan's place one year, this was years ago now, but back when it was probably about 45 degrees on Christmas Day, and
that's ridiculous.
My nan, she lives out about 20 minutes away from where I live in the bush, pretty much. She's on the borderline of the Otways. And we're just sitting there, just listening to the radio, because the radio every 15 minutes they'll play, or every 15 to 30 minutes, if there's something, if you need to be evacuated, they'll play like a siren, and it'll be like, you need to leave now, or it's too late, stay.
Oh goodness.
Yeah. And even just recently, I think it was 4 years ago now, I think it was just on the back end of school, wasn't the fires at the start of 2020, it was about 2018, there were fires like really close to my town, and it was really scary because both myself and my father was part of the state emergency services, and he was out doing stuff. Sorry, we've got Arnold Omega here from Stage 1 Racing Green, overshooting the pit entry bit there. The pit entry is a bit deceiving around here. So it's definitely easy to screw up if you're not careful. If you're at the end of your stint, you can definitely mess it up.
That's rough. Then holding up the Sapphire Sim Sport Bravo team on pit entrance a little bit as well. They might get a unsafe pit entrance there from that off track on pit entrance, and that would be hold.
Yeah, just coming back to. Oops, sorry.
No, go on.
I was gonna say, just coming back to my epic story. My dad was pretty much in the thick of it pretty much, because I was doing rescues, and they were just helping the fireys, or the CFAs we call them. And they were getting texts from the service provider saying, "Don't leave. You cannot leave. You need to stay at your property." And I'm just like, oh my god, that's like scary.
Yeah.
Like fire is just something you do not want to mess with.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you all saw the pictures broadcast around the world from the fires of start of last year, and yeah, I couldn't believe that. And yeah, fortunately, touch wood, I've never been in that situation, and never will be. But did not look pleasant at all. And then after that, after the fires had been put out, 2 weeks later, it flooded, didn't it?
It might have flooded. I know there was flooding just recently as well. I saw a picture of a house just floating away. Literally, just a house, just everything. It was this family who I think just got married, and they were like on their honeymoon, and their house just literally just got picked up by the floods and just taken off. And they lost everything. So, like, that's the house, obviously. Everything, they lost it. So, I just want to bring your attention to someone who just gone through the second Mulsanne chicane there. There was Jelte P. Korsman, I think, from the RNE Team Red. I'm not sure if the stream caught that. But I believe there was a bit of a lock-up there from the LMP2, and just went through the second chicane. Fortunately, taking the escape road, the even tighter chicane that you got to take to go straight through. Yeah, as Martin departs for a couple of minutes here. Yeah, fires and stuff are definitely scary. So, I never wish anyone on that. So we've got Lewis Woods here, still sitting on the pole position here of the Aralara Brazil Esports Black. Still sitting fine, still flying good. Ryan of the Aralara Brazil Esports Silver, still holding on to that record time there of a 3:08.99. I don't think we're going to get anywhere close to that time anymore, considering the track has now risen to 24 degrees Celsius. It's going to be difficult to try and keep those laps. Try and keep hitting those laps. So as we're on board here, well, not kind of on board, we're following Luke Pennington here of the Fuja SimSport LMP2 team. Still nice to see that there are two teams from Fuja still running here tonight. Am I safe to say it's tonight? It's tonight for me. So
it's different for everyone. I think it's safe to say whatever is right for you.
Look outside, and if it's light, then I don't know, go have some lunch.
Incredible.
Even if it's 5 o'clock. As we're going to come to a replay of Bruno Alcatraz here from the Chaos Lighting Gamers BMW M8, getting it all sorts of wrong there, coming into Arnage. And I've seen a lot of people do that in practice, in quali, and also in the race session itself. You need to make sure. Sorry, we're going to come to another replay of Bruno.
I just want to look at this again because this curb catches me out a lot. In the same way, I'm not sure. It's just the way braking on this curb kind of kicks that rear tire off, and it's really easy just to lose that back end, and it's really unpredictable on when that's going to happen or not happen.
So
a challenge.
I can definitely give you some advice here. I think the P1s it happens to the most. It just throws the vehicle around. Basically, you need to straddle it. Not like
you either got to straddle it a lot or not at all. And you kind of got to make your mind up. It's when you're in between that you kind of get caught.
Yeah, even if you just even if your front tire is even a mil or even a centimeter on the curbing there, it will throw you. I think the line that Luke took through there before was actually probably the ideal line if you're going to hit the curb there. But yeah, if you're straddling it like almost, and your tire has the possibility to slip off, you will lose a lot of grip on that, and you will spin off and embarrass yourself on the stream. So yeah, definitely something to do and something to look at with your laps as well. For everyone who's watching at home, all potentially 22 of you, at least on the YouTube stream. So as we're following Emil Winbo down to the first Molstan chicane.
I do want to say for YouTube as well, as we approach the late hours of our stream, YouTube does have a 12-hour streaming limit. So you may see it stop, and then as we restart, you may see it click back on. So we will get things